It's really the only time that we can visit to laser scan and photograph the track so that we can recreate it in iRacing. We work closely with the ACO to get essentially exclusive access to the facility and everything that we needed to get the laser scanning and photographic reference that we need to create the track. We were very fortunate to be at Le Mans at the most important time of the year and gain that experience of being there. And we're going to really do the best we can to put that into our work and making sure that the Le Mans in iRacing is the best Le Mans, the most exciting and accurate recreation of the track possible.
We are into the final 6 hours of the 24 hours of Nürburgring here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live, and it's Paul Smith here with Randy Chenelf and Cisco Scaramuza as well, with Hugo Lewis on the cameras for you. And well, it's been a true test of endurance, not just for the drivers, for ourselves in the commentary booth, but we shall press on with the coverage here Racing Live. And it's Pure Racing Team, the 111 car, in first place in this race at the moment, ahead of the 33 car of Core Motorsports, who have changed driver now. Niels Koch at the wheel of that car, so the pit stops well and truly in the play here. Simon Grossman in third place in the Trinity Motorsports car, the 160 car. In your C-Spec class, it's Pure Racing Team C-Spec 24 car is in first place with Celestial. DNF in second place. Third place is Trimate. In your Kia class, Alpine Eagle Racing are in first place. Second place is the 24-hour Kia team with Chronos Sim Racers in third place. And in your MX-5s, the top three are Team RSO, Rookie Racing Team, and Thrustmaster Movano Racing. Well, we're into this final 6 hours now, Randy, and it's going to be the interesting part of this race now that there's in towards the closing stages, just to see how everybody's strategies now start playing out and how it all comes to a close.
Yeah, we've already seen that kind of start to develop as Core Motorsports. Just when we went away, they made a pit stop, and Niles Koch actually got into that car. So that kind of is, as we start nearing the last 6 hours here, is kind of the first thing in terms of our overall leaders here. The next team that we're expecting to make a pit stop is Pure Racing Team, and we're expecting them really anytime in the next lap or two, maybe 3. But and it'll be interesting to see what they do. I'm expecting Maximilian Benaque to get out of the car here, but I have a sneaking suspicion after that Patrick Pitzler will run a short stint from what they'll do, and Max will probably bring the car to the end over the last 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, so, we've got Maximilian Benaque coming down the Dottinger through Tiergarten there as they head towards the end of the lap. Will they be pitting this time, or will they do another lap? We'll be soon finding out. Come through that last left-hander as they head back onto the ground.
Here they come.
And here he comes into the pit lane. So this is the leader coming in, and it's going to be interesting to see how that extra lap there, or extra couple of laps there, sorry, help the times between them and Core Motorsports there, Cisco.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously we talked about it earlier before the break. Those fresh tires. It's going to be cold tires though going on the R8 of Pure Racing Team, and I'm curious to see are they going to do maybe a swap or something? No, it doesn't look like he's going to keep Max in the car. But
he's getting out.
Oh no, he is getting out. Oh yep, there it goes. Yep,
and there comes Patrick Pitzler.
Yep. So driver change, fresh driver, fresh tires. It's probably, as a driver, that's probably a good thing. From driving this in the past, I know that the fresh tires, they can definitely, it's a different car when you get it in after a pit stop versus what you've just been driving on. So it's probably, honestly, I think the driver change, not only is it nice to put a fresh driver in there, but you're also going to be, I think, a little bit faster putting in a new guy in that car, because that's the only thing he's driven in a while versus, if, for example, Max, just coming out of that car, he just drove a completely different handling car than how that car is going to handle now. So I think they're probably going to pick up a little bit of time, at least at the beginning, with Patrick in that car.
Now, question for you, Paul, maybe you've noticed, have they been coming in right at the hour mark, or have they been going a little bit, or have they been coming a little sooner or a little later?
That's a very good question, Randy.
Because last time they came around, let's see, it was lap 120, I think, was their last pit stop, but now 127, so 7 laps or so, and we'll guesstimate 8 minutes over 7 laps. What is that? Math tells me 56 minutes, so
if you still for the hour, yeah.
Yeah, so the reason I'm asking this is just looking at the time, if it's an extra 2 to 3 minutes every single time, 4 to 5 pit stops remaining, that means, towards the end of this race, you're going to be looking at about 30 minutes, I think, is what you're going to need for that final stint. I think we'll be seeing a point where one of these cars will probably have to make a strategy call on tires, and whether or not they decide to take tires for that final stint, because, for 30 minutes, you don't really need you need the tires for the full second stint, but you can generally make those tires work relatively well for that last 20 or for 25 to 30 minutes of that last stint. And let's say if Core Motorsports is thinking about that, or let's say they're planning on not taking tires on their final stop, that could be 25 to 30 seconds of this 1 minute or so gap just gone.
I can tell you now also 127 Alpine Eagle Racing, the leading Kia, is in the pit, so they have lost the lead now. So that's going to yo-yo between them and 24-hour Kia team after the mystery really about that with the 24-hour Kia team. But anyway, they are back in the lead for the time being as the Alpine Eagle Racing team are now pulling away from their pit stall. We'll get to see how far behind they are when they go out of the pits here, because they're going to be about
basically going to be the
2
GP
minutes.
track. Yeah, it's basically just going to be the GP circuit, because right now 24-hour Kia team is getting ready to go up onto the ring, and Alpine Eagle Racing, they're making the rundown into turn number 1 now, so it really is just basically that GP circuit is the gap.
Yeah, so that's around a minute 36, minute 37 gap is that. So those guys have been running a little bit close between themselves. That was, by the way, a 91.8 second pit stop for them that time. So pretty standard time there for the Kia as they're going through here. And well, like we say, we're into this final quarter of the race. It's tough on the drivers, tough on the teams as well, because if they've got somebody spotting for them, Cisco, you know, these people will have been sort of up doing maths, doing calculations, doing things like that on the fuel, on the tyres, trying to work out how most efficiently to get those stints done. There could be mistakes made in the strategy from tiredness from the people doing the strategy side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a little bit of an off track there by the 97. That's the GTL Virtual Racing Team #1. They had a little bit of an off there, but able to keep going. Just kept it on the grass a little bit. But yeah, back to your point. It really depends on how many people, you know, that's working with the team. You know, we're seeing a couple teams, you know, I think there are 2 teams in this race that only have 2 drivers. And those guys, you know, hats off to them. I have no idea how they're going to go 24 hours at the Nürburgring with only 2 drivers. I personally couldn't do that at all. I know Ian Plash tried to do that at Daytona, couldn't do it, and he did that on his own. And he couldn't do that, and with just the Nürburgring is such a challenge that, you know, and for a lot of these guys, you know, even if you aren't in the sim, if you're not there, you're still, you know, walk away from the computer or something like that, or maybe turn off TeamSpeak, maybe go lie down. You're still thinking about the race. So, you know, even if you're trying to get some sleep, a lot of these guys, if they went off to get some sleep, there was a lot of tossing and turning nights for these guys, because all they're thinking about is, are we gonna make it? Got to make sure I'm up for that, you know, up when I have to get in the car. You know, is everything okay? If, you know, we talked about Hugo. You know, he's broadcasting. They're having a little bit of rain and hail down there. If that's
Rocks,
happening,
rocks, not hail.
Rocks. Okay, I'm sorry. The mobile volcano is still there, but you know, if you know you have rainstorms or something like that, that's going through the northeast right now of the U.S. We just had rain here in Chicago a couple hours ago. You know, if that's coming through, you know, it's probably around Pennsylvania and New York area by now, I would assume, or at least kind of leaving Michigan. So, you know, yeah, if you have any drivers in that kind of area, you have to go, okay, well, I got to make sure the power doesn't go out. Got to make sure if it does, you know, we have someone on reserve. There's so much to think about with these guys. And it's, you know, as much as you want to, you know, leave it behind and, you know, got to do something else, you're going to still think about that race because, yeah, it just kind of seems to linger with you.
One thing that has been pointed out here, the leaders aren't the only team to be running with just 2 drivers. Michael Storm and Dennis Garrison are the ones in the team DFTBA. They are running with 2 drivers as well. So you know, great effort from these guys who are running with just 2 drivers. Yeah, it is crazy, yeah, but it's a good effort from them to
especially in that C-spec, because like the GT3 car I can kind of see it, because the GT3 car you kind of have that added, you know, a little bit of the added aid of the ABS and the traction control, where you can kind of just mash the brake pedal, excuse me, you know, and be a little bit more violent with that throttle and be okay with it. But as someone who's driven this rough C-spec here in endurance racing trim and knows exactly how much of a handful that car can be, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a great effort from them to be able to do that. I certainly wouldn't do racing with just myself and one other driver, but it can be done. We've seen drivers do the whole race just by themselves. They get disqualified, but they've just done it by themselves before, Cisco, and those guys really are what shall we say, special?
I don't know. It's you know, I think Jake said it best about, you know, you get worn out driving these cars. You know, it's, if we were sitting here with an Xbox One pad, you know, just sitting at the PC, even then you'd still, you know, get eye strain or something like that. But these guys, they have wheels. They have, you know, a lot of them have a whole like setup, with a play seat or something along those lines, even maybe some butt kickers or some sort of move, they have to deal with the force feedback of the car. This is a whole physical deal that these guys are going through. It's not just sitting at the desk. You got to deal with the force feedback of the wheel. If you're sitting at a computer, if your computer's in a small room, that room's probably going to get hot. That's actually something I've been dealing with here.
Can confirm.
Yeah, the broadcast, because I have to run 2 PCs with the broadcast PC for LSR TV, and if you're in a small enough room, there isn't enough air circulation, it starts to get very warm, and usually I would assume a lot of these guys are just leaving the PCs on through the whole race, just in case, I got to get to the PC or something like that, even if they're not even in the house. If, they'll go out to the grocery store, they'll leave it on just so, you don't have to boot up everything, so you got to worry about that. There's so much to worry about, and, there's so much stress and just physical and mental just training going on right now.
And then just the other sort of thing is, I know on it from being LSR, you're more used to the oval side of thing. Is that not to kind of stir up the discussion pot or anything, but you figure for the oval side of things, the long races you guys do, you got like your Indy 500 or Daytona or maybe the Coca-Cola 600, the few full length races. It's like, yeah, those are long races, but those sorts of races you get them
like
well, and you get the mental break with the yellow flags, because in every incident you get yourself, in a yellow flag, even a short yellow flag sequence at a track like Bristol is probably at least 5 to 10 minutes off the clock. That you can just sort of coast around. Here, you don't get a mental break except for the Dr. Ho, and even then you have to be paying attention. You have to be watching out your windshield for Mazdas. You have to be watching your mirrors for GT3 cars or Roofs or Kias, and it's like, you just don't get to stop.
We just had an engine blow up. Sorry to cut you off there, Randy, but we just had an engine blow up on the 17, the Team Potato Machine. I need to go back and see what happened there, but did that just pop? I think it just popped.
Maybe. That was that Miata that was running, that had all those repairs, so it may have had an air circulation issue. Although by the looks of it, it happened in turn 1. Very, very possible he just downshifted.
Revs.
I think he downshifted too aggressively there and popped the motor.
And that's actually something I've done. When the car first came out, I test drove it over a Laguna Seca, and I did that really easily with that car. Just, you gotta watch the over revs. Not a big motor in this car, and it can get to some pretty high revs if you aren't careful. And I think that might have just maybe got down into first a little bit too soon there, and that was all she wrote, the motor.
Yeah, I've done that in several races, and I've had teammates do that in several races. These GT3 cars, like I said, they're kind of, even though they're the quickest, they are kind of the easiest to drive out here. And another reason is they do have rev protection, and you actually cannot over rev these GT3 cars. Every other car in this, though, the Kia, the Roof, and that Mazda Miata, though, if you're too aggressive on the downshifts, you can pop that motor, and that's exactly what we just saw. And that's just one of those mistakes that it's like everyone will do it or everyone has done it. And it just, you feel like kind of just the biggest jerk in the world for your whole teammates. Like, just such a simple mistake, and especially when you figure here, you're probably shifting nearly 100 times on a lap. Actually, maybe not 100 times, but over the course of a 24-hour race, you're shifting in the thousands to 10,000s of times, and just one time you get a little bit wrong, maybe 1 to 200 revs too much, and it just pops that motor. But something else to think about, though, this overall lead battle down to 52 seconds.
I was just about to mention that, Scott is really putting the pressure on now on Patrick Pischler, and it really is. I think they've timed it right now with Core Motorsports to get the right driver in the car at the right time. As we've had the 25 car, the 24-hour Kia team, they've been into the pits, so they've had a change of driver, tyres and fuel, so they've come out now back into second place, because it is Alpine Eagle Racing team of Robert Plotz at the wheel. They are in the lead in the Kia class. We've got 5 hours 39 minutes left in this race, and by the way, I was going to say, what about changing down to aggressively on the gearbox? I've done exactly the same many times in the Kia, so it's so easily done, and you do feel so... you kick yourself because it's such a basic error. That
Such
you
a
make.
bonehead move. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's you'll spend hours and hours practicing. I remember back in the day, and actually now that Jake is gone, it's almost sort of relevant. Is a couple years ago, I was just practicing. It wasn't for a big race, but it was just a kind of just one of the V8 Supercar America races at Motegi, and I was really struggling with the car, and I spent 3 or 4 hours practicing for this race. In the very first lap, I downshifted it too aggressively and popped the motor, and that was race done. And that was just like, wow, I just spent 4 hours of my life trying to practice for this race and did the simplest mistake anyone could have ever done to have ended it. And it's just like, man, oh man.
And that's not even a second that you might mess that up. That might be half a second or even a millisecond that you could get that wrong and it'll pop it. So it's not a huge error by any chance, or like a huge margin for you to get that right. That's, maybe half a second, not even.
It could even be just a simple thing as a twitch of the hand. Just, if you're using a paddle shifter, just doing it 2 times, instead of just the once. If you just twitch it and catch it twice, it's a simple basic error that you feel so stupid for doing, and yet it's so easily done in those cars. Like you say, the GT3 cars, they generally they look after you. The GT3 cars are built for this sort of endurance race, and it's almost as if the car's there saying, okay, let me tell you when you can change gear, because you're getting a bit tired now, come on. But yeah, it's so easily done, and a basic error that can cost you a race. And unfortunately that Team Potato car, they were pretty much out the race anyway, but they have been struggling. We've got the 193 car.
24-hour MSP driver's home car. I don't know if something's happened to him or not, or if they're just exciting bits on track.
He's got a little bit of bump drafting going down the front straightaway there, or down the long straightaway, I should say. Justin Hopp in the Trimate's rough C-Spec. He's just kind of riding the bumper right now, the 193, probably waiting to see maybe he can get by here once they get onto the pit straight, but no, he's actually going to back off a little bit there, but
well, that C-Spec is about 22 seconds per lap slower, so I think that was just the Audi likely just caught him just before the straightaway.
And like draft.
Well, like we've seen, just in terms of top end, those C-Specs are, much more slippery in the air and can achieve a higher top speed. And chances are he just realizes, why try to force it side by side with this Audi, then has to get past me? I might as well just take advantage of the draft from me, and I might as well just push him down the back straightaway too. I'm sure he won't mind it. But, just talking about that downshift issue again, it is, you can kind of almost tell watching people drive what they come from and what they're used to driving based on how they treat the gearboxes. It's like people who are maybe used to driving the single-seaters or the prototypes, the cars that really automatically downshift quickly and that you can really cycle down the gears as the Core Motorsports car, currently getting held up by the Core Sim Racing car. It's like normally people who drive single-seaters, they will really try to rifle that car down through the gearboxes, whereas people who are used to maybe, more specifically the cars that are a little bit more, that was brave. And I think Neil's cock, and I think that's a risk Neil's had to take right there, because he's trying to make up so much time. He absolutely had to throw that car up the inside, and I think that was a justifiable risk right there. But, people who are maybe used to the heavier stuff, like the FR500S Mustang, or maybe even some of the NASCAR cars on the road courses, they'll be a little bit more gentle and just a little bit more patient on the downshift.
Yeah, certainly you've got to be careful with these cars in such a long race, because as we've seen many times, one little mistake could cost you the race, and unfortunately we've seen that so many times. And
oh no, we have an accident. The 9 Core Sim Racing C-Spec, he was just in that battle, and he just caught the curb there and just couldn't save it. That's all it was. Wheel hop.
That's one of those things in that C-Spec. It is, those cars are pretty stiff, and you catch one of those, and actually there was an Audi right behind. That was actually a Trinity Motorsports car in third place, who he basically had to come to a stop to avoid that, and he's lucky, 1, that he didn't run into that C-Spec, and 2, that no one didn't run into the back of him. But that's just one of those things, like you catch a curve too aggressively in that C-Spec, and that car just goes around.
And I watched that from the 60 pole, and I couldn't help but just draw my breath in right there, because He was awake for that one, and Trinity's actually been having a little bit of a rally. They've been making up a little bit of time on the leaders here, but that's one of those moments where you see that happen in front of you. You get on the brakes and you just hope, don't hit, don't hit, don't hit.
Well, that's it. I mean, Patrick Bieri just got back into that car, so at least his awareness will be a little bit higher than, say, anybody else who would have been getting out of that car. But yeah, that's a big moment for that Core Sim Racing number 9 C-Spec car. And just caught that curb on the left-hander as you go over the top of the hill there, and that's unsettled the car, sent it wide over the right-hand curb, and that's what sent it round it.
And that was a death sentence.
Yeah. Well, this was the first car I drove in my first endurance race on iRacing, which was the 24 Hours of Daytona 2 years ago. And just remembering from that, the setup we had, it wasn't anything special or anything like that, but just the car, it's such a different car you're used to driving just because of where the engine is and where the weight is. You know, it's such a tail-happy car if you aren't careful, and if you upset that car's balance, unlike, maybe maybe what you would have in the Audi or from prior experience, definitely the FR500S, that's kind of the road car I've driven the most. That thing is just, you can save that from a mile away because, it's a little bit more on the underpowered side. And the rough, it's basically a knife's edge. And where I lost it was the bus stop going into Daytona, down the backstretch of the oval. And just, if you aren't careful, if you're a little bit too overconfident on those brakes or overconfident on the gas, you're going to whip that thing right around, and I found myself in the inside wall before too long in that race.
Yeah, I'm just having a look here. The number 2 car has been sat on pit road for quite a while. So that is the Driving Revolution car. So they've got quite a bit of damage on that car. We saw them on pit road for a while earlier in the race as well. So they've been there for a while. I don't know what's happened with them, but
I'll go find it out.
Oh, they had an off. They had an off. Looks like coming up right before the straight. It looks like. Oh, they hit the curb, not the same curb that the Core Sim Racing C-Spec had, but the curb, I think, like 1 or 2 curbs after that, and just hit it on the left side, and basically the exact same thing.
Track, yeah, it was basically the same thing. And that's the thing here. It's like, and that's not a big mistake. Like, if you watch that, if we get that on replay of the 2 car, it's like, that's, if you look, he put his wheel 3 inches too far off to the left. So, I mean, there's sections of this track where it's just a knife edge. The timestamp for Hugo, it was on lap 122. I'm not sure how long the car has been in the pit lane for. It could have been 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, depending how many laps he's lost as we try to get this replay up. But, it definitely for him, it's like, it's just such a narrow mistake can just completely end your race. And, he just catches that curb a little too much, kicks the back end out, and then into the Armco it goes.
Just for people asking, racespot.tv/timing is where you can catch all of our live timing here. You can keep up with all the action that's going on in this race. And, well, we've certainly had quite a few incidents and dramatic things happen there in this one, but certainly check it out, racespot.tv/timing for all that live timing. And also, I just want to give a quick mention that Racespot TV Primetime returns in a few weeks, where you, those who love sim racing, get to choose which iRacing series we broadcast 2 nights a week.
Paul, how can I find out more about that and maybe possibly vote in it?
Oh, that's a very good question, and I'm glad you asked there, Cisco. Well, to find out more and to vote, which you can vote now, you can visit racespot.tv/primetime. So you can find all the information out there. So see what series are getting voted on. On Wednesday nights, it's your tin tops, your GT cars, touring cars, things like that. And then on Friday nights, it's open wheelers. This last season, we had the Formula Renault 2.0 on Friday prime time, which always produced some fantastic racing. But it's entirely up to you guys what you choose to vote on. So yeah, that will be. That's certainly what's been happening there. Well, Cisco, it's just me and you. Randy's just stepping aside just for a few moments.
Yeah,
while
Randy
we-
went down to, I think he said he was going to get a bratwurst or something, so maybe some sauerkraut.
Well,
I don't
do we end up turning into like Radio Le Mans last year at the Nürburgring 24 hours, where they started comparing the gaps in the race to the length of bratwurst sausages? That's what happened in last year's broadcast on the Nürburgring 24-hour race. Certainly the Radio Le Mans guys always give good value for money, and fantastic work from them for all you need in endurance racing. And I'm just looking through the standings here. We've got the 21 car on pit road at the moment. That's the Thrustmaster Movano TRL car. That's Mario Bertolotti at the wheel there, just having his pit stop for the time being. And we're just over 5.5 hours remaining in this race, Cisco. And really, again, I feel like I've been kept on saying this. It's been ebbing and flowing all the way through. The closest battle is between the 797 and the 4 car. Those two are still sort of...
They haven't really left each other for the past hour, I think. These guys have just they're not like together, but at least, you know, they're in the same zip code.
Yeah, there's 7.2 seconds between them. So, in the context of the fact that we've done over 18 hours of racing, to be only that close, you know, that far apart is some effort there. So, great that those two teams are still battling away, and I'm sure they'll be battling away all the way to the end there, Cisco.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it's kind of one of those things. I think those two teams probably know that they're kind of close, at least on speed, and you know, close in the standings. Probably a little bit of a rivalry brewing in there. I know that tends to happen towards the later event. You kind of start looking, you know, we don't have a whole lot of time left in this. You know, hour and a half to get to hour 20, and then 4 more hours on that. So, you know, maybe 5.5 hours left to go, more or less, a little bit less and change there. But, you know, you're starting to get to that point. It's like, okay, this is about where I'm probably going to be. Nothing really is going to change unless something huge happens. Nothing's really going to change at this point. So you start looking around. You say, okay, this is the team that's in front of us. They're in front of us by insert distance here. And it's like, okay, that's kind of, instead of maybe, if you're in the lead, like if you're obviously in this just amazing GT3 battle we've had between Pure and Core, those guys are probably battling it out. But if you look and, you know, look back to maybe GT Ross SST Black, the 42 car, Thrustmaster Movano, Driving Revolution, and the 107 team, Oisba Kalja Racing, they're all on the same lap, so they're probably all looking at each other going, okay, this is we need to start maybe countering some of these guys instead of just trying to make it, you know, these are really the guys we're going to be racing.
Yeah, so they are all on the same lap. I can tell you that the 21 car is currently 6 minutes 22 seconds behind the 42. So it's going to be...
It's still on the same lap.
It's still on the same lap, that is correct. But you can tell how bad it is when you've got a C-spec, in fact the leading C-spec, the 24 car, coming up behind you when you're the 42 car, the SST Black car. But yeah... 42 car is a bit beaten up as that. It's seen better days, and they're just going through to complete another lap here across the start and finish line. Like I say, 6 minutes 22 seconds between them. The 107 car is now up on place because of Revolution being stuck in the pits. In fact, no, they're back up and running, the Driving Revolution. So Mert Uzel back at the wheel there, and is pushing hard by the looks of things actually in that car. So obviously repairs were having to be done there, and they are now back up and running, Cisco.
Yeah, and that 21 looks like it's been through a lot. I mean, just I've been looking around, and a lot of the Audis have similar kind of, the right edge of the spoiler is kind of dipped in and kind of mirrored on the left side. A lot of that similar spoiler damage. But those guys in the 21, they've been from, you can kind of tell the story of how their race has gone by how the car looks right now.
Yeah, he certainly can do that. And looking here, through your field. 52 seconds between your leading two, so the Triple One car and the 33 car. Core Motorsports with Nils Koch at the wheel. He has been lapping about 6-7 tenths of a second faster on that last lap than the Triple One car Pure Racing team. So this battle is going to go on and on to the end, but yeah, it's the smallest it's been for certainly since I've been commentating on the race, and that was with just over 12 hours to go, so it was just before the halfway point I came onto the broadcast. And yeah, this is certainly the closest that this lead battle has been in there.
And according to the timing, it looks like Rookie Racing Team and Thrustmaster Movano in the MX-5 class, at least, it looks like they're about on the same lap. So Rennsport Online's actually been able to open up a little bit of a gap on those two. So hopefully timing will update here and we can get a better picture of that. But that might be a little bit of a battle there. And talk about, Movano has had, talk about mixed luck. You have their MX-5, they're running third right now in class. Meanwhile, in GT3, one of their teams, they're running 11th right now in class. They're in that battle with the 42, the 107, a bunch of those guys. Meanwhile, the other car that was on there, the Movano Cube car, that's out of the race, 106 laps down. And then, just kind of all over the place for the Thrustmaster Movano guys. But, the MX-5, they're going strong right now. And it looks like they may be able to grab one, if not both places, if they can catch up to Rennsport Online.
Well, this is it. I mean, the Rookie Racing Team that they're chasing down, they're 1 minute 12 seconds behind at the moment, are the Thrustmaster Movano team, the MX-5 class, the 12 car with them. Rookie Racing Team, they just completed a lap, by the way. They did a 1 minute 35 point, 1 minute, 10 minutes 35.8 there. With that lap, the Thrustmaster Movano car will be looking towards the end of the lap here. They're just coming through Teagard now, and well, coming towards the end of the lap. Be interested to see what sort of lap time that can get done as coming through this final section, this final right and then left here at the end of the lap. Will they be ducking into the pits, or they're carrying on, so we'll be able to get a good lap time here as they come across the line in that Mazda MX-5, and it really is a good car to drive. It's a good sort of starter to go on, and across the line they go, and I can tell you that it was a 10 minutes 42.5 lap, so losing out the best part of 7 seconds on the car in front. So Rookie Racing Team at the moment, Cisco, pulling away in that battle for second place.
Yeah, and they've put Mastampo in the 55 now, and he if I remember back when we did VLN, he did a lot of the legwork for that team back when they were running. So Yanni is pulling the long haul right now for the team, and I believe he's probably one of the quicker drivers on that team. So I'm going to be interested to see what Yanni can do here, maybe try and chase down that Rennsport Online MX-5. But I was sitting here watching a couple cars go by, and how about let's take a look at, just take a step back, how much the Sim's changed, because, in the last year, just looking at the different car classes, the MX-5, that's a new car, the RDR8, that's a new car, the Rough 12 and the Kia, those are kind of older cars on the Sim, but, and also the track we're on, this is a fairly new track when you think about it to the Sim. So just kind of this whole event is a lot of it's with a lot of this new tech, and it's just really cool to see it, performing so well, and, just putting on great shows, and, all credit to the guys over at iRacing. Just the job they've done with the Nurburgring is just spectacular, and they're continuing to edit. I mean, they'll be doing some changes to the track here, a couple different visual edits, a couple different little tweaks here and there to the circuit, but these guys have done a great job with a lot of the new content that's come out, because they've pushed out a whole heck of a lot. I mean, we had the whole F1 car, the brand new F1 car that came out for the World Championship Grand Prix Series. We have the brand new draft model we've been having with the NASCARs, and then basically the rise of the GT3 cars. We went from having the same cars we were using for that. We got 2 or 3 cars.
Well, we've got the Audi and the Mercedes at the same time.
Yeah.
So that was 2 new GT3 cars straight away. Plus, if you think, you already had things like the McLaren GT3 car
and the Beamer,
BMW as well,
yeah.
and the rough track car as well.
And remember,
GT3.
they have to keep these up to regulations.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not like those other cars hadn't been getting updated. So just the amount of work that these guys have put in, and you know, with the help coming on board with the IMSA and Blancpain and all these great partners that iRacing has had come on, and just the amount of just work that's gone into this series. You know, a year ago, you know, I had no idea how big the GT3 scene was in iRacing, and now look at it, it's huge. You know, multiple different series, Blancpain, VLN, IMSA, all using these cars. It's a testament to just the great job these guys have done.
And well, we've had the 797 just take a little bit of a trip into the runoff on the Grand Prix circuit, but luckily that's exactly where it was. It was on the Grand Prix circuit, so plenty of runoff space there for them to run wide around that left-hander. It was there for them, but getting a little bit flustered there as Lucas Dalzo there again. How long has he been in that car? It's not quite a stint yet for Lucas. So, although saying that, he did. It was on the one stint that he was out of the car for, because it was Jürgen Frank that was in the car the last stint. Lucas doing a little bit of legwork here. Jürgen Frank has done quite a lot of the driving along with Maximilian Scheider as well in that team. So. Yeah, just little bit of mistakes here and there, and that gap now down to 5.8 seconds between the SimRC.de car and the iRacers.hu Team Porsche car of Akos Bacon.
And fortunately our colleague isn't here, but the Guild of Australian Young Stars, they're back out there. Nice was, I think it looks like he took a lap just to see how the car was going. He's back in now, getting some fresh tires on that Kia Optima. So they're going to be trying to fix that. Oh, maybe even driver swap. And Kyle Streichar, so I'll shout him out in the clan AOD.net 24-hour Kia. Hey, Kyle. Good luck out there, and we're rooting you. I'm rooting you on here in the booth. They're going to pull back out onto the track here.
Yep, away they go there. So they've got the car repaired, they're back up and running. They've been running these last few laps here. They've already done one stint after repairing their car after they're running with the Armco barrier. And it's welcome back to the commentary booth, Mr. Randy Chenolf, and just getting yourself a little bit of a break there from this race. And been at this about 7 hours now, haven't we, Randy?
Yeah, we sure have, ever since the GSRC guys got lazy and decided they pawned it off on us. So yeah, just right now, just basically getting myself something to eat, a bit of a late dinner, just in case I have to make this stretch to the end, depending on if there's availability issues. But about 5 hours left to go, so hopefully that's not the case, but we'll see what happens. Cisco will stick it out with me if that's the case, right, Cisco?
Hopefully.
If
there's a loud thunk and then snoring, then you'll know what happened, and Hugo could just toss me out the broadcast booth at that point.
I think if that's going to happen, it's going to happen to me as well. But yeah, that just to keep you up to date, Randy, the core motorsports car, they have been still gaining on Patrick Pichler in the 111 car, so they're now 51.2 seconds ahead for the time being.
Took another second or two out that last lap, so I mean, Niels is pushing, and you know, these pure racing team guys, they better look out, because I think Core's got something for them.
Well, what I'm going to do here, you're alright guys, I'm going to let you off, is I'm just going to quickly run through your top 5 of each group of cars, not including the Mazda, because that's only about the top 4. Actually, no, top 3, because
we lost the Team Potato number 17.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll quickly go through the top 5 of each class, and it's pure racing team, the 111 car. Patrick Pichler at the wheel there. He is in the lead by 50.7 seconds ahead of Niels Koch in the Core Motorsports car, the number 33 car. in second. Trinity Motorsports, the number 60 car, Patrick Vieri in third place there in the GT3 class. And then Ross SST Orange with Antonio Madrid at the wheel there in the 16 car. That's fourth place for them. Fifth place for the 193, Gregory Tanton at the wheel there for them. So that's the top 5 of your GT3 class. In the C-Spec class, you've got Pure Racing Team. They are in the lead. Second place is Celestial DNF, and once again they're only about 32 seconds behind, so they're keeping with that Pure Racing Team. Trimates are in third place. They're a bit further behind though. From second place. Fourth is SimRC.de, the 797 car, Lucas Dolce in the car, and iRacers.hu Team Porsche in fifth place in class. They are only 5.4 seconds behind at the moment behind Lucas Dolce. They have been slowly just gaining, taking tenths out here and there of them. In your Kia class, it is the 127 car as they come onto pit road actually. It's the 127 car onto pit road. They are your leader for the time being, although the 24-hour Kia team are about to come across the line now, so they will take the lead in class because of the pit stop phase here. So the 25 car, the 24-hour Kia team in first, Alpine Eagle Racing with this pit stop in second. Chronos Sim Racers, they're in third in the 14 car. Blackadder Motorsports, the 66 car in the Kias, they are in fourth, with Team GTRS in fifth place in that number 57 car. And then you're at Mazda MX-5s. This is the saddest thing, because it produces so much good racing, does the Mazda, but unfortunately various issues have caused people to retire. So Team RSO, they are your leaders with Stefan Jan at the wheel there in first place in class.
Oh, hello.
As they got a little bit close there, didn't they, with a lapping car. That was the Phoenix Endurance car that was lapping.
Don't look at me.
In second place in class is the Rookie Racing Team number 55 car, Yoni Mastampo at the wheel now for that team. So they are getting their foot down and pulling away from the third place car, Thrustmaster Movano MX-5, the number 12 car. And that is all of the Mazdas there. So that's your top fives from all the field, apart from the Mazdas, where there's only 3 cars left remaining. There was 57 cars starting this race. They are currently, let's have a look at this, 33 cars currently running at the moment.
31 is where the MX-5 ends, and there's probably a couple more besides that, but yeah, it's like 30 something. We'll say 30-ish, which, I mean, I would make the argument that, 19 hours into this race, and what is that, about 25 cars? So really only about 1 to 2 cars per hour dropping out here, and really we haven't seen any big incidents. It's all just been kind of solo mistakes. I think overall that's been a pretty clean race thus far.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that assessment there, Randy. Certainly.
You better.
Yeah, I don't have much choice in that matter, but yeah, well, I could tell you now that it's 49.6 seconds between first and second, so that gap now under 50 seconds for the first time that we've seen in this last, since the 12 hours to go mark. So that gap at the front is slowly coming down still there, Randy, and certainly that's going to be squaring up towards a hell of a race at the end of the race.
It sure is. And Cisco, did you see something? It looked like something picture interest.
Rokangas actually pointed out, I think that's how you say that in the chat, the 107 Timo Toika, that's in the faded Audi R8 there, had a little bit of an incident. He was following the, I believe that's the 19 rough car, and just got on the curb a little bit and just turned right into the Yonko barrier. So, yeah, it looks like he was able to get back going, no smoke or anything like that. But, let's see if I can get the timestamp here. That was 18:48:32, I believe. That's correct for you, Hugo. But, yeah, just a little bit of curb there, and that's all she wrote.
we've seen it with these curbs time and again, causing major issues here. And yeah, it was the Mad Cow Racing car that was involved there, the 19, and the 107 getting up on the curb there and bang into the wall there. That's caused a bit more front end damage to that 107 car, which, to be honest, it was already a bit damaged, and once again it's got more damage now. Hopefully they'll be able to carry on. It looks like they are able to, because they're coming down the Dottinger Hohe towards the end of the lap there, Render.
Yeah, and like you said about these incidents with the curbs, it's one of those things that's only, I think, going to get worse as we come down now to the final 5 hours of this race, and as the time continues to kick down, as people, they'll almost start to get a little they won't pay what's up.
No, sorry, I thought my timing screen just went funny because the gap between the leaders increased suddenly, and then it's gone back down. So carry on. Little glitch.
Oh well,
but it's not that far. I mean,
no. He said it increased. I think he thought that the Core Motorsports guy had an incident.
Oh, okay.
His timing
We're good.
freaked
We're good.
out. As right now, Cisco's having a brain glitch, but it's just like in the last 4 hours, 5 hours of this race, people will kind of continue making those mistakes, and I think we're going to see at least 5 to 6 more cars here probably get themselves terminal damages. People are either get tired, or as they just sort of almost just get kind of content with, okay, we're just going to be able to cruise around, and slight lapse of concentration, and suddenly you put two wheels a little bit too far off on that one curb, and it just throws you into the barrier. We've seen that, several times.
Yeah, we're heading towards the end of this hour as that number 33 car just sliding through the first part of
just
the
a little
Schumacher
bit.
race. So really pushing hard is Nils in that 33 car, that Core Motorsports car, and showing some great pace all the way through this race as that Core Motorsports car. And they're keeping it up. 50 seconds is the gap between the two leaders. So Core Motorsports about 0.4 of a second slower on that last lap, which, to be honest, around the Nürburgring, that's small change. It's not even worth the pennies in your pocket, really, is it, Cisco?
No, it isn't. And going back to it, looks like the 107 team, they've caught back up to the 19. That's the rough mobile of Michael Fabian and Mad Cow Racing, so they're going to be
Did you just say rough mobile?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Who are you to
stole
think you
your
can
joke.
make stupid cow-related puns?
Well, you went to go eat. You went to go get food, so I figured, I'll take over.
I had a chicken burrito. What does that have to do with cow?
Oh, we
Are
thought
we getting the whole farmyard involved now?
we thought you got a bratwurst. It would have made sense.
And on that bombshell, oh dear.
Yeah.
I was just gonna let that flop, to be honest.
But yeah, so we've got 5 hours, 6 minutes of the 107, just making
Not
the way
there.
past. Are they? They're side by side, and we've got the 33 car
they
behind
got
as
it.
well. Yeah, but that 33 car is getting held up here.
Yeah, he's not patient for good reason.
Yeah, he's trying to make his way through this field, and he's
got a flight to catch.
yes, absolutely. He's certainly on the promise, that's for sure, as we're heading down towards compression once again. And he's going to go side by side here. Surely the 107 backs out, and it does. So the 33 car, again, catching traffic at the wrong part of the track. And it's cost them the best part of about a second and a half there on the leaders.
Yeah, it really is, and kind of unfortunate for Core they're catching that traffic like that, but same thing's going to happen to PRT over the course of this, the rest of this race as well. So I mean, it's, you're going to catch traffic in this race. You just have to deal with it.
And can I just say to the people in the YouTube chat, stop encouraging Randy to come out, or indeed Cisco, with all the puns, the moon puns. That it's certainly not on. Because
I'm just happy Steve Austin's in the chat. I thought that's hilarious. So, I mean, that's the bottom line.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know what I'm saying. This is taking its toll on me. We are looking here. As I say, we've got the 33 car trying its best to catch up to the leader. The number 4 car has actually been catching up still very slightly in this last lap or so. In fact, they've caught up about 2 seconds on the last lap on the 797. That's Lucas Dolce. RC.de car. The number 4 is the iRacers.HU. Team Porsche, Arkos Bokar at the wheel there, and doing his best to catch up to that 797 car. And these two, Randy, me and Cisco were mentioning, they haven't really been apart these last couple of hours, and they're keeping this fight going on.
Yeah, they are, and very well done for them. Even though it's kind of tail end of the race here and a little bit down the order, but they're still fighting hard and still trying to get it all they can get.
Absolutely. So we're coming through here, and that number 4 car coming into the mini carousel here. Once again, hugging that inside line, but we've seen, don't touch that curb on the inside line, because that will send your car around, especially this C-spec. And, well, coming down onto the Dottingham straight, and interesting to see, will he be able to catch up at all? Oh, down here, well, that car in front, the SimRC.de, has been getting a slipstream from the Kia. That Kia is the Alpine Eagle racing car. They're second place in the Kia, so they've been grabbing a bit of slipstream there of SimRC.de, so that'll be helping them in this battle against the number 4 car there.
Yeah, it really will be, and they'll be happy to get that extra little bit of draft to be able to try to reel in that 24-hour Kia team. And I'm sure the SimRC guys
are on pit road. 24-hour Kia's on pit road.
Yeah, they've been their pit stops have been a little bit of off kilter, so to speak. Yeah, out of sequence. That's what I'm looking for as I'm starting to go get all Paul brain here. But
it's spreading.
And well, we've got a problem. The 2 car, the Driving Revolution car, going down Dottingham, but going at full chat here. And yeah, they've had a spin by the looks of things. Not just a spin, yep, caught that curb on the inside of the mini carousel into the barrier. And in fact, the 2 roughs as well that were involved there. Jesper Jerlica, the 27 car, also came together with the 97 car as well in that incident. So both cars having to take avoiding action, but one car just pushing out, the 97 car pushing out into the side of that 27 car. Hopefully that 27 car hasn't got too much damage. In fact, all 3 of these cars are onto pit road.
Is it just me, or is like the last... I don't know, the last half of this track has just claimed so many cars, especially not quite that area before kind of that second carousel, but just kind of this area has just been catching a lot of people lately, just off guard or just getting the curbs on them. I don't know. It's just
I'd say that the last half of the lap, if anything, is probably the tightest in terms of not being able to make any errors, especially in these cars like the Audi and whatever. You have sections of track like the mini carousel where it's like if you're a little bit too far left and catch that curb, or even if you're a little bit too far right, if you get that right side of the car hopping up and over that mini carousel, the car is going to just bounce weird, and there's a good chance that you just lose the rear end of that car, and suddenly you just go way down the order. It's actually, I think we're going to see Core Motorsports here before we go to commercial as they complete this lap. I think they're going to take a big chunk of time out of Pure Racing Team, because Pure Racing Team and Patrick Pichler, his last lap was an 8:26.6, and Niles Cock has been running like 21s, 22s, so we might see that gap drop down underneath 50 seconds for the first time in the latter half of this race.
Yeah, so the Core Motorsports car, the number 33, Nils Koch,
and there it is.
The wheel across the line, and 45.9 seconds now between them across the line. So those two really on it, and it was, 4.5 seconds they took out of Patrick Kocher that last lap. We have got the 12 car in the pit as well, so that's our, is that the third place MX-5?
Yeah,
yes it is. So the First Master Movano MX-5 in pits at the moment, and yeah, they are the last of the running Mazdas there. But this battle for first place is really going to be getting more and more intense as we head into the last part of this race. We'll go through the top three of each class at the moment then. So it's Pure Racing Team still out in the lead there of the race, but as we say, that gap is coming down. It was 45.9 seconds at the end of that last lap between them and Cole Motorsports, 33 car in the second place. Trinity Motorsports, they're in third place, 2 laps down on the lead too, so they're just running around, the 2 laps ahead of the next car, so they're just running around making sure they make it to the end there, but still a long way to go in this race. Pure Racing Team, the 24 car, is in the lead of the C-Spec class. They are currently, in fact, are they? Yes, they are. So they're in the lead. Celestial DNF are in second place. They're 29.4 seconds behind in second place in class, and in third place in class, Trimates. They are there as well. In the Kias, you've currently got the 127 Alpine Eagle racing car. They are in the in the lead of this race with the 25 car, 24-hour Kia team in second place. Chrono Sim racers are in third in that class, and then finally your MX5 class. Well, these Mazdas, they've been decimated from this race. The 397 car, though, they're in the lead. Team RSO, they're in the lead with Rookie Racing Team in second in the 55 car, but they are 1 lap down. And in third place, Thrustmaster Movano MX5 in third place. So we're gonna just go away and take a moment just to refresh our drinks and to have a bit of a break. But make sure you stay with us, as we're into the final 5 hours of the iRacing 24 hours of Nürburgring here on Racespot TV and iRacing Live. Don't go anywhere, because you will not want to miss the final 5 hours.
Here at iRacing, we pride ourselves on interacting with our community and getting into the forums and seeing the discussions and doing surveys about what features and content things that they want. It's been quite clear that one of the biggest features that people are looking for is dirt racing. You know, the first step in doing something like that was obviously our dynamic track project. It has set a great foundation for us to do a lot of different things with our surface going forward. With this dirt track project, it became evident that we needed to really become educated on what happens with dirt, not only the preparation of the track, but what happens to the surface as a race is going on. We've gotten in touch with the University of Northwestern Ohio, and there they have a terrific motorsports program, but they also have a big focus on dirt racing. They have their own dirt oval there called Lima Land. They actually have a dirt late model team and modified team as part of the curriculum for the school.
The university purchased the track for student involvement. They're out here for multiple purposes. We hold classes out here where they work on the vehicles that they build. We also have a motorsports team. They build, crew, and race the cars every Friday. So we have a huge involvement here at Lima Land Motorsports Park from the university.
And so we're sending Dan Garrison there to get educated and to learn what is different about dirt.
iRacing is traditionally done with asphalt. In that model, the track is, very stiff, and it's the tires that have the give and the bend. But when you start talking about a dirt track, the equation flips in that the track is the thing that gives and responds. That's going to be a big challenge, and it's something that we definitely want to get right.
Everybody wants different racetracks. Personally, I like faster racetracks. A dirt track fast is when you keep the moisture in it and don't let it get real hard on you. If you let it get real hard, it's just like cement. You cannot water cement. You put water on it, the water runs off. The racetrack has got to absorb the water. You got to keep a hard pan below it, but keep the loose stuff on top to make it fast.
The thing about dirt racing that I like the most is there's probably 20 other competitors on the track, but I was always taught by Mr. Knott, a guy that gave me my first sprint car ride, you're racing the racetrack. You're not racing the 20 other guys in that feature race, and you're constantly got the car in a slide. You're turning right to go fast. You have to figure the racetrack out and get your car to where it handles the best on the dirt.
It's good to kind of actually get to a racetrack that's in working condition and be able to see, okay, this is how the soil behaves and this is what it's like. And it's amazingly sticky is the thing I'm learning. It like really holds together well.
Having worked with this group of guys and on this code base now for 16 years, we've only ever done pavement. We've only ever done purpose-built, race cars that run on ovals or road courses. So it was natural. The first car that we're going to introduce for this is a dirt late model, and we've actually partnered with Clint Boyer, who has a dirt late model team, and he's given us access to his car. We've scanned it, we've photographed it, and started the data collection process with his team to understand how the car works. We couldn't ask for better data to build this dirt late model.
To be able to drive a car around a dirt track and really pitch it into a corner and get on the throttle and throw the car around a little bit and keep it under control, I think is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm very excited about this project. I mean, we have a 25+ year history of making pavement racing between Papyrus and iRacing, and this is the real first chance we're venturing outside of that. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm very optimistic that this will be launching this year.
Welcome back to RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live, where we are here in the Eifel Mountains of Germany with the 24 hours of Nurburgring, with currently just under 5 hours left to go in this race. Randy Cheneth here with Cisco Scaramouza joining me, Paul Smith stepping out for a little bit, getting himself all freshened up and getting some food. And Cisco, it's been an entertaining race thus far, but right now the main story, I think, is Pure Racing teams. Actually, they've been getting roiled in by Core Motorsports, but Core hitting the pit lane right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to probably come in, and I would assume that Kay is going to hop back in that car. I would assume that's what they're going to do here on the stop and try and make up some time. And if he's not coming in this time, it's probably going to be next time, because I know they're going to want to probably finish with Kay in that car and try and pick up some time there. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think it might be a little early at the moment to put Kay back in, especially right now because Niles has been doing a fantastic job of reeling in time here on that Pure Racing team car, currently driven by Patrick Pitchler. So I think I'm expecting Nils to stay in here, but I really do agree. I think they need to get Kay back in this car at some point, and I think if I'm them, I try to throw him in the somewhere right around the 21-hour mark to try to bring that car home for the last 3 hours to make up as much time as they possibly can, especially because we can really expect that this Pure Racing team, they will probably do something similar with Maximilian Banaka, who's really been the fast guy there. I'm sure Patrick here is probably going to run out probably this next stint and maybe the one after, and then Max will probably be in for the final 3 hours.
Yeah, I would assume so. And I'm kind of looking up and down the fields. We got a couple, the lead is on the same lap for a lot of these stuff as far as the C-Specs goes. Take a look at the 24, the Pure Racing Team Rough C-Spec. They got the lead right now, but not too far behind them is that Celestial DNF machine, and they've kind of come out of nowhere, and they're trying to challenge for this lead here. They're not too far back, and maybe trying to gain some time, so there's a little bit of a battle there. Meanwhile, Kia, it's basically been flopping between the 127 and the 25. A little bit of an off-track, meanwhile, there for the 17 car. And that's nice to see because it's one of the 4 Mazdas that we got going, and thankfully the 17 team were able to fix up the motor there, and they're back out there trying to pick up some spots. And if you look at it, they're 102 laps down, and they're just passing people who've left the race. And Randy, that's huge because they're going to pick up at least 2 more spots if they keep pounding around at this space.
But yeah, they'll get by 49 Motorsports here, who's on the same lap as them but not running. Glacier Racing is actually one more a spot up, as well as as is there's Chit Racing and then GTN Racing as well. I mean, if they just kind of keep doing what they're doing, they're guaranteed to get a few spots.
Yeah, and right now is we'll try and hopefully figure out where the packet loss is coming from Randy's mic. But in the meantime, how about Phoenix Endurance? They coming back after a while. They're another team that they're laps down and they're just trying to pound away. They actually are heading to pit road right now. They're trying to pound away and make up some of these places that they've lost, and they're in now. And Driving Revolution also trying to jump up in that GT3 standings. So they're kind of in that eternal battle we've been seeing between the 42, the 21, the 107. They're kind of been a part of that. I guess you can throw the CTC Racing Black Machine, the 1, also in there. So you got a bunch of guys all kind of around each other. And also good news is the 107 continues to be pounding around. If you remember, they had a little bit of incident with the Onco barrier there. And Randy, I think we got you back going there.
Yeah, let's hope so. As Alexia Loma is actually in their car right now. I feel like, I don't know if he just was planning on running this car instead of with the usual Glacier guys or what's up there, but interesting to see Alexia in that Oyster College car.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just trying to look around, see if we can find a little bit of a battle going on. The GT Ross SST Black Machine, the 42, just got by the different class car. That's the Chrono Sim Racers. A couple people have been asking about them. They're running 24th right now. As far as where they are in the standings, they're 3rd in class, so they're having a good run right now. They're about 3 laps behind the leaders, the 127, that's Alpine Eagle Racing, and the 24-hour Kia team. Those guys have been kind of at the head of this for ever since I've jumped on the broadcast. Have been kind of those 2 cars. And Chrono's just kind of sitting away, pacing. They got 2 other cars on the same lap as them, the 57, the Team GTRS number 1, and the Black Adder Motorsports Kia as well are also on that same lap. So, yeah, we're just going to have to see and see how things start to pan out as we're kind of starting to reach the later stages of this race. One thing's for sure, though. I don't want to say it's over for Rennsport and they've sealed the MX-508 because I don't want to jinx them, but they're 2 laps ahead right now for my timing. And they're just doing a great job, and they're basically doing what they did in the VLN race and doing it to a masterful job.
Yeah, all they can really do to really throw this race away is to do just that. Is if they don't hit anything, I don't see any way for them to potentially lose this race. So, they're gonna just keep doing what they're doing. Don't push too hard. Don't make any unforced errors, and you have basically, like you said, you basically have it all wrapped up. The only way I see them, they have arguably, I think, the straightest car out there right now in terms of damage. I think the only way that they lose this race because of how clean they've been running is if they get hit by one of these faster cars.
Yeah, and of course that's always a worry here. You have a lot of these blind altitude changes. We actually saw in the VLN race. That was what happened to the leader, and I want to say, was it Max who was involved in that when we had it in the VLN, but caught up with a MX-5 there, if I remember correctly.
They were in Max Benaki and Pure Racing team.
So that was, they don't want a repeat of that this time because they're sitting in a pretty good place right now. They just want to pound out and try and finish out as the overall winner here. And still a lot of time left to go in the race, and still a lot of decisions to think out right now. And the closest battle that I can find right now is the battle for the Kia top spot right now, with Klotz leading it for Alpine Eagle Racing, and then Rakadon following a little not too far back in the 22nd overall position, with the Kia lead being 21st.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the closest battle, and unfortunately the way it's just panning out right now is neither of those guys are really taking any time out of one another. It's more or less just been kind of one team will pit, and then the other team gets the lead, and then that guy pits, and then but the gap itself has remained somewhat stagnant. So it might just come down to who is lucky in terms of how these pit stops fall towards the end. Really, the most important or pressing battle really on track, I'd argue, is this battle between Pure Racing Team and Core, which, I mean, it's a 50-second gap or a little bit less than that, but, you know, like we said, 4 hours left. That is something that these guys, the Core Motorsports guys, can reel in, but they better get going quick in order to get that reeled in, and they're going to have to hope, I think, for a little bit of a blessing from the strategy gods and try to make sure they have themselves that shorter final pit stop in order to get that reeled in as well.
Well, do you think that maybe a short pit might be in order for Core, that they might try and get on the better rubber tires quicker, and maybe try and get K in the car a little bit earlier than maybe Max will get in the Pure Racing car? Do you think maybe a little bit of a strategy play there? We might see it.
Perhaps. I mean, for me, short pitting is the problem with short pitting here is that it's really, really good. It's a really good idea if you can guarantee that you're going to have yourself a lot of clean track, and you can really take advantage of that light car and the new tires. So, like, let's say they were to do that and they try to get Keika Shuby, actually right now Pure Racing Team, and Patrick Pitchler in the pits right now, and doesn't look like Patrick's planning on getting out of that car, which is what we talked about just a few minutes ago. But if I'm Core Motorsports, it's, you know, if there's no guarantee of getting clean tracks, there's no real point in doing the short pit, because then you're not taking full advantage of those tires anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, and we're seeing a little bit of a brake lock up by the 4 rough, and was that? No, that was just, okay. I'm starting to see things now, because I thought I saw a car on the side of the road. That was just the barrier there, so I'm getting
I've had that
out of
happen
my
a
own
couple
mode.
times too. There's a couple parts of the barrier that's like colored orange or some off color from the rest of the Armco, and it buzzes by and you see it in the corner of your eye and it's like, why is there a car?
But also,
Hugo typing crap in the chat, so it's not just me.
Oh, okay, so Hugo can justify me here, but I think Rensport Online, they're getting ready to, I think they've left pit road, it looks like, at this point. Yeah, they have, and Alex Zerni's actually back in that machine right now, and I would assume that he's probably going to run a stint and maybe throw it over to Tobias to finish it off, I would assume, for the MX-5s, unless they just want to leave Alex in the car. But I would assume, because I think Tobias, actually I'm seeing Elmar Erlicott hasn't really put in a ton of time in the car, so they might throw it to him to finish it out. But pretty straightforward right now for for car number 397. All they need to do is just finish it out and watch out for the faster cars, and they'll be good to get the end, I get the feeling.
Yeah, like you said about Elmar, he's not really done a whole lot, and, you know, he might be in a sort of place where he might be, you know, over this next 4.5 hours of this event, that he might be very, very close to not having the fair share and getting himself disqualified. However, you know, he might get himself another stint in here. Then again, he may just not really be worried about that. You know, may just be his friends needed someone to run. And actually, that gap for the leaders has apparently come down to about 39 seconds. So Core Motorsports has done something to bring that down a further 10 seconds in the pit stops. I don't have my live timing up, so I'm not sure what that could have been. But, you know, that's starting to get very, very close for Pure Racing Team, and they better start getting nervous.
Yeah, and that's just, talk about a job that Niles has just done in that car, just getting in there and, you know, just throwing down just consistent laps. And I think probably, from what I've been watching them, they've been having a little bit better luck with traffic than Pure has. So that's probably definitely helping out. I mean, the last lap they ran was a 9:49. And then if we take a look over to Pure Racing, I'll try and get that up.
Keep in mind, that was an outlap after a pit stop, so.
Yeah, it's only a minute difference, and I mean, you know, Pure Racing just threw down an 8:29 versus, what did we see K run? It was like an 8:18 at one point, so.
Well, that was also an in-lap for Patrick, because Patrick just came off the pit lane.
Yeah.
So
I'm
I mean,
looking, Patrick's been lapping up, he hasn't broken through the 20s at all.
Yeah, his fastest lap was just barely into the 21s. Everything else has been, you know, really high 22s or even low 23s. Whereas, like you said, we saw Keika Shuby run that 18 and, you know, a handful of 19s as well. And Maximilian Benacchi was actually running a similar pace. So, I mean, really, you know, you kind of have a point. You know, maybe right now it would have been a good idea to get Keika Shuby into this car right now so he could take 4 to 5 seconds per lap out of that Pure Racing Team car. But then again, if you would put him in at the car now, then you basically also guarantee that he has to come out at some point to get a break, and then one of your slower drivers is driving against Maximilian. You know, it's just sort of there's a few ways you can dice up the strategy here, and I would just say that the way it's currently playing out now is the way it should be. It is definitely a smart way to play it.
Absolutely, and someone in the comments reporting that maybe something happened to the 193 near the end of the day. A little bit of a Tanner Faust drift. That was the 193 Gregory Tansen. It's the 24-hour MSP drivers home team right there. They're in an Audi R8, and just leaving the complex. Just a quick 360. Didn't hit anything, so just a simple spin around and
just a bit of YOLO.
Yeah, a little bit of a Tanner Faust drift contest. He's back out there on the track. Didn't lose too much time, but okay, hopefully I'm back now. Okay, yeah, Hugo saying I'm back now, so I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah.
Just a little packet loss.
Little packet loss. It happens. We've been doing
Someone
this
misfiling the packets. We'll have to yell at a secretary somewhere.
Will filing the packets? I don't know. There's a
Probably.
joke there. I think it's starting to wear out on us.
I was taking a drinking water right as you said that, and I just didn't hear it whatsoever. So don't worry. If it was funny, if it was funny, I probably would have laughed. If it was funny, I would have.
Chat will laugh. Right, chat?
Yeah, right, chat? Yes, this goes back. Just talking about these battles, really, like you said, it's just this lead battle in GT3 and this lead battle, and the key is this really close, everything else kind of, you don't want to say it's kind of boring, figured itself out, but really most of the other battles out there right now just are sort of, it's distances measured best almost by laps rather than time.
Absolutely, man. I'm just, and they got a fresh driver also. Looking at another class, the C-Specs, PR Racing team has put in the new driver. Lauren Heinrich is now taking the wheel of that number 24 car. So that's a fresh driver for PR Racing team. And I'm just looking back. I want to see what Celestial's doing right now. Yeah, similar thing. They were on pit road not too long ago. So they had the later pit stop there. And Yassine Baybird has now jumped into that number 88 rough C-Spec. So they're going to be trying to hunt down what they can the Pure Racing team C-Spec, but they're gonna need a lot of time to make up there because that C-Spec is way out in front.
Yeah, it really is, and that's it's an absolutely massive gap, and it's really, the gap isn't too, actually no, it is much bigger than I thought it was. Now that I look at it, it's about 2 to 3 minutes, and I was actually going to compare it to that GT3 lead, but it's well above that. And it's like 2 to 3 minutes in 4.5 hours isn't unsurmountable, but the problem is they're not taking any time out of Pure Racing team. The Pure Racing team, if anything, is taking time out of them.
Yeah, and at this point, we're getting down to it where this is kind of that point in the race where if you've gone through all the drivers, and most of the teams at least have had their drivers in the car at some point, that means these guys have been up at some point. And, we were talking about it earlier, kind of the stress that stays with you. Even if you're not in sim and not even at your computer, the stress that stays with you. This is kind of that crucial point in the race where you're going to see maybe more mistakes than you would have seen maybe during the night. Because, during the night, maybe some of the drivers, keeping awake with energy drinks. We're kind of in that, we don't have the lighting for it. We're kind of in that early morning dusk phase where it's kind of the haze of the morning, and these guys have been up for someone on at least one driver on all of these teams has been a part of this team, and these teams have been entered for about 19 and a half hours now. So it's starting to set in, and this is kind of the moment where it's that early morning dusk. You aren't as sharp as you were the morning before, prepping for the race, and it's just a matter of driving through it. Really, that's what these guys got to do. They just got to power through it.
Yeah, really, that's like you said, and it is like that like you said, almost 8-9 a.m. is what it really kind of be right around this point, maybe a little bit later, but the other thing is just like as this time starts ticking down, people will start losing patience. And they will start just pushing really, really, really hard, and they'll be less patient, and they'll make moves that maybe 12 hours ago, 15 hours ago, they wouldn't have made. And you take, and that may not even be lack of judgment. They may be in a position where they have to make those risky moves, but if you pair in the fact that they're tired and their reactions will be a little bit slower due to it, and maybe stressed out, or whatever else, things can happen very, very quickly in these 24-hour races.
Yeah, and just building off that, I had a point there, and it's gone now. So there you go. That's exactly what we're kind of talking about there. It's stuff like that. Maybe being alert, seeing something, and it doesn't have to be something big. As we're seeing, actually, the Kia leader, or one of the Kia leaders, is in now. That's the 127, the Alpine Eagle Racing Kia of Andreas Galante. They've brought that car in now, so I believe that's a driver change as well. So actually, they're sitting on pit road for quite a while. Yeah, I would assume they're just taking fuel on, or that's just the driver change taking that long. But
well, the pit stops in these Kias take a while. So let me just kind of scroll down and try to find where they're at on my timing sheet where I can have the pit stop time as well. And actually, it's only been a minute 34, and actually they had the same amount of time in the pit box as their competitors. So, but like we've been saying with this Kia class, that's the other Kia we saw. They just inherited the lead as well. So that's kind of the ebb and flow of this. You sound like you saw something?
Yeah, and our eagle-eyed viewer in the chat, Rokangas, has been pointing him out, and I've been trying to get to him as soon as I can. Razi Sandor in the number 4 iRacers.hu Team Porsche entry had a little bit of a moment there, kind of going through the first couple turns in the GP area, just locked it up on the first left-hander, and I think he got on the gas a little bit too soon there, Randy, and just kind of spun the car out. Didn't look like he hit anything, but a little bit too eager on the gas there for that 4 car.
Yeah, that can be one of those sections of the track that in these cars is actually somewhat, you almost overlook the Grand Prix section of this circuit because of the fact that you have to deal with the whole Nordschleife as well. And once you really get into that GP circuit, you're kind of mentally just like, okay, I'm in the easy part of the track. However, this GP circuit has a couple pretty tricky sections, and that turn 1-2 complex is very, very tight, and it's very, very easy to lose that rear end. So not really surprised to see someone kick it out there, but like you said, it's fortunately one of those sections of the track that's very slow, and really if you spin the car out there, chances are you can just lock it down, getting some oval terminology in here, and avoid from not really hit anything and just lose yourself some time and get that heart rate up.
Absolutely, and a couple cars just came off pit road. The Trinity Motorsports R8. Marcel Fassbender is now behind the wheel of that machine, and they've been kind of just hunting the other 2 GT3s. Haven't really been close to any striking distance, but just kind of there in case something happens to the top 2. They'll be there to pounce on it, and they've been doing a great job just being consistent, just being there. And Leighton Fine now going to hop in the Mad Cow Racing mobile. And there it is. Gotta get it in. Gotta get it in for chat there.
I'm so tired it doesn't even faze me anymore.
But hopefully we can get the chat moving. Oh, a little bit of a lock up there from the 19. And that kind of happens. Fresh tires, new driver. Really. Those fresh tires that they put on the car, they always seem a little less fresh than they were at the start of the race, especially if you haven't driven the car in a long time. It's one of those things where it's. You may be confident with the car when you start in it, but who knows what it's been through the last couple hours or whatever's been going on with your team. And
we know that car has gotten beat up too. We've seen that car in several incidents.
Yeah, so that's probably just Leighton just got in the car and a little bit. They might have, what they probably did. They might have dialed in a little bit more bias if they didn't have the downforce they needed. Maybe he wasn't expecting that, so. That maybe a little bit of that, maybe a little bit of wing, but either way, it looks like they're going fine now. And right behind them, DFTBA, who were up in the who were a part of that battle with the 797 and the 4. They're actually, I believe, no, they aren't in a battle. Darn, I thought they might be in a battle. I thought we might have a battle for a split second, but sadly, no, not yet. The 4 is their next competition. He's a little bit up the track. Not too far, but a little bit up the track, so they got some work to do in that power racing. Whoa, what on earth?
What?
The 26 Hugo, get a camera. I don't know what's going on with the 26. They're doing about, okay, now he's going, but they were doing about 48 miles an hour, and they didn't lose it or anything. The car, they just, like, weren't
That almost
pressing the
looks
gas
like he
pedal.
might have had a hardware issue he was chasing with his rig, maybe.
That could be maybe a pop-up window, or the window went away or something like that. That was a little
Well,
bit
I don't think it would
weird.
have been a pop-up window because he was driving the car, but maybe an issue with his pedals, or an issue with a pedal hung up, or, you know, something
that
with
could
the
be.
steering wheel.
Either
'Cause
way,
if he had a pop-up window, he would have had to tab out of the game, and that would have been, you know, he would have been unable to drive completely.
yeah. Yeah, you're right, yeah. But either way, it looks like they got that sorted, but a little bit of a weird moment there, and that's one of those things where it's, you know, the equipment failure, you know. We're not, you know, these obviously all these guys aren't there in the same car, but we still have plenty of racing equipment that we have to worry about. And the thing I've noticed lately, and maybe it's just, I don't know, from being on the oval side, I've talked to 3 different people in the last month or so who have all gone through G27 clamps, and I don't know what's going on, but it's one of those things where you know, you got to take good care of your equipment, and a lot of these guys, they have some pretty good equipment here. But it's just like any other racing equipment, you put enough stress on it, and eventually it's just not going to be able to hold up. And maybe that's what happened there. Well, who knows?
Yeah, especially that's one of those components that you would almost like really overlook is the clamp itself. Like, I mean, I had a G27 for 4 years, and I never really had any issues except for cables like fraying. But you know, I don't. But besides that, I'm not sure. I don't think I ever had any problems at all.
And yeah, and just, you know, we'll see if we can figure out where your packets are going there, Randy, because it seems to be getting worse. I'm not really sure why. I think they're stealing your packets now. They're forgetting to misfile them. Now they're just being flat stolen. So hopefully we can figure out the culprit there. But no, just taking a look. Everyone's just kind of cruising right now, looking for something to talk about. Oh, a couple close cars here. The 107 has caught up to the back of the C-Spec leader here, Racing Team Rough C-Spec, and a little bit of a log jam there. 2 R8s are stuck behind that number 24. So they got to look to try and get by. Is 24 going to let him go here? No, maybe not. So not sure what I don't know, what do you do here when you're the 24, right? Do you get over and give them room, or do you wait for them to tell you where to go, or what's...
Well, if you're really the rough leader, you're kind of the one I would say is kind of in charge here, and that everyone else needs to be respectful. Right now, if I'm Alexi Loma in this RA, as you know, he makes this move here very easily. Like, yeah, he's in a quicker class, and yeah, he has his races, and yeah, he wants to push hard. So I don't know.
Absolutely, and you know, it's just a matter, and you know, we keep bringing it up because it keeps happening. This is such a tight track, and a little bit close there. The 8 car, that's the Corsim Racing Audi, got a little bit closer to 24. Not an ideal passing area there, but able to keep going right now. And how about Antonio Madrid, just kind of chugging along right now in that GT Ross SST orange Audi R8. Another team that's similar to Trinity, they're just kind of logging laps right now. The next guy they're racing is that 193. We saw them have a little bit of a drift issue coming out of the GP area, and honestly, these guys are pretty far in front of them. But you know, these 2 GT Ross teams, black and orange, they've been just kind of quietly just doing their own thing, really. That's all. They haven't been stirring the pot or really been racing super aggressively, just kind of riding and, you know, just trying to make it to the end of this thing, because we still have 4 hours and some change to go.
Yeah, and sometimes that's exactly what you need, and hopefully my packet loss isn't too bad, as I'm going to reintroduce one Mr. Paul Smith here. And Paul Smith, if you're just sitting down and looking at your timing and scoring, you're not seeing things. That lead battle is down to 36 seconds.
It's absolutely fantastic. It's absolutely flawless. This race just keeps on getting better and better. Does this one, and well, I've just had a bit of a freshen up, bit of a something to eat. So hopefully we'll be able to push on. But yeah, it's really been a good race as this, and even battles further down in other classes. Okay, we got a minute 43 against between the second and first and second place in C-Spec, and also about a minute and a half in your Kia class as well. So those are a bit spread out a bit, but certainly this battle for the lead is intensifying there, Randy.
It really is, and really down again to 35.3 seconds. Again, Niles Cock taking another second and some change out of that Core Motorsports car, and is getting to the point where once upon a time that that gap was better part of the whole GP circuit, and now it's basically half of the GP circuit, and it's getting to the point where I think if they can keep doing this for about the next hour to an hour and a half, they're going to start being able to see that pure racing team car.
Yeah, and when they can start seeing it, even if it's just down at the Dunlop curve, if they can see them on the other side of the Dunlop curve, that gives them extra incentive. It gives them that motivation to push on even further, to keep pushing, to get there and get that all sorted. But this has certainly been an interesting race. Just to go through, we have lost a number of cars in this race. We did have 57 starters in this race. Currently looking at your field, we are down to about 33, 32 running at the moment, although one of them, the number 2 car, has been stopped for quite a while now. It's that Driving Revolution. In fact, they're not even going. So about 32 cars left in this race. The cars.
That's actually quite good. I still stand by that. That's quite good, because I know in the real race they run like 150 some cars, and I think generally about 70 to 80 really finish anywhere near competitively.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's still a very good attrition rate. To say it's such a tough track as the number 8 Core Sim Racing Audi comes onto pit road. They're making another pit stop there. They're going to change driver as well. Frederick Rasmussen getting into that car. We've also got the Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew. They've been on pit road a little while now, just making one of their pit stops. And really, it's all going through this phase, all going through all the pit stops, making sure that everything's done correctly and everything's up to speed. But I'm still fascinated by this lead battle here, Randy. It's just been absolutely on it for the past 2 hours, I'd say, of just intense grinding it down towards possibly a good fight towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just the hard work that goes into these sorts of into the drivers and these sorts of endurance races, because I mean it's if you look at the lap times, the gaps are not very large at all. It's just Core Motorsports, I don't want to yell at, is it's just them by about a second per lap, 2 seconds per lap. For the better part of, we've been here for the better part of 8 hours now, and they've been doing this the entire time, and it's, they've slowly worked themselves up about 30 seconds and brought that gap down by quite a bit, and, they still have a lot of work to do, but they're starting to slowly get into that point where it looks like it's going to be very well possible they can reel that in.
Don't remind me. Just don't remind me how long we've been here. Cisco, go ahead.
And we're just at this point, it's eventually, I would assume this is going to become the Max versus K show. I would assume Maximilian being the other driver on the pure racing team, and as far as core goes, I get the feeling we're going to have the Max versus K show exactly like what we saw at VLN, not, 2-3 weeks ago, not even. So it's basically it was almost like those guys kind of using that as a little bit of a warm-up session for this, going the full distance. And, of course, they'll be back at it in the VLN series coming up, I believe, the 26th of June. But in the meantime, these guys are just pounding away in the Nurburgring.
Yeah, absolutely. The Nürburgring, it's what it is. It's certainly a challenge. It's a challenge to just do a 4-hour race around here, let alone a 24-hour race. It's absolutely crazy here. But we have got 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. I know a few other people in the YouTube chat may make comments about it being 4:20, but anyway, we are moving on in this race, and well, everything's spread out in the field at the moment. The 57 and 66, they're still within sort of half a minute of each other, so they're still battling away between themselves. Again, it's pit stops. It's this cycle, it's cyclical thing. Cars, if they're out of cycle, they'll go ahead, and then the other will go back ahead, and it's just the ebb and flow of endurance racing, Cisco.
And if Hugo, if you can get this, the 66 had what I would call maybe one of those, Randy and I were talking about it, one of those dawn moments that you have, it's early morning dawn, you've been in the car for a while, and just ate a little bit of grass there. But that's kind of the mistakes that I'm expecting to see here, because, we're coming up on that 20-hour mark, and these guys have been in the car for so long, and just kind of, that kind of almost, I think it would become a sort of giddiness now. You've been in the car so long, or at least, just kind of, you'll lose that edge that you might have had during the night when you had to focus. Now we're started coming into the daytime, you kind of get that, I don't know I'm looking for a word here, I'm not really sure what the best one would be, but kind of just, I don't know, just a fuzzy morning. It's, it kind of feels like when you've been doing this for so long, worried about it, stressing about it, throwing everything you got, strategy, all that stuff. 20 hours into it, it's starting to become, it's the fuzzy morning, the light, if we had the light would probably be beaming in the drivers' faces. Luckily, you don't have to worry about that, unless you are in Germany and the sun is coming over in front of your eyes in the TV screen. In that case, wow, you're going for the full experience at that point. But just kind of that haze that kind of hangs over the morning of these, or the following morning of these endurance races.
Actually, something. Go ahead.
I was going to say, kind of like the haze that we've currently got going on in this commentary booth after the last 8 hours or so of commentating on this race. I mean, I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's just I don't know how much of it I can actually remember now.
Max is left.
Max is left for now, but here's the thing. We also need to realize it's still just a little too early, I think, for them to have just brought Max in just yet. Because you got to figure there's still 4 hours, 15 minutes left in this race, and Patrick is currently working on his second stint. His second full pit stop cycle, and I think he needs to do at least one more before they bring in Max for that last hour. So I think this is fine. And Patrick is, this is just the drawback of them running the two drivers, is that Patrick, Max is quick, but if you stick Max in that car for the full 4-hour stint, I think it's inevitable that you'll see Max drop off towards the end. And you really need Patrick right now to push as hard as he can throughout this next hour. Through this first 15 to 20 minutes left or so in this stint, and then through the rest of that next hour, and then you have to bring Max in. And, if I'm Core Sim Racing, I think I might try to just play the risk. I might try to get Keikishubi in for that whole the last 4 hours entirely, and try to get him to take a whole bunch of time out of Patrick Fisher.
Well, we have good news on two fronts. One, Hugo Luis can see the sun rising at home, so that's good news for him. He's got sunlight there.
He's not in Japan, but it's the land of the rising sun.
and also, second good news is, good morning, Mr. Jake Sperry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, 24 hours just starting to hit into its stride right now. 4 hours to go in about a quarter of a minute's time. Well, it's time to give refuge to these very tired commentators who have been doing a fantastic job through the night shift.
Yeah, it's certainly been a tough job, and we've had plenty of action, but we've also it's also been sort of rewarding. We've had plenty of chats. We've had the odd amusing thing on the YouTube chat, which I think Randy and Cisco will never forget. Seeing some of the comments in YouTube.
I'll never forget.
But it's certainly been keeping us awake. We've slowly gone mad, and the audience that have been staying up throughout this throughout this 24-hour race have certainly been going mad with us. By the way, if anybody here who is watching this broadcast at the moment, if you have been watching for the full 18 hours so far, then drop a little message on the YouTube comments. 18 hours? 19 hours. You can see that's the effect it's taken. If you've been watching how long, then for that long, then give us a little message. Give us we may sort of mention you, give you a mention there. Just to go through, like I was saying earlier when I came back from my little break. We've had 57 cars starting this race, and we currently only have 32 cars remaining in this one. So yeah, certainly plenty of cars have dropped out, but it's still a really good attrition rate for this. And well, Jake, I know you're dying to know this, but Racesport TV Primetime returns in a few weeks, where you, yes you, those who love sim racing, get to choose which iRacing series we broadcast 2 nights a week. And do you want to know? Well, I was meaning to Jake, because you two have heard it about 4 or 5, well, about 6, 7 times actually. But Jake, are you must be wondering, how do you find that out?
Well, very simple. You go to Racesport TV and you go and fill in that
Oh, he's
little
got it
form.
figured out.
Oh God, no, that's my gig. It's racesport.tv/primetime, where you can find the information. And don't forget also, on the Racesport TV website, you can also catch live timing if Hugo hasn't broken it again. It's at racesport.tv/timing. It is currently working, Hugo shows me, so if you want to keep up with everything that's happening in this race, if you're wondering how many cars have retired from the race, then that's where you want to go, racesport.tv/timing. And Jake, you've just come into this race. You've been sort of keeping an eye on things and having a look at what's been happening. What sort of thing are you looking forward to in this final 4.25 hours?
4.25 hours, and well, you can't go 19 hours 49 minutes or what have you and find yourself in a position where you got Pure Racing and Core Motorsports still split by about half a minute. It just shows you how well Core Motorsports have done their job right now. But don't forget, there are still quite a few things to put themselves into perspective. You've got to look out for the battle in your second class in field. You've got Pure Racing Team RUFC spec. I haven't even done commentary for a couple of hours and I'm already making mistakes. And Celestial DNF there is also on the lead lap with Trimates as well. That's one to be looking out for, and this one is all just going to be about who can keep it on the island, who can keep it out of the barriers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great race here. Just having a look through the other drivers going along here. The number 13 car, which is Team DFT-BA, they've been lapping considerably faster than the iRacers.HU Team Porsche team, Randy. And certainly, last lap they're about 20 seconds faster.
Yeah, that's quite the gap, which I'm not sure if Team Porsche maybe took a pit stop, although that would have been pretty out of sequence for them to do that. So, not sure what is causing them to lose that time. Actually, it just seems like Razi Sandor has gotten in that car and he just flat out doesn't have the pace.
Yeah, it's certainly we're seeing that with that pace there. So keep an eye on that battle, because that could be quite a close battle. You've also got a battle for the lead of the Kias. Of course, we've been seeing them out of sequence at the moment. Only 13.7 seconds now between your leaders, which is Alpine Eagle Racing, and the 25 car, the 24-hour Kia team, with Johan Scherrer at the wheel of that one. Alpine Eagle Racing, got Andrea Scalante at the wheel of that one. That's a closing battle there, Cisco, and so we've got a couple of battles here to keep an eye on, really, in this race.
Absolutely, and those guys have been another one of these groups that have been together basically since we started, and just haven't really gotten too far away from each other. And we were mentioning it during the break that these two they just keep swapping positions on pit stops. And I think, Randy, did you see something?
No, I actually didn't. I was just going to say that it's actually really hard trying to keep track of these two cars just because, you know, this Kia runs so few laps on a stint that they only run a lap or two, and then they or one or two, maybe 3 hot laps, and then suddenly they're coming right back down the pit lane. So it's really hard to really piece together who's making up time on who. Compared to these, like, GT cars, they run 6, 7, 8 laps, so you can get an idea of who's outpacing who.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting thing. Those Kias, they do have to fuel save a little bit each lap just to stretch it out to 5 lap stints in that Kia Optima, because it was the 127 car getting on the grass there as they're heading up the hill. They've got the number 60 car, that's your 3rd place Trinity Motorsports car, going past them now. But yeah, they were up on the grass there as they were going through there, and we've been saying it time and time again, tiredness, that will take effect, Jake, as we enter this final part of the race, because these drivers, they've been going at it for so long, and they're all pushing still. They are pushing it to the limit.
Yes, absolutely. You've got to look here at this 24-hour Kia team. They are really trying to reel in that gap at the moment, and I think that gap has come down considerably and is only 1 or 2 corners away. You can see Alpine Eagle right now heading themselves down towards the carousel. Look at where the 24-hour Kia team is right now. They're just about to enter the carousel. That gap's come down a ton right now, and now you're going to have to see right now exactly where people are going to go with it. The Kia is very difficult. You've got to remember, you've got to fuel save, you've got to save tyres as well. They go off incredibly quickly in the Kia, so there are quite a number of factors in order to secure a race here through this 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
And, well, that gap now down to 11 seconds. Johan Schreier really catching up that gap, but we've been seeing with the how the pit stops have been going. I mean, Johan's only just got back into that car, so he's fresh into the car, so he's had a bit of a break. Whereas the Alpine Eagle Racing car, they've been this is their 3rd lap on their stint, so they're only about a lap out of each other. But again, Andreas fresh into the car, so Cisco, I was going to make the call of, well, one car's going to have its size a lot worse than the other, but there's only a lap between them now in the pit stops.
Yep, and maybe they're going to try and narrow that down, so we'll have to see how that battle continues. And I'm just kind of tabbing around. Just got to keep an eye on basically anyone, because, you know, we keep bringing it up. It's almost 20 hours at this point. Got about 6 minutes left on this hour to go, and just, you know, it's... I think Hugo brought it up in the chat at one point. All it can take is one meatball flag, and you could go from running, you know, podium spot in your class to
Ripperino.
Yeah, exactly. maybe taking the ride back to the pits on the rollback. So you got to be careful about doing that. And we keep bringing it up. This is a very narrow track, with apart from the GP area, and we've been seeing it all day. Those curb cuts, you can only get so much of those, and especially in the rough, it is very sensitive to those. If you aren't careful, you maybe even tap that curb, and you going in the wall, son.
Yeah, Paul, I actually kind of want to ask you about that in regards to curbs. Is that I've driven the Audi and other GT3 cars here. I've driven the Roof, and I've driven the Miata, and, you know, of those 3, the Miata is the only one that's really decent on the curbs. Watching the Kias, they seem to be able to take pretty big bites out of these curbs just about everywhere. So it seems, at least compared to these other cars. Is that true, or I know you're kind of our Kia expert here, so...
It kind of depends on how you've set up your car. If you've set up your car... Because it's very limited with what the Kia can actually change, because the Kia that runs in the Pirelli World Challenge, that it only has limited, like, suspension changes, things like that. So you can only change things like toe-in, camber, anti-roll bar. You know, it's very limited what you can do suspension-wise on this Kia. And the Kia has a tendency, because the rear end, it has very little weight over it. I mean, it's got the fuel tank in the back, so when you start the stint, the back end feels more planted. But as you go on, as the tyres wear out as well, the back end starts going a bit more loose, and also it bounces more. The Kia does bounce a bit on its suspension. So really, you've got to have it set up, but you don't want to be taking too much of the curbs, the high curbs around the Nordschleife section of the track, because it just unsettles the car. And mean, we've seen with the roof and other cars how what will happen if you unsettle the car on certain sections of the track. So really, the best way I found for keeping the car in relatively good condition and also to keep it competitive was to keep it off of those big curbs. There are a couple of curbs that you can use on the
Specifically on the
Nordschleife.
GP course.
But the GP course, you can basically you've got free reign of the curbs on there with the Kia. But around the Nordschleife,
Oh no,
you've got a
something's
couple-
wrong. The Thomas Sabo in the iRacing.hu team Porsche car, he just exited the pit lane and then he slowed down to a stop. I'm not sure what happened to him.
Oh no!
Did they not finish filling their car up with gas, maybe, or something?
It was
Maybe
it was
one
in
of the
pits.
boxes didn't get
It
ticked?
was in the pits for quite a while. Was that
It was
car.
a weird one. I think he hasn't fully hit his stop, I don't think. I think he's underfueled the car possibly, hasn't taken tyres possibly. It's one of
Oh,
these
that's disastrous.
It is really, and you have to remember here, this is dopey hour, you could argue here, and well, that's just one of the many mistakes we're going to see, and that is one which is really going to cost them in their challenge here as they head for their C-Spec title.
Yeah,
It seemed
so
really weird. At one point, it's like the car like disappeared in the pit lane, almost like. Well, I mean, they did a driver change. So Razi Sandor went in, and then Thomas Sabo went out, got into that car. So I mean, one almost has to imagine that something got misclicked in the black box, and they didn't get enough gas in that car. But even then, you know, if you did that, would it not be better to try to get at least all the way around the GP course and take that shortcutted pit entry, even with the black flag that we saw one of the pure racing team Audis do early on in this race, Paul?
you would have thought so because
It's going to be like a 20-minute tow.
The tow, it's about well, as I say, 20 minute. I mean, I was just on to the start of the Nordschleife, and it was 8.5 minutes from there. So it'd be about 12, maybe 13 minutes turn. Yeah, there's nobody in that car at the moment. So yeah, real disaster there for the number 4. They were having a really good battle there.
Yeah, they were in the
with
top 5, and they're going to lose several spots. Surely, Team DFTBA will probably get past them, as well as the Core Sim Racing C-Spec.
But yeah, the SimRC.de car is the big winner out of that because they were in that battle with that number 4 car. So Jürgen Frank at the wheel of that 797 car is now clear in the position for what's that, 13th overall, and that's 4th place in class. So yeah, big things happening there with the C-Spec. What we'll do is we'll quickly run you through your top 3 of each class, and at the top of the field it is the 111 car, still the Pure Racing Team car. That gap has sort of stabilised a little bit now. It's 35 seconds between them and Core Motorsports, the number 33 car. Trinity Motorsports are in 3rd place, 2 laps down, but they are also 2 laps ahead of the next car, so in a very solid position there. Pure Racing Team in the C-Spec, they are in the lead of that class with Celestial DNF in 2nd place, 50.6 seconds behind in 2nd place. Trimates are in 3rd place. They're all on the same lead lap, so those 3, there could still be things that happen there, so we'll keep an eye on them. And in the Kias, Alpine Eagle Racing are in the lead of that current class with the 24-hour Kia team in 2nd place. They're slowly gaining on them. I say slowly, they gained about 5 seconds on that last lap, so really got those in that gap down now to the lead. And Kronos Sim Racers are in 3rd place in the number 14 car. And then your MX-5 class, as we've been saying every hour, it's really been a race of attrition there, and it's the Team RSO, Alex Cherney at the moment at the wheel of the 397 car in the lead of them. Rookie Racing Team in 2nd place in that 55 car. It's looking a bit more beaten now than it was a little bit earlier. And in 3rd place, and the last of your MX-5 runners, it is the Thrustmaster Movano MX-5 car. Enzo Cantor at the wheel of that one. So what we'll do is we'll take a step aside for just a couple of moments. You won't miss a thing as we go side by side here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. It is the Nürburgring, 24 hours here from the Nordschleife in Germany. And we'll be right back after these short messages. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. Paul Smith here, along with Randy Chenov, Cisco Scaramuza and Jake Sparrow, with Hugo Lewis on the cameras. And we are into the final 4 hours of this exciting, enthralling race here. And, well, it's been tense, it's been a slow burner as this one, Cisco, but certainly we've been seeing some good action all the way through the field. We will be taking you through all of the running cars at the moment in a few moments' time, so we'll go through the positions there. But Cisco, as I say, it's been a bit of a slow burner for the lead, but that lead battle, it's slowly whittling down still, 35.4 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, and it's probably going to end up coming down to the final stints that those teams are going to make. Pure and Core Pure Sim Racing and Core Motorsports, those two are going to be going at it. And we're probably going to find out who's going to win this thing down to the final two drivers, and it's going to be Maximilian Benecki versus Kei Kashiba. But right now we're kind of in that point, and Jake, I think you had the perfect word for it, the dopey morning. And that's kind of what we're getting right now, Jake. And couple mistakes are being made, and just trying to power through the early morning of the final couple hours of this thing.
Yeah, most certainly here, and actually I think it's quite interesting to see exactly what's going on in your GT3 category. I think you'll agree with me, Paul. Sorry for taking it off of you just there for a second. Right. Yeah, but you can see Pure Racing Team at the moment, we've said this at the moment, the 111, they have a 35-second lead when they cross the line over Core Motorsports at the moment. The German outlet just proving everyone that they are not a one-time team, that they are pushing themselves through. Trinity Motorsports there, they find themselves third in category at the moment, third in class. And well, Hugo has some music for us, so let's get it going.
Yeah, Hugo will take it away, because Jake will be taking us through our GT3 field, and I know Hugo has some special music for that, so once Hugo gets that music kicking in, it'll be over to you, Jake, and away you go then. Your GT3 field, the current runners left in this race.
As stated before, Pure Racing Team, they have the 35-second barrier at the moment over Core Motorsports. Close in sim racing fields, close in endurance fields, but that one should be coming down any time soon. Trinity Motorsports find themselves 2 laps down off the lead, but they are in third in class at the moment, in a bubble on their own with the GT Ross SST orange car. They're in fourth, having to deal with the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home 1 team. Core Sim Racing Audi are there 5 laps down, dealing with GT Ross SST Black there 6 laps off the pace. Same with Thrustmaster and Varnell TRL there, 21 car there, just finding themselves a few laps down. Same for the Osper Kalaja Racing, their team. They in the 117 are 7 laps down as of current. BTC Racing Black there, falling off the pace there, 9 laps down, and having to deal with quite a few cars to get themselves back through. Same for the Driving Revolution team in number 2, they're 14 laps down and pretty much out and away with it. And one more car cycling on through the race at the moment is Team GT, have got themselves back going, but are 56 laps off the pace.
Yeah, so it's good to see them back up and running there and determined to finish this race. Thank you very much for that, Jake. Nicely done on the GT3 field. And what we'll do is hand it over to Cisco, who will be able to take us through your current runners in the rough C-Spec class. So take it away there, Jake.
Yeah, in rough RT 12R C-Spec right now, Pure Racing Team, their rough C-Spec number 24. They got the lead right now over Celestial DNF. They're running second right now. Trimates are trying to close the gap. They've been running well all day, just being consistent. They're running third right now in class. Fourth is going to go to simrc.de, the 797 machine. And I believe they just came off pit road, actually, and trying to make up some time there. And right behind them is going to be Team DFTBA, who've been putting down some blistering laps as of lately, and doing a great job in their number 13 rough R12 or RT12. And right behind them is going to be it'll be the iRacing.HU Team Porsche. And they had a little bit of a pit road incident. I'm looking to see. It looks like they're back out there now. So a little bit of a tow. Yeah, they're actually rolling now. So they had that tow problem, and now they're finally heading back out on track. And they're going to be up against the Core Sim Racing C-Spec, the number 9. And they'll have to race them. Then we got the Mad Cow Racing Mobile. they're running as well. They're about 2 laps behind these guys, and I believe that's going to do it for GTL Virtual Racing Team. They're also out there in the number 97, and I believe right behind them is going to be the 27, the not ATK and Friends number 27 GTs. Our rough R12, oh man, it's falling apart. Right behind them, Fenix Endurance. They're also going, and I believe that's everyone who's running currently. They are in the rough RT12R category.
Yeah, the C-Spec category, yes, that was all your runners in that category. And what we'll do is I'll take you through now your Kia class. And, well, it's been topsy and turvy at the front of that field. And, well, it is the 24-hour Kia team. They are in first place at 25 car. Johan Scherer in the lead of that one. Second place is Andrea Scalante in the Alpine Eagle racing car. That's your second place Kia. Third place it is Chrono Sim Racers with Rafael Cabrera at the wheel there. Fourth place in class is actually James Pull in the Blackadder Motorsports car, the number 69 car, 66 car, sorry. They are in fourth. Fifth place is your 57 car, the Team GTRS car of Nicholas Landau. Top Freak Racing Corkscrew, they're back out on track after having a long pit stop, having issues there, but maybe to carry on. So too, PlanAOD.net, they had issues earlier on in the race, a contact with the barrier causing a lot of damage in that Kia, and that is the last of your Kias running in the field here. So only 7 Kias left in this field. And you know what? Because he has just nicely come back into the commentary booth, what we are going to do
Team RSO, Rookie Racing, and Thrustmaster Ravano.
Let's go through your MX-5s. There you go. That's the runners. It's three runners, and that's yeah, that's basically it. You know, unfortunately, they are the only runners left in that field. There is let's have a look here. The 12 car is only 50 seconds behind the Rookie Racing Team, so that one's been closing up as well. So really, that's been a slow burner as well there. And well, welcome back, Randy. Feeling refreshed?
You could say that.
Okay, so well, what we'll do is we'll have a look at the lap times then last time by for your 2 leading cars. And well, the 111 car, they've been in the lead for 128 laps. We're on lap 142, and they have last lap done an 8 minutes 22 second lap. Core Motorsports, who are in second place, they did an 8:21.7, so 0.3 of a second faster. So they've really been sort of slowly working away at that. They're running pretty close to each other. We were looking at other teams as well who were getting good times. Now, there was the battle of the team, the 13th car, the team DFT, but of course iRacers.hu had that issue, so they've dropped back behind them.
Did we ever figure out what happened to them? I noticed they're back out on track.
No is the answer.
Oh.
we haven't been told. So,
actually, DFTBA is hitting the pit lane right now.
Yeah, so they're certainly doing well there, and we're keeping an eye on the Kias as well, Jake, because we're in the middle of the pit stop phase, and here comes the 24-hour Kia team just on to pit road now.
Just on Paul's cue.
And
yes, they can see 20. Go on, I'll go. Let's see the 24-hour Kia team now heading themselves to pit road. We've seen the Alpine Eagle team already come in and make their stop right now. They're heading themselves now down through the sweeping rights and lefts, heading themselves up towards the mini carousel, which heads themselves on to that major back straight at the moment. So that's going to be one to go out for 57 and 66. It's a battle, Maggle! We have a battle on circuit here as Team GT's number 1 are scrapping themselves out right now with the cars behind of James Poole in the Blackadder Motorsports car.
did you really just do a JBL impression right then?
Yes, I did.
Well, anyway, seeing as you're fresh in the commentary box and you're the most coherent, take it away. Describe this battle then between these two, the 57 and 66.
They're going to go side by side here. It's Blackadder Motorsports trying to get themselves through. Up into the right-hander they go as they head themselves here to the chicane, leading themselves on towards the Nordschleife section of the course. Is it going to be tight on the brakes? It is, but the room's going to be given, and fair play given to them. Landau and that team, GTRS #1, who has made his way through on this lap so far. He's got himself through as they head on to the Nordschleife, and what has to be said right now is that this one is not going to give up, especially on the fact that the Titan Twisty is going to happen. It might end in tears, but hopefully it won't.
Now, I would just like to say it may just end in tears for us here pretty soon, because that car ahead of Nicholas Landau just came out of the pits, and James Poole still owes us a pit stop.
Again, this is why we can't have nice things.
Yep.
I keep on saying it, but James Poole will be in at the end of this lap, that's for sure, because this will be his 5th
What
lap.
makes these Kias rough?
He can carry on.
Oh my word, battle in the Kia lead. Sorry about this. They've come out side by side here from the pit exit here. It's fantastic, but for the time being, Alpine just hold on.
Yeah, brilliant driving there. So Alpine, they came in the lap before the 24-hour Kia team. So we have got a battle on for class. This is an absolute legit battle.
I can't buzzkill this one as hard as I might try.
Well, I'll tell you what, the C-Spec that's coming up behind them might... he's going for the inside. That's the 24-hour Kia team, Johan Schreier, going to the inside into Dunlop. A little bit earlier on the brakes, though. He's determined not to go into side of them, and the 127 car, the Alpine Eagle Racing team, giving them plenty of room there, making sure that there's no contact, because there is still a long way to go in this race. Effectively, if we were doing a VLN race, we'd only be 15 minutes into it. This is how long this race is. We've got 3 hours 45 minutes left in this race, and this battle for the Kia lead is going to go on for a little while, although that rough behind the 97 car may just disturb things a little bit, split them up, as here he comes down the inside of your Alpine Eagle Racing car, Randy.
Yeah, but maybe quite not. He's not quite alongside. He's alongside, but he's not yet passed. And he's going to be side by side with this 127 Kia, and the 97 roof brakes pretty early there and gives him the line. I think he realizes that as far down the order as he's running, and as well as these guys are running, he doesn't want to quite get into the middle of this lead battle of whatever class it may just be, as they now come back onto the Nordschleife again for what's for them the 127th time. And that 24-hour Kia team car driven by Johan Chari, he's really stretched out quite the gap here.
Yeah, it certainly has, and it's funny that gap with that little bit of distraction there from the 97 car just slowed him down a little bit. The Galante had to take a different line into the chicane. He was wide out the little right-hander before the chicane, and Cisco, little things like that can affect the battle for a lead, and certainly 1.8 seconds now between them.
Yeah, absolutely, and these cars have been out. They just came off a pit road, but I mean, I'm looking at that 127, got a little bit more damage than that 25, and where you can really see it is kind of if you take a look at the hoods on both cars. The 127, I don't think he's got a supercharger blower on there, but it looks like he does because of that big bulge in the hood, but I assure you he doesn't. I believe that's just damage, as now we're finally going to see the 97 try and get past that 127 here down on the west side of the track. Look out, a little bit of loose there going over the hump now as they break down the right-hander. A little bit of lockup from the 97. That 97 better get going. And yeah, he's going to do so, pull away, use some of that rear-wheel drive power to pull away from the 127. We'll have to see, but that 25 car, Johan has just got that thing on a rail, Jake. He is flying.
Yeah, at the moment you can see it's all in the lap times as well that's been going on throughout this race. Well, at the moment, actually something to note, second in class for your GT3s right now, because Kei Kashube, he is in the car right now. Core Motorsports have come in for their pit stop, and they're going to go for it first, going to go for the longer stint. It's going to be the risk that they need to take, but you have to remember, back in the class of the Kias right now, the 24-hour Kia team, the lap times have been going for them at the moment, and you can see they've taken out a chunk to bring it down. They did all the right work. Here's you look at Shayer right now here in the car doing 903s, 904s, a 908 last time by, but you got to compare that to the lap times Galante was doing 906, 908, 914. The gap was coming down a tree.
Away we go then, Kei Kashibe into that Core Motorsports car, and really this is going to be where Core Motorsports will try and make up as much time as possible. While Kei is in the car against Patrick, it's going to be a little bit of a difference there. We'll have to wait the best part of about 16 minutes before we can find out how the lap times compare between the two of them. But Pure Racing Team, they need to just absolutely get the hammer down now, Randy, and make the most of this, because that car will be a little bit lighter. It's not going to be full of fuel, and they should have a little bit of advantage on lap times.
Yeah, the only thing is PRT won't be on new tires. Actually, we're still seeing battling between the 57 and the 66 and the Kias, and we're going to just focus on this while we talk about the leaders in the GT classes. Paul, for right now, if you're talking 3.5 hours left in this race, I think you 100% leave Kei Kashibe in for the rest of this race. However, if you're a Pure Racing Team, do you put Maximilian Benake in here in the next lap or two when he eventually comes down, or do you let Patrick run one more stint so Max is maybe just that little bit more fresh?
It's going to be a really difficult thing. I mean, the thing is, we've seen Maximilian do the 4-hour stints already, so we know he's able to do it. It's just when you're getting into these latter stages, again, that tiredness is going to start taking effect. You will get mistakes there, and with the 33 car running just a few more drivers, it was 3 drivers that have been running, isn't it? So no,
3 or 4
drivers.
4, yeah.
Yeah, so they've been running 4 drivers, so their drivers are relatively fresh compared to that Pure Racing Team there. But just looking at this battle with the Kias, the 57 and the 66 car, Blackadder Motorsports.
Draft
James
land,
Paul,
here we come.
The draft, but we've got to remember, James Paul will be coming in at the end of this lap. So as exciting as it may be, it's all going to be
Here they come
a buzzkill.
down the front straightaway. It's going to be a who's going to get to the line first.
Bye,
They go blitzing by Bridge to Gantry.
Oh, they're flying.
Yeah, 160 miles an hour in a 4-door saloon car. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, down the hill they go now as we head towards Tiergarten once again. Like I say, the 124 laps that these two have done each. But James Paul, you would be expecting to this left-hander here to pull over to the right-hand side and come into pit road. And the answer is no, he doesn't.
It's still going.
It's still going. So, Cisco, you were right. He's able to go on.
You are.
I didn't say I was good. I just said that I drive a lot.
Look, the only expert we have is in here. I told you guys. Cam's the only one who owns the Kia, so...
What are you talking about? I'm here.
No, Cam owns a
Cam
Kia
owns a
Optima.
Kia Optima.
Oh, I see.
Of course, he's the true expert. I mean, I think he knows that car better than the Ford GT.
Oh, that's no. Oh, speaking of Cam Walsh, I've just seen him pop up into the session there. So hopefully we might have a certain Mr. Walsh come and join us in the commentary booth. That'd be a treat for everyone, especially us lot that are going slightly mad. But
The timing on that was perfect. I'm sorry, but that was... We couldn't have timed that.
Why?
Delilah. As well, we've got this. See, we're all going mad here. Looking here, this battle here, 1.1 seconds still between them. Nicholas Landau behind, and not really going into that. And the thing is that James Paul, he's got a lighter car, so it will have some effect all that. But Landau now, his tyres will be up to temperature. We'll be able to just push that a little bit more on the laps. But don't forget, they've got to fuel save though of these Kias to make it that 5-lap stint system.
Yeah, and we keep talking about the small fuel cell in the Kias, and it's gonna force. I gotta assume that these guys are gonna, or one of these guys are gonna have to pit. I believe it's the 66 still has to pit here. No, yeah, he hasn't. I don't think
it's the 66.
Yeah, it's the
Blackadder.
66, so I would assume that Pole's going to have to bring it in at some point. I mean, he's been out there, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 complete laps plus the out lap there. So he's been out there for more or less about 5 laps, or at least 4 laps and some change. He got a little bit loose there, eating the curb a little bit. And, you know, going back to that, you know, we were talking about earlier, these Kias can be really aggressive with the curb, and I've been seeing it out of the 57. He's been eating those curbs for breakfast, and been getting pretty much away with it for most of it. Just you know, that front wheel drive, you're able to pull out of maybe a little bit of the looseness or the oversteer than maybe some of the rear wheel drive cars, and that might be a little bit of a gift here as we continue on in the early hours of the morning for the race here.
Yeah, and just looking at your leaders, Pure Racing Team coming down the Dottinger once again. This is lap 143 for them at the moment. They're catching up to another GT3 car. That's the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home team. So that's Gregory Tanton at the wheel there. They're in 5th place at the moment, and they're getting lapped. We saw them in 3rd place a little bit earlier on in the race, but getting involved in an incident has cost them a possible podium position. But that 111 car, they'll be getting close to
here
the pit stop, and here they come. And talk about timing there, it's almost like I know what I'm talking about. So onto pit road comes the 111 car. Now this will be where it's interesting to see how it pans out, because you would expect them to put Maximilian Benecke into that car, Jake, and to get that fastest driver in there to go to the end. But really, it's how Keikashubi has done on his outlap that will be crucial for how they go into this final section of the race.
Yes, most certainly. You've got to look at Beneke's times, compare them to Patrick Pichler. Is about a second to 2 seconds difference, and sometimes that could be absolutely everything that you need in that respect. Got to look at Core Motorsports and where they are at the moment. They're heading up towards the Dottinger Ho in just a couple of seconds' time. Just got a couple of corners to get that one. Keikashubi, you look at his times that he's done so far this race. He's done 8:21s, 8:22s, 8:19s. He had a section of doing those. We don't know exactly what pace he's running at the moment, but it'll be one to look out for as you look at what is the 111 Pure Racing Team.
Yeah, 111 on pit road, and Randy, this is the bit that we've been wanting to see. This is what we've been waiting for these two to go head to head, Maximilian Benecke and Keikashubi. It's been sort of teased during the race. This is where we finally get that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it really will be, and, you know, unfortunately for us, it's like a 30-minute or so section of waiting that we have until we really see their pace, because we have 8 minutes of K doing his outlap, and then we get another 8 minutes of Max's outlap, and then after that is really when we get to see both drivers' first hot laps. So it's going to be about 15 minutes from now is when we'll be seeing those first hot laps really tick in. But this is what we want to see, and it's really hard to say what you think here. I think this is a bit of a risk on Pure Racing Team's part, because they have that 36-second lead. I think it would have been maybe a smarter move to leave Patrick in that car, because K isn't making up that much time on him. It's a sizable chunk, maybe a second or two per lap, but over a 6, go ahead.
The gap, it was about 36 seconds. It's now 25.8 seconds. So that gap has come down considerably on that outlap from Keikashubi.
Well, they've done that every pit stop sequence. Core has taken like 10 seconds or so out of Pure Racing Team. Is Core maybe just, is Pure Racing Team maybe just taking gas on the pit stops that they can't use because the track is so long? And what I'm trying to ask is if they use like 5 gallons per lap, are they putting in? Yeah, are they overfilling it by 3 gallons or so? And I'm just kind of pulling out random numbers, but 3 gallons that they literally cannot ever use.
Well, I mean, that is a good point that you make there, Randy. And we know after the night that we've had, maths maybe isn't our strongest point going into this final 3.5 hours of this race. But Cisco, this is, as I said, we've been waiting for this. We're finally going to get it. We're going to wait a little while, though, to find out what the pace is like.
And I gotta wonder, going through Max Benecke's mind right now, is he thinking about at all what happened VLN, which wasn't too long ago, on this same circuit in this same car for him. Do you think at all that might be going through his head right now? Like, I know I have to be a little bit more patient.
It was the same situation. It was Max being chased down by Keikishubi.
So I would assume that must have gone through his mind at this point. You know, what happened last time, what he has to do differently. You gotta think Max is going to be a little bit more conservative than he would have been, or what we saw him be in the VLN race, and, you know, it's just going to come down. Max is just going to hit his marks, and the number one thing is he's just got to be patient.
Yeah, patience is the word. It's a completely different mindset in endurance racing. If you've never seen endurance racing before, where have you been? It's absolutely fantastic as this racing. Okay, you've not got the out-and-out door-to-door or wheel-to-wheel action of a sprint race, say like a Kia race or a Formula Renault race. But it's a different type of thing as endurance racing, and it's a slow burner. So when you do finally get that crescendo, that battle, it's worth so much more because they've been at it for so long. In this case, been at it 20.5 hours, Jack.
Yeah, of course, 20.5 hours. It's so difficult to keep the car running, keep the car racing, and well, you have to say it's going to be one where it's a little bit of a case of deja vu right now for Maximilian Beneke. He's got to worry about the threat of Keikishubi behind. There's two cars there in between right now. One of them is the MX-5 of Enzo Cantor, and the other one is the iRacers.HU team Porsche car of Tamas Shashbo, 3 away from a tow issue that was earlier on in this race, about half an hour, 45 minutes ago. Now I see them getting back going, but it is certainly going to be one where you need to watch very, very closely in the next hour or two.
Now this is the battle for the lead that we're sort of focusing on, but there is other battles going on as well. You've got the number 9 car, of course, in racing, Dominic Engel at the wheel of that one. He has slowly been catching up to iRacers.HU Team Porsche, that number 4 car that we mentioned about with that issue that they had. The gap's at about 16 seconds at the moment. So we'll be keeping an eye on that battle as well, because that one has slowly been coming down as that gap. The rest of your field, they're all pretty much spread out now. The two leading Kias are now about 10 seconds apart. And then that battle's pretty much on the quiet now. That's settled down. But Randy, we've got a couple of slow burners here. That battle for the lead, and also that battle in the C-Spec for, 6th place in class.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the way it goes. And really, really quickly, these battles, they need to turn into quick burners here very shortly, as we only have about 3.5 hours left. So, I mean, you know, quickly turning into a 500-kilometer race here at the Nurburgring. And, you know, sooner rather than later, it's just going to, you know, pop up, and it's going to be like, wow, there's only an hour left in this thing. And, you know, these guys suddenly, you know, that hour mark in that checkered flag, it is slowly creeping up, and it's going to get here quicker than a lot of these guys realize.
Yeah, so going through here, like I say, 3.5 hours left in this race. We've been basically on this broadcast, me and Randy, since about just over halfway point, wasn't it? It was about 20 minutes before the halfway point that we've been on. So it's certainly been a long slog for us. We don't really get that many breaks. So every time we do take an ad break, that's just us getting some water and that, just to help ourselves through this broadcast, because trying to do this for the full 24 hours, I don't think I'd be able to speak after about 6 hours of it without a break.
Yeah, probably not. At least if we kept up the energy levels that some people try to keep up with this sort of racing, you kind of just have to go into the flow and really just work off each other's real chemistry and, you know, just your personalities, rather than trying to keep up the excitement. Anyone that likes to complain about what we do should listen to a Radio Le Mans broadcast. It's not much different.
Well, so we're setting ourselves a tough target of Radio Le Mans, because
They're the standard.
Do set the standard. They are the standard bearers, and quite frankly, at the moment, I feel like I'm letting it down with the constant blank mind going through there. Now, Kei Kashubi, oh no, he hasn't completed this lap
There
yet.
it goes.
So this will be where we will see it. 26.9 seconds is the gap at the moment, but we'll wait for that gap to come down there at Cisco.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you gotta think that Kay right now is just on maximum attack right now. Just trying to get every single second he can, because ultimately he's gonna start running out of time pretty soon. It's weird to say that with still 3 hours to go, but it's eventually gonna get to a point where he's probably gonna get a little bit more tired in that car, as is Max. So he's gotta make the best of it right now. And while he's awake, or I'd say awake, but while he's fresh in the car, gotta pound out some really fast laps, and we know he's capable of it. He threw down a super fast, what was it, an 8:18 not that long ago, and I mean, he's capable. I mean, I'm looking, their fastest lap was even earlier in the session. Wow, the fastest lap, Kashubi didn't even throw it down. It was Alexander, and that was an 8:17, and apparently they're showing an 8:15 on the first lap, but we know that car is fast. It's just a matter of, making those laps go down, and is it fast enough to catch Max?
Well, Max comes across the line now, but of course that was his out lap, so we'll have to wait another lap to see what his first full proper lap out the pits will be like. But here comes Kei Kashubi now through the final two corners, and through here he's going to come across the line. Let's see what lap time Kei can do this time around, and it's going to be an 8 minutes 22.8 second lap, so we've got to keep that in mind.
Quite a bit of traffic that first lap too, and it's about a 29-second gap. And the thing is, though, with the way this attrition is working out, he caught a lot of traffic on that lap, but because of that, a lot of that traffic is now behind him, and basically every time he goes by, he's going to be clear. And in fact, all the track right now between Maximilian Benake and Kei Kashubi is absolutely clear. So Kei Kashubi has completely full track right here, and he probably will for the entirety of this lap. And looking out in front of the PRT car, all there is Giulio Ornelius in the Phoenix Endurance roof, Anders Dahl in the Thrustmaster Movano Audi, and then another roof. So for the most part, this is going to be a lap where I think Max is going to catch a bit of traffic. Kei Kashubi can go full attack.
It certainly will. And we've got a gentleman who we were mentioning, and it seems to be that when you mention his name, he appears. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Cam Walsh. How are you doing, Cam?
Hello, all right. Well, everything seems to be going fairly well, and no, that's Jonathan Boutel, and that's when you talk about Le Mans. So either way, sitting here though, the track's still looking fairly well. Track's been actually getting a lot more worn in than I thought it would, but for the most part though, I see a lot of people have had a little events over the course of this last race.
And events is certainly the word for it. We've got the Kronos car, the third place Kia. They've had an issue going through towards the end of the lap, and big contact with the barrier there. I don't know if you saw that, Cisco, or whoever saw that.
Yeah, I rewound to go find that. That was right before the second carousel, just coming out of the first carousel, actually, not too far away. And you want to guess what caused it?
Let me guess, was it a curb?
Well, it was lack of a curb, actually. He fell off to the side there and just kind of hit the right side grass, and it shot the car straight left and right into the Onco barrier. And this time it was lack of a curb, but it was still basically the same thing. And
Cisco,
it was in that same piece of track that we keep having this.
Cisco, why would you test Paul like that? You know his brain has been slowly failing.
Yeah, I know, because I'm not too far behind him.
Yeah, that is true. You've been working hard, so well done. Trinity Motorsports, the number 60 car is on pit road. That's your third place GT3 car, and we've got almost got a full change of crew here, because I know there's another one of our colleagues is getting ready to join us as well. So as we get towards the end of this hour, I think what we'll do is we'll let Cisco go at the end of this hour, because He's certainly been doing a sterling job for us. To say that you weren't even meant to do this race, Siska.
Well, you know, hop in, help out. It's basically just Vion, but longer, so, you know.
Yeah, a bit longer.
just
Slightly.
Slightly.
Only by 20 hours.
We
had
do
the C-Spec, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And that put on a great show, the C-Specs. And actually, I think that's the car with still the most people out on track for the class. So the C-Specs putting on a great job. And Cam, before I go, I do have to ask, how much of an expert are you on the Kia since last time? Since we know, of course, you have personal experience.
I drove it yesterday. It was driving perfectly fine. I went to a home show. That was pretty okay, but nothing too dramatic. I have not, unfortunately, managed to have a racetrack appear in front of my car on my daily commute. So, either way, it's too bad, but you know what? It's a perfectly performing daily car.
Hugo asks a very pertinent question there. Have you flipped it yet? Because every Kia driver that we see, flips it. So.
Oh, that's what they've been doing today. Wow.
Not the reaction
actually, most of
at all.
To be fair, most of the field has been flipping over at some point in this race today. So
I'm starting to get that impression. I will say though that with the C-Spec, I'm very impressed with these guys to only have a 5-lap difference between them and the GT3 cars is very surprising after this many hours of running.
Yeah, the C-Spec certainly doing a good job here, and everybody keeping it going. Yeah, so great stuff so far from them. And well, you know, Randy was saying it a little bit earlier. To say it's the Nurburgring, and we had 57 starters. That's actually a pretty good attrition rate as well, Ken.
Yeah, I mean it's nothing. I mean I'm looking through here. It's fairly standard from what I'm seeing about how many cars have been retired. I will say that the last running car is the GTN Racing number 360 Miata, so they're back out on track. I'm only saying back on. Huh?
We have 4 MX-5s again, yes!
Oh, who's back on track? Is it the Potato team?
No,
the GTN Racing. GTN Racing in the 360, Cam was just talking about them. They're back out there. I believe the 17 car they've parked at this point weren't able to go a whole lot further where they were sitting. So the 360 team, they've gotten someone back in the car, and they're back out there. Gonna probably try and pass Vendavel and then maybe park it from there, or at least make it so they can't get touched again.
Cisco, who's that at the wheel, by the way? The GTN.
Jan Derricks, I believe.
Okay, I was just checking, that's all, because my eyes have slightly started going now. So.
Yeah, I can see where that would have been a problem there. But.
So Jan at the wheel of that car. It's good to see another Mazda back. It would have been nice to have seen Team Potato be able to carry on, but to be honest, I think they would have been frustrated at having so many issues and that blown engine into turn.
Yeah, and eventually they just buttered out.
Oh.
I know I've only been here for 5 minutes, but that still warrants a boo.
Oh, you missed.
No, don't start it, please.
Oh boy.
All the jokes about the man.
Paul's over here worried that Cisco will start a movement.
Alpine Eagle Racing's Andreas Galante is in pit lane. That name sounding very. It's only a team in EVE Online, so that's confusing me. But Robert Klotz is getting in. That's much more easier to say. The 127 Kia, that also looks like it has a little bit of front end damage, but that's okay.
I don't want to take the attention off of that too much, but we're actually here very soon going to get our first measurement of time between between the GT3 leaders. As right now, Maximilian Benake coming to the end of the Darton-Gaho, and Core Motorsports actually about a third of the way down it. So that's just how much that gap is.
That's really close, Randy, in that one lap alone. you have to say there, because, well, Maximilian Beneke actually heading himself onto the front straightaway right now. That is one you need to look out for here. We're going to see what Beneke's lap time is. He's had a lot of traffic to deal with as well. Does an 8:18.9. What a lap time that is. That was 4 seconds
I think
quicker.
K might throw down a 16 here.
Oh, well, K shoot.
Because K has had a clean lap, and he has absolutely been moving. And like you said, for Max to be able to put down an 18.9 like that, and for that gap to come down anymore, I would not be surprised if we see a 16 out of K right now.
Well, I was going to say it's around a 29-second gap between the two of them. Across the line goes K now, and that's an 19.1, so 0.2 of a second between them. That is, yeah, that is close. That's one word for it.
K's on the wrong side of the GP.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, K did that with completely clear track. Max did that, and he passed, I think, 2 roughs and a Miata, and an Audi.
Yeah, K's coming up now to that Phoenix endurance car, so get on the old blower to your teammates and tell them to move over for him.
Is
We
that
want to see this
damage?
class.
I think that might be damage. Look at the 33 versus Max's car. Max's car looks, I mean, relatively clean.
To be
For a
fair,
second there, you were pointing out the car had damage. Like, well, it's got a little.
No,
it's pretty visible. Yes.
well, the 33 has a lot more damage than the 111. I wonder if that's where then 2 seconds went.
they've been carrying that damage since pretty much the start of this race, as far as I'm aware. So.
Well, yeah, since we got here, that car has been bent.
Well,
but it just seemed like it's been visual.
The headlights still work on the 33 though, so that's good.
That's good. Let's see, he was doing 165 down the Dotner, and I wonder how fast Beneke was going down. No, actually, they're going just about the same speed, actually, which is surprising to say the least.
Yeah, so this battle, it's going to be raging on now for the final part of this race. We've got 3.25 hours left of this race, and, well, it's absolutely fantastic. The battles that we've got there. That, by the way, that battle between the 4 and the 9 car, that's just sort of petered out a little bit there. They've been setting pretty much the same lap times between those two, and the Kias, well, they've been split with the pit stops, so they are 2 minutes between them. But that 25 car, you must say, has a good shout of that race. As Kronos, they are in the pit still. Of course, we saw them have that incident, and Kronos have fallen down, so it's going to be Blackadder Motorsports who move up into 3rd place in your Kia class. And the 101, we've had action there, Jake.
Yeah, we've seen a spin through the Schumacher S. They're trying to get themselves back in the race, six laps down. You can see just how bent up that rear wing is, and it's showing right now. They've tried to do a repair on the damage. It seemingly hasn't been enough at the moment. They've got Kevin Leclerc there behind in the wheel right now, and actually, no, they're going to pull it off and say that's the end of the day.
Yeah, Gecko Vortex Sim Racing, it's not been their day at all. They've had all sorts of issues, and they're going back to the pits. I think that's it for them. Yep, the driver gets out, and they've had enough. By the way, the SimRC.de car, the 797, is on pit road. The Kronos car of the number 14 car, the Kia, is coming out of pit road, and the Core Sim Racing Audi is coming into pit road. So there's a bit of action going on on the pit road at the moment here, and well, we've seen also all sorts of people trying to get cars back running, and that was the latest attempt, but unfortunately for them, Cam, it wasn't to be for Gecko Vortex.
No, I guess not. Having basically just walked through the door, I'm trying to discover who's actually racing in this race. I see in our chat that we have here on the iRacing page that many people are saying moo. So I'm presuming we have a Mad Cow car. I remember watching earlier. There was a Phoenix Endurance car, so I don't know where that's ran.
We're not going to talk about that.
We're not going to. All right. I saw Glacier Racing. They brought an MX-5 to the day.
We shouldn't talk about them either.
That's rollback.
I need like if I'm,
can't, so
it's
just
like I'm
so
being the
if-
president.
Okay,
I feel
if
like
you
I'm the
look at
president. I
the-
just
if
get the
you-
folder and there's all the black stuff over like where all the words are, and it just says redacted.
All right, so basically,
what I'm
Kim,
gathering.
if you go in there, if it's under Thrustmaster Movano MX-5, it's just don't even worry talking about it.
Guild of Australian Young Stars is the car behind Thrustmaster Movano. That is an interesting team name.
Oh, you haven't seen the paint.
No.
Oh, no, the car is off track, so I won't. But
It's quite the happy paint, we'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's true.
okay. The Oceanic Sim Racing oddity is running. They're only 94 laps down.
Yeah,
So they're
that's
still going at
they're
it.
going actually. Yeah,
Do you like have a fetish with back markers?
Well, it's because I've gone back and forth through the field because I'm trying to figure out who's.
What on earth just happened to the 26? Did they just have that happen again? He just it happened again. Randy, we saw this happen to the 26. He got on the brakes there. Whatever slowed them down, it happened again. And that was...
That's really weird.
So, to catch you guys up, basically the 26 this was about an hour ago, basically was going in the same basic part of the GP area, slowed down to about 48 miles an hour, and then got back on the throttle again.
This one might have been him just letting these Audis by.
Yeah,
That's
the car
all I
seems
can
fine. It's
think
getting
of.
up back to speed normally, so I'd have to say that probably might have been just a bit of let the back markers through there, do it as quickly as he can, but it just seemed that it was riding both throttle and brake at the same time there, hence we could see the jam at about 75 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, there's letting people by, and there's pretty much coming to a complete stop on the track, which I'm not a big fan of. But yeah, getting out of the way is that 26 car. Was it that car, or no? It was one of the other Kias that we saw earlier on in the race, missing the pit stop and running out of fuel, wasn't it? Earlier on, Randy, I can't remember.
Wasn't that one of the C-specs that pulled
That
out
was
of pit
the
lane?
4,
and just...
if I remember correctly.
Oh,
That
no,
was
yeah,
the
sorry.
4. They did. I don't think they fueled that. The iRacers.hu team Porsche entry was that car. Yeah, I think what it was is, from what we could tell, they didn't have the box checked properly or whatever happened there. They pitted, put the new driver in, he drove out. Oh, okay, a little bit of goofiness there from the 451, but basically pulled the car out and then just parked it and then towed it back to the pits. And it was, I've never seen that before. And we were talking about should they have taken the tow, but I guess not. Or gone around taking the black flag, I should have meant. But yeah, no, it's goofy.
Well, what we've got 3 hours, 9 minutes left. We've got another lap coming to an end here with the Pure Racing team down on the Dottinger Hohe and Core Motorsports also on the Dottinger Hohe. They've got a little bit of a handy tour from the Kia. So certainly we're going to see the next lap times just between these two. So Maximilian Benecke is going to come across the line here in momentarily. He's going to come across the line now. His previous lap time was at 8:19.5. So that's what they've set.
Come
now.
on, Kay, completely unbiased commentary.
Kashuve coming through here has had a little bit of traffic on this lap as well. So coming through.
Oh, there's a Torque Freak racing car.
Cam's off on some whimsical adventure involving
the Motorsports car just
let's just get this lap time out the way. 19.2, so 0.3 of a second faster that time by. So
At least he's consistent.
yeah, it's well, this time it's shorter, so it's getting that down a little bit. But Kay really got to push hard now to try and get that gap down a little bit more. They've got 3 hours, 8 minutes remaining there, Cam, to get that one for them.
I was going to say, it looks like Kei Kushubi's doing a pretty fair job keeping the car all straight and narrow. I mean, the car looks bad, but I'm presuming that this rolled itself around, not actually rolling, but had spun itself with Armco, because it looks like it's got pretty equal front and rear damage. so it probably took a spin and ate the Armco, but the wheels all look perfectly fine, which is probably why that car is able to perform so well. And they seem to be doing a fairly good and competitive job. I mean, to be able to continue to keep up with Maximilian Benek, I mean, they're fairly near to the same parts of the track, and I have to say, taking, well, hey, 0.3 of a second, it's not everything, but it's something. We do have 3 hours and 7 minutes, and it still puts that pressure on, and it still keeps in the mind of the PRT crew that, hey, there's competition and they're coming.
So yeah, we've got these. This is coming on. It's coming on nicely. We've got 10 seconds between the 797 and the 13 car at the moment. Those two in your C-Spec class. Let's see, SimRC.de car and the Team DFT-BA car. So those two have been doing a little bit between them. So that's caught up. Let's see, 6 seconds on the last lap that the 13 car caught up on. So that'll be an interesting battle there for your 4th place in the C-Spec. And the Kias, well, it's 9.3 seconds between the 25 car of the 24-hour Kia team and the Alpine Eagle Racing team. And, well, just over 3 hours remaining. And well, what we can do is say hello to another one of our broadcast geeks who's managed to come in. Ladies and gentlemen, it is none other Mr. Scott Woodwis. Good morning to you, Scott.
Good morning, Paul. Good morning, team. Good morning, everyone on the broadcast. Apologies I wasn't around as I was hoping I'd be in the early hours of the morning, but as I've had a change of location, which was outside my original plans, which means that I wasn't able to commentate at some 2 o'clock in the morning. But I am here now after having spent about 5 decades loading into the server. But apart from that, it's good to see the 24 hours is still up and running and still pretty healthy and still pretty close at the front. We've still got a 28-second gap last time they crossed the line between Pure Racing Team and Core Motorsport. So with all the cars that, yeah, and as Cam says, I've grown a beard in that time as well, or at least my beard has grown larger than it was before. But even so, it's good to be part of the 24 hours, and I'll be here as long as time and time allows me. So hopefully I can be here for the whole 3 hours, but if not, I'll be here as long as I can.
And, well, Randy, you know what this means when we get a new commentator in, don't you? What it means is Racesport TV Primetime returns in a few weeks, where you, those who love sim racing, get to choose which iRacing series we broadcast 2 nights a week. Oh boy! And Scott, I know you're dying to ask me. How do you find that out? Isn't that right? What you're wanting to find out?
Yeah, tell me how that went out. Because if I'm right, looking through all the different links and everything that's been posted around, for the life of me, I can't find how on earth I actually decide what I want to watch on a Wednesday or Friday night. Tell me how I do it, Paul.
Well, I'm glad you asked me, because to find out more and to make your vote as well, you can visit spot.tv/primetime.
Oh, really?
There you'll see all the choices for the Wednesday nights, which will be your tin top racing, so like endurance cars, the sprint series, touring cars, all sorts of things like that. And on the Friday nights, that's your open wheel racing, so that's where you get your choices of things like Indy cars, Lotus 79, and your Formula Renaults, that sort of thing. And so yeah, you can find out that information by visiting
Racesport.tv. Wait, Paul, we need to stop. We have a big update. Hugo got more coffee.
I was going to come to that in a second, Randy. Thank you very much for that. Come on, I had that all set up. I was going to do that.
This is why we can't have nice things.
And then it just pours out. The champagne does.
Thank you. I'm pouring one out for my homies now. But also,
yeah, he just reached out that window, got some coffee out of that tree that Paul was telling us earlier.
No. Did it fall over after the volcanic ash that apparently has been covering Hugo's house?
Comes to mute his microphone because he probably can't stop laughing.
There's only about 3 people in the server right now that got that reference.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what can also tell you, if you want live timing for this race, racesport.tv/timing to keep up to date with everything that's happening in this race. And also, just like to thank Anwan Designs as well for all the graphic overlays that you're seeing there, to keeping you up to date. So thanks a lot to them for all our graphics. What I will do is for my final time in this race because I think I'm finally going to get some sleep now. And we're going to go through the top 3 of each of your classes, and in the GT3
We should make the new one. We should make the new guys here go through the whole field.
No. You can go through that with
because
them.
I'm just going to yell explanations of finding people, like somebody digging like a hole and they find some like a penny or something
Under the couch.
I'm trying to work my way through that metaphor. I'm not sure how that works, but
yeah.
It's so, like, they get really excited. I'll just find cars. I'm like,
that was more convoluted.
Sports car.
That was more convoluted and misleading than a Donald Trump rally.
I make good commentary. I make good commentary.
We were trying to avoid it for 20 hours. We didn't go political, and Randy went there.
Gentlemen, come on, let's get through this. I want to get to the commercials.
Really, we're just trying to keep them from going.
Order in the country box.
Yeah, please. Thank you very much, Jack. So, in the lead of this race, as we've been saying all through this last hour or so, it is Pure Racing Team. They have been in the lead for 132 laps of this race. Second place of Core Motorsports. They're now 26.2 seconds behind. So they have been catching up that kick. Should be doing a fantastic job catching up that gap. Trinity Motorsports are in third place in the number 60 car, 2 laps down, but still running well in that GT3 class. In your C-Spec class, it is the 24 car Pure Racing Team with Florian Voth at the wheel there. He's in the lead. He's in the lead by about 43 seconds ahead of Celestial DNF, who are still running, given that we gave him the kiss of death at the start of our part of the broadcast here. And in third place, Trimate in that C-Spec class. They're about 4.5-5 minutes behind. So yeah, in third place for them. In the Kias, we have got the 25 car, 24-hour Kia team. They are in the lead of that one, with Alpine Eagle Racing in second place. Blackadder Motorsports nicely moving up through the field. They are now in third place in your Kias. And your Mazdas, because I can say this once again, here's your top 3 Mazdas as the leader comes onto pit road. The 397 of the Team RSO car, that's Alex Cerny at the wheel there. He is bringing it onto pit road at the moment. Rookie Racing Team are in second place. Thrustmaster Movano in third place. And just because I want to mention them, GTN Racing are in fourth place. So that's all of your Mazda field. And well, what we're going to do is we're going to have a bit of a change up in the commentary box. Cisco, fantastic having you in the commentary box again. You certainly helped out me and Randy and Jake through this dopey hours show, as Jake called it earlier. But thanks a lot for joining us. It's been a great help having you along.
Oh, it was a pleasure, and I can't wait to see you guys back again on the 26th for the next round of the BLN Endurance Series.
And, well, Randy, are you sticking around for a little while longer yet?
I think I'll stick around for a little bit, get these guys sprung up into it, but I see we have another person in the lobby that I think is going to be connecting shortly, and at that point I'll probably be leaving.
Yeah, so
they haven't
we've got
started. It's going to take a while.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. So yeah,
I should know that.
Well, what we'll do is I'll get off. It's been fantastic to commentate on this section of the race, and hopefully people haven't minded my, shall we say, harebrained moments where I've completely lost the plot, i.e.
You
from
suck.
the second hour of our coverage. And basically, with the support of...
On a serious note, those guys are here. Can we just, I think collectively, can we just give a round of applause to the guys who have been in this booth for 6 or 7, 8 hours, because they've done an absolutely stellar job to be here and actually cover it all through the night. So great job by all of you guys, in all seriousness. I wish I could have been here for longer hours, but yeah, my situation didn't allow it. But I'll do the best I can for as long as I'm here, but as I'm sure we all will. So well done, guys, top effort. And
please, guys, continue giving us that praise.
All praise King Pool.
Yeah, suddenly the adverts can wait.
Yeah, the adverts can wait now. But it's been absolutely fantastic commentating on this portion of the race, and I'll leave you in the safe hands of Cam Walsh, Randy Chenolf, Jake Sperry, Scott Woodwest, me and Cisco well, I don't know what Cisco's going to do, but I'm going to go to bed because I need
I think I'm gonna. I'm not gonna go with you to bed. I'm going to go to my own bed.
Whoa! Paul's final thought there. Me and Cisco are gonna go to bed. And it's like, okay.
No, that's why I said I didn't know what he was going to do. But
Got
I'm
an
going to
Australian
bed.
team you can join, bud.
One final
I'm gonna
thought.
go to my own bed. Thank you very much.
One final thought from me, and that is Mr. Hugo Lewis, who's going to be doing practically 30 hours of broadcasting this next couple of days. So big shout out to him. Send packets and donations of coffee, preferably really strong stuff. You know, like lots of espresso, stuff like that. Send it through to Hugo because he needs it to stay awake. Hopefully he won't fall asleep on the job when it's in the middle of the V8s tomorrow at Bathurst. But yeah, that's it from me. That is the end of those part of the hours. We've got less than 3 hours remaining in the iRacing 24 hours here around the Nürburgring, here live on iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV. From myself, Paul Smith, and from Cisco, we're going to be stepping aside now. We'll leave you in the hands of the rest of the team for the rest of this race. Hope you have a good one, stay safe and enjoy the racing. Good night.
Here at iRacing, we pride ourselves on interacting with our community and getting into the forums and seeing the discussions and doing surveys about what features and content things that they want. It's been quite clear that one of the biggest features that people are looking for is dirt racing. You know, the first step in doing something like that was obviously our dynamic track project. It has set a great foundation for us to do a lot of different things with our surface going forward. With this dirt track project, it became evident that we needed to really become educated on what happens with dirt, not only the preparation of the track, but what happens to the surface as a race is going on. We've gotten in touch with the University of Northwestern Ohio, and there they have a terrific motorsports program, but they also have a big focus on dirt racing. They have their own dirt oval there called Lima Land. They actually have a dirt late model team and modified team as part of the curriculum for the school.
The university purchased the track for student involvement. They're out here for multiple purposes. We hold classes out here where they work on the vehicles that they build. We also have a motorsports team. They build, crew, and race the cars every Friday. So we have a huge involvement here at Lima Land Motorsports Park from the university.
And so we're sending Dan Garrison there to get educated and to learn what is different about dirt.
iRacing's traditionally done with asphalt. In that model, the track is, very stiff, and it's the tires that have the give and the bend. But when you start talking about a dirt track, the equation flips in that the track is the thing that gives and responds. That's going to be a big challenge, and it's something that we definitely want to get right.
You know, everybody wants different racetracks. Personally, I like faster racetracks. A dirt track fast is when you keep the moisture in it and don't let it get real hard on you. If you let it get real hard, it's just like cement. You cannot water cement. You put water on it, the water runs off. The racetrack has got to absorb the water. You got to keep a hard pan below it, but keep the loose stuff on top to make it fast.
The thing about dirt racing that I like the most is there's probably 20 other competitors on the track, but I was always taught by Mr. Knott, a guy that gave me my first sprint car ride, you're racing the racetrack. You're not racing the 20 other guys in that feature race, and you're constantly got the car in a slide. You're turning right to go fast. You have to figure the racetrack out and get your car to where it handles the best on the dirt.
It's good to kind of actually get to a racetrack that's in working condition and be able to see, okay, this is how the soil behaves and this is what it's like. And It's amazingly sticky is the thing I'm learning. It like really holds together well.
Having worked with this group of guys and on this code base now for 16 years, we've only ever done pavement. We've only ever done purpose-built, race cars that run on ovals or road courses. So it was natural. The first car that we're going to introduce for this is a dirt late model, and we've actually partnered with Clint Boyer, who has a dirt late model team, and he's given us access to his car. We've scanned it, we've photographed it, and started the data collection process with his team to understand how the car works. We couldn't ask for better data to build this dirt late model.
To be able to drive a car around a dirt track and really pitch it into a corner and get on the throttle and throw the car around a little bit and keep it under control, I think is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm very excited about this project. I mean, we have a 25+ year history of making pavement racing between Papyrus and iRacing, and this is the real first chance we're venturing outside of that. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm very optimistic that this will be launching this year.
Welcome to the jungle, right on through the door. We're here in your 24 hours of Nurburgring, and we are under 3 hours to go. Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining in and watching us here on iRacing Live by Racebot TV. Jake Sperry here with a multitude of commentators alongside me. You've got the likes of Cam Walsh, Mr. Randy Chanath, who has been holding the night shift. We got also Scott Woodwis here, and we will be joined by someone else in just a couple of minutes' time. Hugo Louise behind the cameras, and well, it is all about that battle here at the lead of your class here for your GT3s, because you have to look at Pure Racing Team. They are out and away at the moment, but it is not conclusive yet because it's only 26 seconds to Core Motorsports behind. We can get you a run through right now here of everyone's classifications very, very quickly throughout the field. And well, let's try and get yourselves then up and going then. I'm going to start things off with your GT3 field and how everything looks. Hugo, change the music. And there you can see Pure Racing Team. They are out and away by 26.2 seconds when they cross the line to Core Motorsports. They can see Trinity Motorsports, the number 60 machine. They are 2 laps down, but are in 3rd place in an island on their own. There is the GT Ross SST Orange team there. They're 4th at the moment with the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home 1 team. They're in 5th, 5 laps off the pace. They're in a scrap at the moment with the number 8 Core Sim Racing Audi there, and well, they can see GT Ross SST Black there further down the field. Same for the Thrustmaster Movano TRL team as well, with the Austria Kajala Racing their team 7 laps off the pace. The number 1, the CTC Racing Black, they're down the order 9 laps. Driving Revolution still going, they're 22 laps off the pace, and same for Team GT, they are 59 off the pace. So your roof field, right, let's see who wants to go through that one then. Any takers here, boys?
Sure, I'll go for it. What the heck? So, hold on a second here. Yep, the Oceanic Sim Racing GT3 cars had an issue there back on pit road. Of course, that car well down in 39. But looking at your C-Spec field, right now it is currently also a Pure Racing Team roof. It's their C-Spec 24 Hours team, currently piloted by Florian Worth. He has been putting on a very good pace. I think he might even have an entire lap on the C-Spec field. But Celestial DNF, well, they haven't DNF'd at all. That car actually looks mint in that number 88. They are proceeding, of course. Yassine Babert is currently piloting that car 6 laps off the GT3 field, and that is just so very impressive. But Trimates, they are currently running in your 3rd position in the C-Spec field. Justin Hahn currently piloting that roof C-Spec, and they are on the same, or just one lap behind, actually, the Celestial DNF car. So everything's still relatively done in the relatively competitive in the C-Spec field. Any mistake could really change those positions. SimRC is in 4th, as Team DFTBA is in 5th. Chorus Sim Racing's C-Spec effort, they are 15th overall, they're in 6th. And the 4iRacers.hau is in only 7th. Mad Cow Racing Muriel, that's a new one, the Muriel. But, well, she seems like she could be doing better days. But that is most teams here. They're currently riding in 8th with the GTL Virtual Racing Team number 1 in 9th in the Roof C-Spec field. And then Not Attacking Friends currently circulating with a very interesting scheme of paint. They are in 9th with the Phoenix Endurance car. Oh, it's not on track anymore. Well, anyways, they were riding in 30th overall.
Yes, most certainly, and well, we do have 4 classes of field here as we're going to go to Scotwood. We're standing by with all the Kia action here and see where everyone is in that respect.
Yes, indeed. Leading the Kia class currently is car number 25. That's the 24-hour Kia team car, but they're actually on the same lead lap as the guys in 2nd place. That's the Alpine Eagle Racing team. Car number 127. They're not too far away, because if you want a gap in terms of how close they are, well, the 24-hour Kia team is just about heading up towards the Adenauer Forge corner, whereas the Alpine Eagle car is just about heading through Fuchsrohr, so not too far away between them and the top 2. 3rd place in the class is the number 66 Blackadder Motorsport number 69 car. As if that's not confusing, that's 3 laps back off the lead battle for the lead. 4th place is the team GTRS number 1 car, that's the number 57 machine, and that's on the same lap as Blackadder. Then in 5th place in class, the Kronos Sim Races CSR machine in 6th position. 7th place is the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew car number 451. And then in 8th we have the Clan, after an incident earlier on, we did have the Clan AOD.net 24-hour Kia, but that's actually in the pits at the moment with Christopher Baron-Vartian at the wheel. It had a big incident towards the end of its lap, and that's just put it back down in order. So that's hopefully all that side of things there as we head to the rest of the team, as they're already out of the race currently.
Yes, most certainly, and well, you can say there aren't really too many MX-5s heading themselves out and around. Team RSO397 leading that one. The rookie team, number 55, find themselves 2nd, and well, the only other car who is in any sort of close proximity / running is the Thrustmaster Vine X5. We have a car turned around, and that is CTC Racing Black, Andre Hegheim there down at the wheel. Let's get a replay then and see exactly what happened of the number 1 machine, where they can see heading through the right-hander, and well, they are just starting to head to the end of the split, and they can see a slow bit of oversteer. Couldn't catch the car, clipped the barrier, but couldn't turn it around due to the traffic going along. Not ideal in that respect at all, but for the time being, we've seen this racing be really interesting at the front here, Cam. You can see Cool Motorsports Pure Racing Team, they are flying themselves here through this race, and of course Pure Racing Team have held over 125 laps of this race lead, but it's all down about this race story, about Cool Motorsports just whittling that gap down.
Well, they can and they can. When I first came in here, it was 29 seconds. It's now down to 26 seconds. So, of course, proceeding, and that's so very good to see between these two cars. Not one mistake can be made. Otherwise, they will just ultimately throw their races away. This is that close. One single mistake could change everything for the front of the fields here. But yes, in this GT3 field, some cars are still relatively close. I mean, the 24H MSP driver's home car is still running around with that Core Sim Racing Audi still on the same lap, but quite a few cars are actually still on the same lap, so a lot of competition to say the very least.
Yes, most certainly here as we head down inside 3 hours. It's going to be a case of just who has the battle of nerve, who can keep their car on this very, very difficult island the most right now. And well, battles are few and far between for the moment in terms of class, but few and far between on the road. We do see a couple of cars next to each other in terms of being on the circuit. Just trying to find one of those battles for you right now. And there you can see Trimates here having to let through Core Sim Racing Audi's Mike Palouche here through in this next section of corners. And well, Scott, I'm going to come to you. It's very difficult to deal with lap traffic coming in, especially with the range of cars that we have here on show here. And it's so difficult to make your way through so cleanly and effectively. It has caught quite a few drivers out earlier on in the race.
Yeah, I think what's clear is that you can see a lot of cars are showing a lot of battle scars on this circuit already, with about 3 hours to go. Particularly if you look at the second place car overall, Core Motorsports has a very bent rear wing. If you look at it, obviously they've been in all sorts of incidents. But if you look at the Pure Racing Team car, they've been leading for so long, the best to deal with the traffic. They've actually been doing a pretty grand job in terms of holding on that side of things. So it's pretty interesting to watch how this race has developed. But looking at the lead gap, it's now down to about 24 seconds. So Core Motorsports, despite the damage, heading through all the traffic, they've been able to really hold on the best and actually push themselves up through the field. So the fact they're lapping pretty much at the rate of sort of 2 seconds a lap quicker than Pure Racing right now means that Kashuba's got his foot down and really wants to push himself towards the front. So we could even get a lead battle by the time we get to the end of the race.
Yes, Randy, I haven't forgotten you, I promise. And, well, strategy is always going to be an important fact, and it's all down to Core Motorsports right now, who found themselves about 10 seconds the last time they came into pit lane. Is that going to be something that is going to be very interesting to look at?
Well, something that's, they've done that consistently for several stops now, and we're really not sure what it is that Pure Racing Team is doing to lose that 10 seconds, but the couple pit stops ago was 45 seconds. They found 10 seconds to 35, and then this most recent time, they obviously found that time again. And Kashuba is still reeling in that Pure Racing Team just on pace. We're about midway through this stint right now, and I think in the next 3 to 4 laps, we're going to need to keep an eye on it. We're expecting Core Motorsports to come down the pit lane first, and then we're going to have to see what Pure Racing Team is doing and see whether or not they make that mistake again. Because if it gets to 15-second gap on track, I think it's almost a sure thing that Core Motorsports will get there.
Yes, most certainly so. And, well, it's certainly going to be an interesting race, not just in your top field, but we do have battles going all the way down. Let's look at the number 25 machine, who's leader in class in the Kias right now. Guilherme Radicon, they're down in that 24-hour Kia team car. They have the lead at the moment over the Alpine Eagle Racing Team. They made the move about an hour and a half ago over this car here, Cam. And, well, now you've got to look at this. They do have a quicker driver into Alpine Eagle, but it's just a case of trying to stop the hemorrhage here, stop the gap from opening up a little more. But it just seems for the moment that it's not quite happening.
Well, no, perhaps not. And of course, these guys, even these guys are still relatively close, which is always an exciting thing to see. But yeah, the Alpine Eagle racing car, they had just pitted not long ago. Actually, they're coming into pits right now. Robert Klotz he's bringing his 127 down into pit road. And so he's going to be getting some service there. Robert Klotz is pulling behind the Blackadder Motorsports car, which has seen better days. But either way, though, this Kia field seems to have been proceeding fairly well. And you know what? There are still 3 cars that are all on the same lap in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So a lot of competition to see yet.
Yes, let's get a replay then of the 451 Torque Freak Racing corkscrew machine. They've just found the barriers here on the curbs, heading up towards the Dottinger Hoe in just a couple of corners. And, well, clips the barriers once, clips the barriers twice. Not ideal, but we have a brand new guy, and actually clips the barriers a 3rd time going back live there. They are really struggling. We've got a new guy in the commentary box here. It is Mr. Sebastian Qualque there. And, well, Seb, nice to see you in the commentary box, but it means that, as per tradition, it seems right now, we have to plug a certain thing called a Racebot Primetime. Now, do you know that there is a vote going on?
No, I don't. And I'm first of all, I'm really happy to be here. I've heard you a lot. I've seen you a lot doing commentary, and I thought, well, I want to try that too. Did it a lot in Germany, in German, 6 years overall. A bit of English. I have some experience, but not much. But I'm trying to further this.
Well, seeing as he doesn't know, and it's great to see him here. Well, we have to tell you that there is a vote for Racebot Primetime, so that on your Wednesday and Friday nights, you, the viewers, can choose what you want to see. Yes, you. And it couldn't be. Why not? Because we have to see that you got to get that vote in. Of course, you get to vote for 1 closed wheel race, 1 open wheel race, and of course, last time we voted, we had the Kia Cup, as we can see the Kias right now driving through, and we also saw your Formula Renault 2.0. Voting is available at Racebot TV-Primetime, and, well, if you want to get social with us, Racebot TV's Facebook and Racebot TV's Twitter are always going to be there available for you to use right now, and that will be very good to talk to us. And of course, in the comments as well, you can always give us a lovely little shout out, a little chat as well. It's always going to be interesting. So Ross, I'm going to come to you if I can forget my words just for a second here. It just seems that you look at this second class right now here with Pure Racing Team IRC spec here in the number 24. Seems 24 is a lucky car in the 24 hours, and it's just doing exactly what it needs to right now, just staying calm.
Yeah, and that's the key thing with these sort of endurance races, particularly on a circuit like the Nürburgring, is that for some cases, some will treat it as an all-out 24-hour thrash, but this is one of those circuits where you really can't afford to do that too much because it's a very narrow, winding circuit. It is one of the most treacherous and trickiest circuits in the world. So it's one that you really cannot afford to take any liberties with. And Pure Racing Team, with the number 24 car, have pretty much done a stellar job all night and all through this race so far, these 21 hours and 15 minutes that have gone by so far. And that's the key thing in terms of, it's the age-old saying, to finish first you've got to finish. And while obviously he's managed to keep it on the road and kept his cool whilst others around haven't been able to do that, that's the crucial part in this race. If you can keep your car on the island when everyone else is throwing theirs off into the scenery, that's the key point in terms of keeping it on there, because it's so crucial, because a 24 hours endurance race is as much a race of attrition as it is a race of pure out-and-out pace. So the fact these guys have done it with pretty much minimal to no damage is very impressive indeed.
Yes, very much indeed. And of course, there are 4 classes of car here. Of course, you have your GT3s, which is your Audis, and well, then you have yourself your C-Spec roofs, and then you have your Kias, and then a car which hasn't really seen too much light here in the last few hours here, and that here, Seb, is, well, actually, Randy, I'll go to you first. That here, Randy, is unfortunately your MX-5s right now, because they really haven't had the best of luck. I think there's only 3 or 4 that are actually circulating around the circuit right now, and they really have been the battering post at the moment.
Yeah, it's really been unfortunate for them, and it's I'm not even entirely sure what happened, because when me and Paul and Cisco took over the broadcast at the 12-hour mark, there were only 3 MX-5s running then. So something in the first half of this race went absolutely mental for that part of the grid, and unfortunately the last 3 to 4 cars have been able to keep it on the island and keep it running clean.
Yes, most certainly, and well, it's going to be very interesting to see exactly what goes on. Also, in that respect as well, going to be a lot of battles going on that we need to work out exactly what's going to happen. Right now, Maximilian Beneke, and then heading up towards another lap right now here as he heads himself now through fast past the Dossinger hose, if I can get my words out once again, into the left, into the right, and then one more left will open him up onto the front straight away. Seb, take us through the GP circuit here of this 24-hour course.
Yeah, we're on the main straight. We know that from Formula 1 a few years ago. And now we're heading to the first corner. Hard braking right here. This is a very, very slow corner, a bit downhill. You need to hit the apex right here, and then a very short left turn. Then you go full speed out of here, and the next corner will be this left one. We're not going the short track, we're going the full GP track. Then again downhill, this section right here with this right corner. Take the curbs with you completely, and then we're going to the Dunlopkehre, which is there was a crash a few years ago in Formula 1 where Michael Schumacher turned out. I think everyone knows. Actually, talking about Michael Schumacher, this is the Schumacher S. It's a bit hard to drive here. You need to get off the throttle, but you don't brake. Then a slow left turn, and again, it's a bit rough to go there, the right turn, and then we're going full speed through the next right corner as we are heading to the NGK chicane. This here goes full speed, and the chicane is the slowest part of the track. And then we are heading over to the Nordschleife.
Yes, we are there. Fantastic. That's how the GP circuit looks on board with your race leader, Maximilian Beneke. News just in, Core Motorsports and Kei Kashube, they have just come out of pit road right now, so they are going to do exactly what they did last time here, Randy. They're going to do the thing that they do all the time. They're going to go and pit first and look to ask questions later.
Yeah, it's what they've been doing really since the midway point of this race, if not before. About one lap sooner, they've been hitting that pit lane, and right now it's all eyes on Pure Racing Team. We talked about it just a little bit ago on Core Motorsports' ability to bring down about 10 seconds on the pit stop sequence. So it might just, if it happens again, that would be well under 20 seconds, that gap, and Core would definitely be able to see PRT at that point, and PRT would have to fight really, really hard to not get overtaken. I think once Core is able to see them, I feel like Keikishibi is going to go even quicker than he already is.
Yes, most certainly here. Just looking further down the field, you can see Adria Perez Soler on the GT Ross SST black car, number 42, getting himself around there. That is a Kia Optima of Robert Klotz behind the Alpine Eagle racing car there as they head themselves towards probably one of the few corners that I know on this circuit. I can't memorise all 170 turns off the top of my head. Here, this is the Carousel, and this is one of the most famous corners in all of racing. And Scott, it really is a marvel to see it hold up this well after all this time.
It is, and this is one of those circuits that really has stood the test of time over the years. Of course, it was constructed sort of back around the sort of 1920s, 1930s or so, and since then it's obviously there's been changes that have been made over the years. I mean, at one point, if you look at the Dottingerhurst Straight, they used to have huge sort of jumps and used to be very hilly, lots of undulations on that straight. Now, though, it's very much changed where it's become very flat, very straight, very fast. They've made some awesome revisions recently to the Flugplatz as well on that side of things. So, but for the most part, the circuit's remained unchanged, and the fact that we still get professional racing that goes on a circuit like the Nordschleife is pretty mind-boggling, because if you look at all the modern sort of circuits we have here, this is sort of a bit of an enigma, but it's still, even despite that, it's one of the best circuits in the world, and you still get great racing time after time.
Yes, most certainly. Now, Cam, we're going to just step into one of these cars and just give a detailed profile right now here. And it's one which a lot of people will be very happy in the comments to see. It's the number 19 machine, Mad Cow Racing are here, and it's Muriel who is here with us here, heading up towards Flugplatz right now, up the hill, in towards this right-hander. And, well, it hasn't been the best of races for them. They're 6 laps off of their respective class leader, but they're trying everything they can to get themselves back in, but they're just on a world of their own at the moment.
Well, they absolutely are. Muriel is moving fairly well. Not necessarily sure if I'm a big fan of the pattern being on a roof, but either way, though, I'm sure that car has been proceeding at least fairly well, at least up until the moment that the car impacted with a barrier and/or another car and sustained all of that damage. But either way, though, yes, Lars Jepepson he's currently, I'm pretty sure I butchered that one, but he's currently going through one of the faster sections here before he gets to a very high uphill where you've basically got to roll it to a darn near stop. But either way, as he's coming through, I believe, this is the back quarter here. Oh, it's the corner that is always on the tourist crash videos. People always crash there, and it's I won't say it's entertaining, but if it was Gladiator, it would be. Either way, the roof cars, well, they seem to be having a better time of it than most. More cars are circulating from when the start was our C-Spec cars, and they are still running fairly quick, so perhaps these roof cars, that engine being in the rear, allows it to have a little bit more survivability, Jake.
Yes, most certainly here right now, seeing the Core Sim Racing Audi, Mike Peluche behind the wheel. He's caught up to the Alpine Eagle racing car as well. Now, we'll see if that one comes in. No, it won't. But now you can see moving across here to the right-hand side, very pedestrian and very sporting as well. Mike Peluche will come flying past here down the front straightaway right now. Core Sim Racing Audi, at the moment they find themselves 6th in class. At the moment they can see coming out of pit lane, that is Dave Geelink behind the rookie racing team number 55. I believe MX5 there in 2nd in class right now, having a scrap with Thrustmaster Movano. Now, Seb, I'm going to come to you here because these MX5s, of course, they are few and far between at the moment, but what has to be remembered right now is you look at that Thrustmaster Movano MX5 here, heading itself through turns 1 and 2 on circuit. It's not too far away here, and we might just have a scrap on our hands, depending on whether the Thrustmaster team have to come in.
Yeah, and what we will see, this is very close. We are, I think, 21 hours into this race, and they're just, what is that, 20 seconds, 15? That is astonishing. We might see a fight here if we are just maybe waiting a bit longer. We will see those two teams fighting each other I'm pretty sure of that.
Yes, most certainly. I think we will as well. And, well, that's going to be one to look out for, second in class in the MX-5 category. But right now, we're going to look at your race leader in overall and also in your GT3 category here, because the number 111, Maximilian Beneke, right now, he's heading himself onto the Dottinger-Ho. And, well, now it's going to be the question of whether he goes in one lap later, whether he decides to go to pit lane. It will be an interesting one to see. And, Scott, you have to say right now, it's going to be one where Maximilian Beneke will be looking to try and save some time as best as he possibly can.
Yeah, this is one of those races where time can be really gained or lost in the pits, and depending on how efficient the pit crew can be, it can really be a point between how much time he actually gains on his rival, how much time he loses in terms of potentially coming back, because the gap last time they came across the line when they were at racing speeds was actually 28.2 seconds. Now the fact that Core Motorsports have been in, they've made a pit stop. I mean, look at the wheel. We've currently got, it's still Keiga Shuba at the wheel, so he hasn't actually stopped, he's doing a double stint. Beneke now is going to head his way through Tiergarten, through the chicane, through T13, up towards the pit lane. He does actually throw it into the pits. So your overall race leader, the Pure Racing Team Audi, with Maximilian Beneke at the wheel, heads towards pit lane. Now the question is, does he decide to double stint again and stay in, or will he hand over to another driver? Let's find out.
Yeah, perfect entry there. And, well, there's a very interesting point going to be bringing up here, Randy, and that's the fact that Pure Racing Team at the moment are a two-man team. You look at Core Motorsports, they're a four-man team. They have fresher drivers. Maximilian Beneke's already been at the wheel for an hour, hour and a half, and now he'll be looking to try and get that stint very much sorted once again.
Yeah, I'm not expecting that Max will be getting out of the car anytime soon, especially, you know, at this stage of the race with Kei Kashubi. You know, he's really the fast core guy, and, you know, if Kei stays in that car, there's no reason Max should ever think about getting out of that thing. And really, if I'm Core Motorsports, if I realize that, I think I basically have to keep Kei Kashubi in this car to the end of the race as well. It's only 2.5 hours to the end here. I think we're going to see both of these guys go to the end.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the best ploy there. Try and put your fastest drivers in. You can see Kei Kashubi right now heading himself past the tourist entrance, and it'll be interesting to see if the gap has come down between himself and Maximilian Beneke, who is still on pit road right now. Anders Dahl in the Thrustmaster Movano TRL car. He will come in then from what is net.
This gap's going to be really close for the lead, guys.
It is certainly going to be. We're going to have to look out then for Core Motorsports here, heading themselves down the front straightaway right now, and that gap's going to come down more and more, and it might, just might be a case of the gaps come right down. Out comes Maximilian Beneke, and look at where Core Motorsports have filtered out on the pit stops once again. The gap was 20 odd seconds. It's now down to less than 10. It's almost 5 seconds. And now you look at this one here. It's going to be one where we've raised the voices a little bit, but we'll just bring it back calm again, because we've got 2.5 hours and Core Motorsports have been doing this all race long, Cam, and now they are bringing it all back into their own favour.
Yeah, you can just absolutely see. It was 1 minute and 26 when Maximilian Beneke came through, so of course the pit stops here very, very long with just the dual rattle guns and the separate fuel cycling. But either way, though, the PRT car, Maximilian Beneke, well, you know, now he's just he's got a very clear objective ahead of him. Get back up to speed and keep ahead of the Core Motorsports car. It's not necessarily something of trying to figure out how hard you have to push, or maybe if you can push here or not here, but to say the very least, Core Motorsports with Kei Kashubi, they have been absolutely reeling in this PRT car, and it's been interesting to watch with how damaged that Core Motorsports car is.
Well, one has to wonder here, just with 2 more pit stops remaining, they're making 15 to 20 seconds or so up every single pit. Does it even matter how fast or how hard PRT pushes here? Because I feel like if Kei Kashubi right now, if he just holds station where he is right now, come the next pit stop, he's going to jump PRT.
Yeah, that's seemingly going to be the pattern we're seeing at the moment. Maybe it's just something that Maximilian Beneke needs to remember to do right now. Remember to put himself back into the fray right now. And actually, we haven't really talked about here, Scott, the man in 3rd place right now behind the wheel. It's Simon Grossman for Trinity Motorsports. Now, they're on an island on their own. They've got 2 laps ahead of them, 2 laps behind them. And it's just seemingly been the case where they're just going to cruise around this lovely Nürburgring full circuit. And they're going to look here at these German mountains, as it were, and just leave themselves in a comfortable podium position, barring any mishaps.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you only really can do in that sort of thing. You just got to drive your own race in that situation. It's not a case where he's 2 laps behind the leaders. He's 2 laps in front of 4th place, the Ross SST orange car, which I believe has David Matter at the wheel now. So it really is a case of just being sensible, not pushing too hard, just keeping a consistent pace and just being able to hold on. Because if you think about it, trying to make up 2 laps on a circuit like this is quite a Leviathan task. So if you've got 2 laps over the guy behind you, to a certain extent you can afford to relax a little bit, but apart from that, you can just about hold on and just run your own race and just not take too many silly risks.
The PRT car has just been involved in an incident. Maximilian Benecke has been involved in an incident with a roof C-Spec car that is the Team DFTBA car of Dennis Garrison.
Oh my word, let's get a replay of that, and shades of the VLN are coming back to haunt Maximilian Benecke then, down into the right-hand. Oh, you have to say it. Tried to go around the outside, and it just seemed that the roof lost it on braking, and that is so unfortunate for Benecke. And what that has meant now is that Maximilian Benecke has a certain cake of Shube all over the back of the gearbox. Boys, business has just picked up.
Yeah, Core has to be very patient here, because Core, PRT definitely has damage from that. We can tell their wing is bent. We don't know how much the drivability is affected or how much the top speed is affected just yet. But this is, again, like we just said, flashes of VLN is, that roof going into the foxhole. That roof just got onto the grass on the brakes. That was absolutely no fault of Maximilian Benecke at all. And actually, similarly, that was basically the same part of the track that Max had his VLN issue. But Core right now, as much time as they make up in the pit stops, even though PRT's there and they're undoubtedly smelling blood in the water, they need to be patient. They need to not push too hard, and they need to not be putting 2 wheels off onto the grass like they just did.
Yes, most certainly, Seb, we're going to come to you. It's certainly getting up exciting here with 2.5 hours to go. You wouldn't expect this race to be decided now, but certainly at the moment, it seems that it's all gearing up to what will be a fantastic climax to this race.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the thing is now the psychological advantage is with Core Motorsports. Kashube can see the leading car. He sees it all over his face. And that's such a psychological advantage. You know, he's there. I can get him. And the way I see it, Core Motorsports now has everything at their hands to win this race.
Yeah, you could say so at the moment, and that is one that we are going to have to look very, very closely at the moment. The battles are starting to go few and far between at the moment, and actually, Randy, I'm going to come to you on this one here because, well, actually, Cam, I'll go to you here because we haven't talked to you for a little bit of a while here. It's the number 4, the iRacers.hu team Porsche right now, has Daniel Sinker there behind the wheel, and it seems just for the moment here right now that we have him running himself all alone. We've had an incident where he had a tow issue a couple of hours ago. Do you think that everything seems to be sorted in that respect?
Sorted in that respect of which car?
The number 4, the iRacers.hu.
Okay, yes, the number 4 let's see here, wait a second. I can't get the official. Oh yes, the .hu team. Well, Daniel Simca is currently getting onto the Nord's Schleife once again here, but overall though, for all things considering, they're 6th position, but it's not all that bad. They're going to possibly be able to catch up to the Team DFTBA car. I mean, that's necessarily ahead of you. Now that they've had their incident, which it's unfortunate to see though, but you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. You tried to give him as much room on the outside, and as a result, he clipped the inside grass, picked up, well, he wasn't able to bleed off speed under braking because obviously there was the grass, and then he was struggling to get on the brakes, lost it trying to keep it out of the leaders, and, well, worst case scenario, you hate to take out the leaders, but, you know, these things do happen, but ultimately, though, the SimRC.de car is relatively close as well, though, as that number 797 car is actually going at the exact same speed as the Ospa Kaja Racing GT3 car down the Dotner Ho. Actually, it was faster. That's which isn't necessarily going to be the nicest thing when they get to the actual twisty-turny bits, Jake.
Yeah, certainly not. You can see actually they're coming up on Dave Gielink's car of the rookie racing team there. Gets past that one without too much trouble. Oscar Kajala Racing, Sami Silvertonen there behind the wheel at the time of this with Jürgen Frank there inside that SimRC.de 797 machine right now. You can see he goes onto pit lane, but Randy, at the moment, you've got to look back at that battle for the race lead here, because Maximilian Beneke has actually just pulled out a gap, and maybe the damage isn't as bad as we were first suspecting here, because he has really got the hammer down right now.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that Max has just started pushing through the rest of the Nordschleife to try to build that gap, or it might be that Cage has realized that, hey, we were having to, you know, come up with an absolutely insurmountable amount of speed to try to make up gaps. Now that the gap is so small, I don't have to push so hard. I can just kind of relax. And, you know, really right now, if they kind of drive off in the distance a little bit, that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world for KHGB and Core Motorsports, because if anything, they would want PRT to relax a little bit and maybe think like they have some space, because Core, we know that Core has been making up tons of time in the pit lane, and I think right now, just like as Seb touched on earlier, the mental advantage, I think, is with Core Motorsports, and I think the strategy advantage is with Core Motorsports as well, because PRT, for the past 12 hours, we've been seeing the same thing happen whenever they hit the pit lane. They're doing something that's taking up a whole bunch of time, and I don't think it's just on the pit entry. I think they're actually just taking too much gas that they're not actually able to use at any stage of the lap, because the lap is so long here that if you take 3 to 4 gallons extra, but you can't actually burn that to do a whole nother lap, you're essentially just sitting in the pit lane wasting time.
Yes, most certainly so. As you can see, Maximilian Beneke puts himself past John Della Valle right there in the Kronos Sim Racers team there, CSR. And well, now you can see Kei Kashibe. The gap 3.5 seconds then is what is all that separates your leaders at the moment here. Heading up towards 2 hours to go. It's going to be certainly very interesting to look at here right now. Couple of cars here on pit lane right now, and well, a couple of cars here on pit lane includes the rookie racing team here, the number 55. They are on pit lane. Car just coming out right now. That is your 24-hour MSP Drivers Home number 1 team car here. They are 5th in class at the moment here as they head themselves down in towards turn number 1 here. Julian Grunestel at the wheel here, and Scott will come to you. Julian Grunestel right now, well, he's there in 5th. He's looking to try and pull himself back to the GT Ross SST orange car in the number 16. But at the moment, it just seems that the gap's a little bit too far away to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, but just look at the lap times. I mean, it seems as though the last lap for Enrique Lopez, because that's been a driver change for the number 16 car, the last lap was an 8:43.726. So it's just about this point in time trying to get yourself through the traffic. And you know, having done a sim racing 24-hour race myself, it's one of those races where when you hand over to somebody else, you've got to rely on your teammates to do the same job, to stay to the brief and to be able to run the race which you've set out from the beginning. But of course, it's never as simple as just running to plan all the time, because sometimes, as it's happened with the pure racing team, you know, drivers can start to get weary, they can fall into incidents, it can really start to compromise races. Nothing is ever certain until you get to the checkered flag. So the 193 car just doing the best it can as it currently heads towards the end of the Grand Prix loop. But knowing that just way up the road already at the Fuchsrohr is the 4th place GT Ross SST car, so they're going to need a major drama, hopefully not putting the commentator's curse on it, for the 4th place car in order to get anywhere near, possibly getting closer to moving up another spot, because they are both on the same lap.
Yes, most certainly. You can see Enrique Lopez there in that GT Ross SST orange car, fighting himself through. He does have a car behind of Sami Silvertonian there in the Oscar Kajala racing team there, who is down the field and probably one of the last cars in this leading sort of group. They're 7 laps off the pace at the moment. It just seems for the moment here, Seb, that you're seeing a little bit of calm here before the storm. We're not seeing everyone going all guns a-blazing right now, looking for the move. They're all got to remember, there is still 2.25 hours still to go of this race, and there is still a long way to go.
Yeah, this is not the time to go nuts right here. With over 2 hours to go, this is just the calm before the storm, you said it right, and I think we have to expect some drivers, let's say, going nuts. Maybe with 1 hour to go, 45 minutes, that means we have 6 more laps to go. I think that would be the perfect time for actually raising hell on this circuit.
Well, they don't call it the green hell for absolutely nothing right now. You can see just how important all these battles are going to be up and down your field. Of course, we do have 4 classes, we said before, and well, it's certainly going to be interesting to watch here as we're going to look at the Kias very quickly here. Robert Klotz in the Alpine Eagle Racing team. Now, they have been hemorrhaging time right now, but it just seems for the moment here that it's the car in the lead here. Johan Scherer there behind the wheel of the 24-hour Kia team. They are flying away here at the moment. cam, and they are doing everything they need to do. Of course, they made the pass about 2 hours ago, and now they're just showing everyone just what they are made of.
Well, absolutely here, and right now Johan Charier is currently piloting that 24H Kia team, and that is currently a 10-second gap between that 24H Kia team and that Alpine Eagle Racing team, so racing still very, very close. And as my timing screen is having struggles coming to grips with the massive amount of cars and traffic and racing on the Nordschleife right now, the Black Adam Motorsports car, actually they're about 3 laps behind, so okay, so they're safely first and second, but you never know who is going to come away with it here, especially, I mean, we just saw Maximilian Benecki was involved in an incident. You never know what can happen here on the Nordschleife.
Yeah, certainly not here, as we can look at the Core Sim Racing C-Spec here of Santeri Kalunki there behind the wheel. He's just been overtaken by Adria Perez Soler, and there was looking to try and get back. Didn't quite happen at the moment, and well, you can see on the front straightaway here that Core Motorsports are 2 or 3 miles an hour slower on max speed alone, and well, that is going to be something to remember here. That might be just the damage stones come to effect. It might be a case of just lifting off that throttle just a little bit. It's going to be one that you need to focus on just for the time being right now as well. We're going to try and find ourselves a lovely car to talk about right now, and the car we're going to talk about right now here, Scott, is your leaders in your MX-5. It's the Team RSO 397 machine. Tobias Scherney here at the wheel, and well, from things that I've seen right now, it's a lovely 3-car team at the moment. They had Alex Scherney at the very beginning of the stint, and they've had Alex Scherney, Patrick Langau, Elmire Akote, and actually, I stand myself corrected, Tobias Scherney right now. You can see them get out of the way of Stefan Muschela's Frostmaster Movano TRL team, and you know, he's just played the calm game. He's seen all of his rivals fall by the wayside in the early half of the race, and they've just stayed calm and collected and kept themselves going.
That is one of the cleaner cars out there in terms of how it looks, because it certainly kept itself out of trouble, and it's one of the sole survivors in the MX-5 class. So kudos where it's due to Team RSO number 397 to keep this car on the road and pretty much keep it scratch-free in most cases, from what I can see on my screen anyway. Tobias Scherney just again, it's one of those cars, he's not taking too many risks, just running his own race, keeping it on the black stuff, and then just making sure that he can get it towards the end. And that's one of the main things in terms of, some guys will go hard and fast in the beginning, but effectively, once they start to run out of steam and actually start making mistakes, it then leads to kind of guys making errors and throwing it off into the scenery. Whereas a car like this, Team RSO, they're quick, but they know that where they need to kind of keep it on the road and not exactly push too hard. So credit where credit's due for those guys, and maybe one of the only 3 cars left on the MX-5 class, but they're the ones that have been managed to pretty much do the best job. And at this point in time, they look as though they've got quite a healthy lead over the second place car, about a 2-lap lead over the Thrustmaster Movano MX-5 car number 12, which is second in the class of the 3 still running. So great job from them so far, and hopefully long may it continue all the way to the finish.
Long may it continue indeed right now, and actually something we do need to focus on is the 111 once again. We will continue going back to them because we do need to see what sort of lap time they can do in a rebuttal then after the incident they had last lap by, of course, tangling with one of the C-Spec cars, and well, not ideal at all. And actually a little bit worrying is the C-Spec leader there just ahead of them. That's Florian Voigt right now, who is 1 lap clear of Celestial DNF in second place. Down to Dottinger Ho, he will start to head himself, and now you can see the speed coming in, 150 miles an hour, 155 miles an hour. You can see in that slipstream, 160, 162. You can see going quicker, 165 now. Under that slipstream, he is pulling it in. You can say it was 162 in clean air. Now he's hitting the limiter at 167 miles an hour, pulling himself back through. And well, now that is a fantastic thing to see. And right now you can say the coffee's
Keiki Shuby hit one of the MX-5s. Keiki Shuby hit the Thrustmaster Movano MX-5.
Oh, we need to get a replay of that one and see exactly what's happened in that respect. Randy, you've seen that one. Let's see what's happened.
It was just going through one of the tighter sections of the track. I think it was just that I think it was just a bit of miscommunication there. I think Keiki Shuby expected that MX-5 to take the racing line, and that MX-5 could kind of put itself in the middle to let K take the racing line, and they more or less just met. That's not, you know, that's just sort of your standard miscommunication between classes there towards the end of this race.
Well, it seems that they're all tripping each other up right now, and that's not ideal. You can see how much that gap has opened up. It's gone to 8 seconds right now, an 8:25 with that incident for Kei Koshube there. As you look at Maximilian Beneke, does an 8:21, and on those tyres, I think that's a very, very competitive lap time, Cam.
Well, I do think that as well, but I have to say, though, Marcelo Pagnan, I mean, it's, of all things considering here, it's if you look in his mirrors, it's like me. I mean, he saw the car, but boy, that was just. I don't really know if the MX-5 had that much time, and I think as drivers are getting a little more tired, as things are getting a little more higher pressure, it just happens to one of those things. The MX-5 kind of just drifted wide after it clipped the curb. I don't think it was anything too dramatic, and I think Kei Koshube was going to hit whether he skidded a little bit out or not, and Kei Koshube was just in a big hurry. So poor Marcelo Pagnan there, he's just a complete, I don't necessarily know he did that much, but suspension damage, Vivano car, back in the pits.
Oh, that is a shame there for that Thrustmaster Vivano car. Hasn't worked out in that respect at all right now. Here's the 2 hours starts to go in, and here you can see Daniel Sinker in the iRacers HU number 4 letting through Court Sim Racing Audi. Mike Palouche there heading himself down through the right-hander, and it gets very, very difficult there on what I would call a back straight of sorts here. You're always turning left, always turning right. It's very difficult to stay at full throttle, and it is one of the fastest points on the circuit, bar none. But Seb, we're going to come to you right now, because it just seems that everyone's just trying to do the right thing and make sure they keep themselves out of trouble, but it just seems that they can't help but find it.
Yeah, you have to remember, you went 22 hours almost. We have 5 more minutes to go until we're at that point, but 22 hours of 24. And the least thing you want to have is going out of the race right now. You busted your ass open 22 hours just to fall short of making it to the finish line. You certainly don't want that. So you either play it safe or you risk it and you lose. So you better play it safe.
Yes, most certainly. Right now, as you can see, the time's starting to come in, and well, we are very, very close to that 2-hour buffer right now. Here to say we are very close to the end of the race is very much an understatement, and well, it's certainly showing right now how everyone wants to be the very best that they can be at this stage right now. Gonna take a look here, a special look at the 797 car. This is simrc.de right now. Here, Lucas Dolzer here behind the wheel. And Randy, gonna come to you because there is a car stopped in the middle of the track. That is GTN Racing there, who are many laps down in 360. And well, it looks like their race is all but over.
Yeah, it's definitely not been a good race for them, and GTN, to be so many laps down at this stage of the race, absolutely, it has to be pretty heart-wrenching for them.
Yes, most certainly. Going to go back then to what we were going to try and talk about there, and that was that simrc.de team, Randy, here, because they're 4th in class right now, which is always going to be very good for them, but they find themselves 1 lap down on the Trimates team, which is where their next challenge lies, and 1 lap in 2 hours, it's almost impossible to A, catch, but B, they're relying on a little bit of luck, surely.
Yeah, I mean, an hour, 1 lap in 2 hours on a Grand Prix circuit like Sebring or even the Nürburgring GP circuit here, that's almost insurmountable, really, unless you have a very, very sizable pace advantage. A full lap here at the Nürburgring is, that's impossible. At this point, they need to just focus solely on getting themselves to the end, and any positions they gain here really is going to have to just come up to luck, really, because you got to remember 2 laps here is basically for these guys 18 minutes. So really, it's if one of those cars stops now, like let's say Trimate stops right now, it's not going to be for better part of a third of an hour until SimRC inherits that position. So there's no way for them pushing that they can make up any spots.
Yes, most certainly. Just looking at the Core Motorsports lap times here from the stints that have gone on, and well, it was 8:22, 8:19, 8:19 when he started off and he got in the car, but now he's hit the second stint. He's doing 8:20. He's doing 8:25, 8:25 right now, so it's a lot slower than it has been for Kei Koshube. He really does have his foot off the gas compared to Maximilian Beneke in 8:21.326 last time by. Beneke is 4 seconds a lap quicker right now, and this might just be the rebuttal that Pure Racing were looking at here. Scott, I'm going to come to you on this one here, because Maximilian Beneke is doing everything he needs to. He needs to start pulling out that gap once again as he heads himself down through the quick section here. The left and right's heading up towards the carousel in just a minute's time, well actually 10 seconds or about that. It just seems that Beneke has just found a second gear right now, and after the incident he's got back into the rhythm very nicely, and he's continuing on his merry way.
And that's the only thing you can do in this situation, because when you have an incident like that, you can't spend the next sort of few corners whittling over it in terms of, who was at fault. If you're a proper racing driver or a proper sim racer, you've got to just say, right, okay, that happened, just recompose yourself as quickly as possible and just get on with the job in terms of trying to rebuild that gap up. That's exactly what Maximilian's done. And in that situation as well, when it comes to lapping back markers, it's a two-way thing. Yes, the faster cars have got to find a way around, but the slower cars have got to cooperate as well. They've got to look in their mirrors, they've got to obey the blue flags, they've got to be aware that there is faster traffic around them. Maybe it was a bit of a 50-50 type thing. I didn't see the incident myself, but I did obviously hear you guys talking about it at the time. But it seems as though possibly there was a blame to apportion to half each in that sense. But Beneke's just got his head down, forgotten about the incident, driven the car as best he can. It doesn't seem to be too damaged on that side of things, and just really seen what he needs to do and said, right, okay, I'm still in the lead of this race, I've still got the control of the pace, so he's just saying to the guy in second place, to Keiko Schuber, if you want to come and get this lead, you're going to have to come and chase me, because I've still got enough pace and enough fight to make sure that I can stay in front.
Yes, most certainly right now, looking here at Robert Klotz in the Alpine Eagle Racing team. Right now at the number 127, they are on pit road right now, and actually something very interesting to note here, Seb, as Eric Hafner now will get it into the car, is that the fuel tanks here on this Kia are a lot less than every other car in the field. You can only do 4 or 5 lap stints, it seems, including the outlap, and tyres go away, fuel goes away. It's very nice to see that they're still within 16 laps of the race leaders right now, even after 22 hours of racing.
Yeah, they're actually doing a hell of a job. If you just take into account the difference between a car like the Audi and the Kia, 16 laps on 22 hours is a stunning performance.
Yes, you have to say it really is right now. Looking here at Not Attacking Friends here, number 27, they're really down the order right now. 17 laps down, of course. They're going to look to try and pull themselves back past the Kia cars in the overall class. But right now, they are looking to try and get themselves through. Tim Bertie behind the wheel of that one here. And Randy, you have to say, it really hasn't been their race.
Yeah, it's Tim Bertie, and then they've had a very, very rough run here. And really, unfortunately, a lot of guys have had some pretty rough runs here, but still some good racing happening, and it's going to be an exciting last couple hours.
Yeah, most certainly it is going to be. We're just going to watch Maximilian Beneke then look to drive to the line. We'll see what sort of lap time he will do here as he heads himself from one of the quickest parts of the circuit to slow its car down through the lefts and rights here of the final few corners here around the Nordschleife circuit before jumping back onto the Grand Prix track and then heading himself now down towards the start-finish line. It was an 8:21 and an 8:21, and now it's going to be, in retrospect, I believe, that is another 8:21. It's an 8:21 for that time by, so the consistency value is certainly there. And actually, Cool Motorsports are going to come in here for a very
early.
That is an early stop here. We're just about to hit the 2-hour mark. It's a risk reward that is looking to try and take from Keiko.
Is this damage repair from that impact with that Miata?
I think that might be something that's going to go on here. Boys, what do you think? Do you think this is going to be repaired? Do you think this is going to be one where Keiko Schuber has technically lost the race from here?
I think, well, there are a couple of things that I'm going to look at here. First off, I want to see how the fair share is going here. As, of course, as Keiko Schuber is getting out of that car and Niels Kolschi is getting into that car. So everyone seems to be fairly normal, and actually fairly okay in the fair share, though Keiko Schuber and Alexander Bob have done the majority of the laps. Niels Kolschi's done just, by the looks of it, one stint with 16 laps completed. But for the most part there, I'm not necessarily sure if they are going in for just repairs that, where you got to start, you got to switch going from pit stop to pit stop to working your way from the checkered back to where you are now. And I think that this is the conversion that we're seeing. They're going backwards now from the checkered flag to now, and this is the strategy they've come up with.
Yes, most certainly. They just leave pit lane right about now. And well, just right now as they leave pit lane, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to take you Racebot TV side by side, hopefully in about the next few minutes. And we are going to hopefully have a fantastic final 2 hours to your racing. Core Motorsports and Pure, they're both making errors, but it's a battle of the fittest. Don't go away.
For iRacing to get Le Mans is huge. I mean, this is a unique event, a unique track where, you know, half of the track is public road, so you can never test on it, you never get experience on it, and it's 8 miles in length, 4-minute lap time in a GT car. So, you know, even if you're here for an hour of testing, that's only 15 laps, and you're only going to see the corner 15 times that day. The first section going through the Dunlop area is pretty unique. You know, it's got elevation change and off camber. Then you go down Mulsanne into the chicanes, and you know, the straights are unbelievably long. It's a tricky track, and you know, every year I've come here, this is being my 4th year, you learn something new every time.
We've wanted to add Le Mans to iRacing for a long time, and we've really been working hard towards it for the last 5 years. But really, things only came together in the last week leading up to this race, so it was a real scramble to put everything together. The majority of Le Mans is public roads. So when they're preparing for the 24-hour race, it's really the only time that we can visit to laser scan and photograph the track so that we can recreate it in iRacing. We work closely with the ACO to get essentially exclusive access to the facility and everything that we needed to get the laser scanning and photographic reference that we need to create the track. We were very fortunate to be at Le Mans at the most important time of the year and gain that experience of being there. And we're going to really do the best we can to put that into our work and making sure that the Le Mans in iRacing is the best Le Mans, the most exciting and accurate recreation of the track possible.
Business is picking up at the Nürburgring 24 hours. We are under 2 hours to go here around this fantastic green hell. And well, now you're starting to see the cracks showing here in all of your classes right now. Pure Racing Team are ahead, and you have seen Core Motorsports just come in, but both of them have had incidents with back markers so far during this last hour period. It's been certainly interesting. Jake Sperry here alongside the commentators of Scott Woodwist, and also Sebastian Qualke and Cam Walsh as well. We have just said goodbye then to Randy Chernoff just for the time being, but it just seems at the moment here that everything is just starting to build up to its climax. So right now we're going to change the music for you, and we're going to go through your GT class first here. I'll take that one, so let's see how the field looks. Your racing team then at the moment have themselves the advantage of about 1.5 to 2 minutes right now, as Core Motorsports have just come in. Expect Maximilian Beneke to head into pit lane anytime in the next 1.5 minutes, with Trinity Motorsports there 2 laps down, but they are 3rd at the moment in class. GT Ross SST Orange, they find themselves 4th in class at the moment, with the 24-hour MSP drivers home #1 car is 5th there, 5 laps off the pace. They're in a battle with the Core Sim Racing Audi team right now and doing everything that you need to see in that respect. They can see the GT Ross black car there. They find themselves off in 7th position right now, with Thrustmaster Movano, TRL and Oshbisha Kajala racing there in their respective battles. There's CTC Racing Black #1 car with Driving Revolution 28 laps down, and the Team GT car 62 off the pace. But it certainly has been interesting. Before we get you how things look in your C-Spec, we're just going to look at Maximilian Beneke and see whether he will come down onto pit road, heading down to Dottinger Ho right now, passing the tourist exit on the right-hand side, left-hand side probably as you see on the cameras here, depending on how we're looking at it. And now you can see the run down into the left-hander under the Bilstein Bridge. And now you can see he is going at the fastest he can, 166. Now you hit the brakes. Now you start to slow that car down as much as you can. You can see the track incredibly rubbered in. And into the right then, into the left. Will Maximilian Beneke come in? Answer to that one, Cam, is going to be no. He's going to stay out for another lap.
Yes, he is. So it's I'm not necessarily sure if the PRT team is planning to take into account the Core Motorsports strategy, though the car of Nils Kolche is coming off of the final corners right now. At least I believe, unless the gap is that far. Oh no, he's in the mini carousel. Okay, that was a lot closer than I thought on my timing. But so you'll just have to see here how Core Motorsports laps go. Nils Kolche's, well, the last lap of the car was a 8:29.4. That included the in lap. So actually, Nils Kolche is still on his out lap as he gets on the Dottinger Ho for his first time since, well, actually, him and Kei Kashubi were swapping out stints. So it's really only been about 10 laps on that car for Nils Kolche out of it, though that's like an hour and a half or something along that. But either way, we'll see what lap times Nils can do. The last time he was running, his fastest lap was an 8:22, so we'll have to see here what he can do.
Yes, most certainly. We've got Scott Woodwist standing by right now. He's got yourself your field going on inside your roof. RT12 RC spec cars right now. And Scott, how's everything doing in that respect?
It looks pretty good if Hugo wants to hit the music once again, because Pure Racing Team are currently 2 for 2 in classes at the moment. Number 24, Pure Racing Team, Rough C-Spec 24, currently leads, but on the same lap currently is both the second place car, number 88, the Celestial DNF machine. That's just heading on to the Dottinger Ho straight, whilst the Pure Racing car has just left it. And then in third place is his number 7 Trimates car with Lars Boll at the wheel. That's also on the same lap, but quite a way away in the pack as well. Fourth place in class, number 797, the Sim RC EE number 797. Of course, that's got Lucas Dolzer at the wheel of that currently. Rounding out the top 5 is Dennis Garrison in the Team DF TBA, number 13 Rough at this point in time. He's on the same lap as he heads into pit lane now from 5th position. Then the other core car that's in the field, the Core Sims Racing C-Spec number 9. That's got Thomas Aarons at the wheel. He's currently 6th in class at this point in time. 7th is the iRacers.HU Team Porsche number 4 with Daniel Sinker at the wheel. Then 8th, one of the favourite cars of the race, which is the Mad Cow Racing Muriel number 19 car. That's currently in pit lane, currently sat, as far as I can tell, in 7th place. Then in 8th is the GTL Virtual Racing Team number 1. That's the car number 97 with Darius D. Zimecki at the wheel. and then just a few more cars that are running. I think the last car that's currently running in the class is the number 27, not ATK and Friends, number 27, with Tim Bertie at the wheel. I think that is currently running in 8th in class as far as I can see. Yeah, the last car that was retired from that class is the Roof, which is the Phoenix Endurance number 20. Meanwhile, I'm going to hand it quick over to Seb, who is going to take us through the Kia class. Seb.
Yeah, that is right. We are having the number 25 car of the 24-hour Kia team in the lead with Johann Scharer right now on the wheel. In second, 1 lap behind, we have the Alpine Eagle Racing car number 127. Third is Black Adder Motorsport number 69, actually running with number 66. In fourth, we have the Team GTRS number 1. Then behind the Chronos Sim Racers CSR. In 6th place, the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. Number 7, Clan AOD.net 24 Hours Kia with Christopher Baron Varsian. And in 8th position, now with 60 laps back, it's the Guild of Australian Youngstars already out of the race.
Yeah, there you can see there how the field looks. We do have 4 cars, well, 4 types of cars you can race. The MX-5 Cup is still going on as well here for 2016, but in the opening half of the race we lost pretty much all of them, so therefore we are down to just 3 leading themselves in the race. Team RSO 397, they have themselves away from Thrustmaster Movano MX-5 and also the 55 of the Rookie Racing team here as well. And well, this is certainly being a very interesting race to look out for here as well. You can see right now just how important everyone is, just trying to hit their marks, trying to hit their barriers right now. And it's going to be all about that question here, Cam, of why on earth did Core Motorsports pit as early as they had? They pitted just before the 2-hour mark, which is bold, but I think they're wanting to A, get fair use out of Niels Kok, and B, trying to save that damage just a little bit so they can get themselves some clean and quick laps through.
Well, yeah, and of course, you know, you're running your car to its own pace here. I think, well, you're looking at it, these GT3 cars, well, you know, I'd ask just about to say, well, these fuel tanks typically run about an hour, and so it wouldn't surprise me if we are hitting just about that numbers. So really, he's possibly looking at only having 1 more pit stop left here in this motor race.
Yeah, most certainly here right now as we're looking here at the number 88. This is Celestial DNF, and behind the wheel of that is Karel Vorochovsky right now. And well, you have to say there is a guy waiting an interview as well. We will try and bring him in just a few minutes time. But Karel Vorochovsky here, Scott, he's sitting second in class for the Celestial DNF team right now, and he's certainly doing a great job with things here as he's got himself back onto the lead lap with the Pure Racing Team RUF C-Spec here in the number 24 machine. And it's all about time and just how much he has left.
Yeah, looking at his last lap time, he's a little bit off the pace from the Pure Racing team. Currently sat, his last lap was 6 seconds off from the number 24, but he's got a lot of clear air around him, so it just allows him to run his own race, just keep out of trouble for the most part, and just keep it on the black stuff and just do what he can just to try and close that gap in if it's possible. But at the moment in time, it seems as though that the number 24 Pure Racing car has got the advantage. So all he can do is just push as hard as he dares, try and get it to the end, and hope that the Pure Racing car falls with some problems.
Yes, most certainly. Right now you can see just how everything is going on right now. Just seeing how everyone is trying to push themselves through. And well, you can see just at the moment how everything's going. And well, Seb, going to come to you right now because the Kias have just seemingly opened up just a little bit. The 24-hour Kia team have just got the gap over Eric Hafner in the Alpine Eagle Racing here. If you look at the gaps, Alpine Eagle just heading to the carousel. Johann Scharer right now trying to get out of the way of Julian Grunestel right now in the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home 1 just after that section. So the gap really has opened up.
Yeah, Kia team now, the 24-hour Kia team now has a pretty much comfortable lead. They're also one lap in front of the Alpine Eagle Racing team. So if nothing unprecedented happens right here and right now, this seems to be pretty much set.
Yes, most certainly it is set at the moment. We can now bring you in the driver who is sitting there waiting for interview at this current time. His name is a certain Mr. Jesper Drickler. Jesper here for the Not Attack racing team. Not Attack haven't really had the best of times at the moment. They find themselves 17 laps down. Do you think everything's going well here towards the end of your race?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. All my teammates have kept it nice and clean throughout the race, and I'd like to thank them for doing it. They put in the time and practice to do so. But all that damage you see in the car is because of me.
Oh, well, you know, an incident happens here, an incident happens there. The most important thing is the car's still going, and you have to say 11 laps down. It's not too bad, really, for having an attrition rate here at this race. We've seen quite a few cars file themselves out so far. Do you think that it's just all about keeping that consistency factor towards the end of the race?
Yes, absolutely. I know some laps I pushed a little too hard, and I was like, oh, I took this corner faster, or I took this corner slow last lap, so I think I can push it a little harder, and then you make a mistake and get some damage on your car. So consistency is definitely the #1 thing, and then traffic management too. That's probably the second most important thing for this race as well, where you that's where you'll lose more time as well.
Yes, most certainly right now. Well, you find yourself overall in 22nd at the moment, looking to push past the two Kias there ahead of you, fighting their own little racing battle. And of course, you need to get back up to the likes of GTR Virtual and Mad Cow Muriel. They're up ahead, just a couple of laps down the road. It's been one of these races where you've seen everything go pretty smoothly, apart from your own incident, of course. But are you proud of all your boys right now, just trying to push themselves to the very limits?
Yes, absolutely. They're doing great with the disadvantage we have with the damage, and it's like they're getting every little horsepower out of their cars. It's really good to see.
Really good indeed. Thank you for joining us then in an interview for us today. At the moment, Jesper, they're Jesper Drickler. They're part of the Not Attack and Friends motorsport team. But right now, we do have to talk to Scott Woodward here, because Pure Racing Team have stayed out another lap.
Yeah, and that's a crucial one, because it means that they are confident in going another lap, and they're confident the car is running as well as it is at this point in time with the fuel that they currently have at their disposal. So the gap as they come across, because we haven't seen Core Motorsports come across the line just... Yes, I'm just looking to see exact... No, sorry, they have. Sorry, my apologies. Because they're quite a way away, but you see that Pure Racing Team have already launched themselves onto the North for another look, whereas the Core Motorsports team are only just up at the forward curve, up towards the bottom end of the hairpin. A lot of work that still needs to be done by Core Motorsports, and looking at lap times, it's on that lap Core Motorsports was 2 seconds quicker. So the fact is, if you're only closing in 2 seconds a lap in a 2-hour race, I'm not sure that's enough, because effectively these guys have got to make, I think, at least another pit stop. So it's a bit tricky one to call here. I think that Core it seems to be very much back and forth between these two teams in terms of who's got the outright pace. But this is pretty much going to be, I think, possibly shades of this year's real 24 Hours of a Nürburgring. We could possibly get a battle into the last few minutes.
Yes, it could be very much something we need to see here. Pure Racing Team, of course, have not come down into pit lane just yet. They have one less pit stop than the Core Motorsport boys at the moment, and I think the gap possibly could be enough for the PR team to win. Of course, the last pit stop was 64 seconds on pit road. Gap at the moment is 82 when they cross the line, so certainly there is quite a few things going on in that respect. And something we need to talk about right now is Marcello Pagnan in the Thrustmaster Movano MX-5. And Cam, we need to go to you, because we've got a little bit tangled up with, I believe, Core Motorsports, who actually find themselves just behind once again. So no love lost between the two right now as they head themselves through the right-hander. And oh, it's going to get close, and on the brakes has to go Neil Koch here to go around the outside there. That's slowed him down just a little bit, but got involved in an incident. A little bit of damage was there, and well, seemingly the car's fixed and out and doing very good lap times.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've been trying to figure out for a couple of moments when this was, where this happened here, because the car's lap times didn't necessarily trail off. But ultimately, though, I have to say Marcello Pagnan, well, his last lap was a 10:33, and that's well within his normal operating time. So that number 12 Movano MX-5 is performing well enough. I mean, it's in second position, though it is on the same lap as the rookie racing team. Of course, that car, let's see here. if my timing will work out, is only 6 seconds behind. So just 6 seconds down the road is that Kia, or is that MX-5. So, close competition, even in the cars where we only have 3 circulating.
Yeah, very much so. Very close battling is going to be ensuing right now as we look at the rookie racing team number 55. We will go and look at right now who is heading himself now through the series of right-handers here right now on circuit here. Just trying to make sure that he gets everything sorted, everything correct, everything keeping itself in fine tune and working order at the moment here as well. It's certainly been some fantastic racing we've seen here for all 24 hours, and of course it's still going to continue on for at least another hour and 3/4 as things steam at the moment. Just looking here at Rafael Cabrera behind the Kronos Sim Racers car at the moment here. He finds himself down 5th in the Kia class right now here. And Seb, going to come to you. He's a little bit on his own. He's trying to chase down Blackadder Motorsports number 69, which is the number 66 car for a little bit of confusion for everyone watching. It just seems that he just can't quite catch it back. Of course, he's been there, he's been consistent, but it's just not quite been enough.
No, this is a bit of a stretch right here, and I don't think it's possible for Kronos Sim Racers to get to the Blackadder Motorsport car. This is just too far away, and he has to settle. He has to settle for the place he's in right now, which is 5th. And this is all he can do. He has a 5-lap lead over the next car, the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew car, and that is really that gives you a bit of this is assuring for you. So you keep your 5th place, maybe hope for something to happen, but you can't do it on your own.
Certainly not. You can't do it on your own. Indeed, you need your teammates for support, and you need to push yourself through the field. And someone who has been struggling just as of recent is Core Motorsports. Right now, 2nd in class right now here in your GT3 field right now as they head themselves through the very, very quick section of fast lefts and rights here, which is constituting to a back straight. You can see exactly how much he wants to push. You can see exactly how much he wants to get to the very top of the tower, but it just seems for the time being that he just can't quite get it here. I'm going to come to you, Scott. He just can't seem to quite get it right on Pure Racing Team. Of course, they came in early. Part of the fair use thing that every driver has to get equal time. Part of the fact that you got to remember that Core Motorsports did have that bit of contact, and at the moment it just seemingly has set them back.
Yeah, and also as well, you've got to remember that, as we pointed out earlier on, that Pure Racing Team, again, correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, but I think we said that Pure Racing Team only has 2 drivers competing in this race, whereas Core Motorsports has 4. It could be the other way around, but I could get that wrong. But even so, it's been a monumental effort from both teams to really be pushing that hard, and to be on the same lead lap after some 22 hours and 15 minutes of racing has been absolutely incredible from both parties. And as you go down the field, looking at some of the other teams that are on the same lap as each other, it's just a case of really just making their way through the traffic of what cars are left. I mean, you can see the Pure Racing Team cars flashing their headlights. I think that's one of the Kias which was involved in an accident earlier on. I think that's car 20, is it car 26 possibly, which is the, or one of them, in fact, that's the, yeah, it's the Clan AOD 24-hour Kia, which we saw earlier on, hit the barriers towards the entrance of pit lane quite a few laps ago.
Yes,
towards the beginning when we came in, so pretty intriguing to see how this race is playing out, but Pure's doing everything it can just to hold on and just to do as much as it can, despite the fact that it is 2 drivers down, and kudos to Benecke for driving a monumental stint in for so long in such difficult conditions.
Yes, most certainly. So looking here at the Blackadder Motorsports number 69 car here, which is actually the number 66 car, John M. King, behind the wheel here, just been overtaken by Sami Silvantonian here in the Oisper Collage racing car here, who is down the field in the GT3 class. He's 7 laps down. He's for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th in class right now here, as I failed to count in my head for what seemingly is a problem that I seemingly have right now. So he heads himself through these lefts and rights here, heads himself now onto the front straightaway once again. We're going to see right now just how his lap times are faring up compared to the leaders right now. 8:38 last time by, this time by does an 8:41. So you can see there's a massively comparable gap here between the leaders and cars further down the field. It really is showing here, Seb, just how impressive Pure Racing Team are being.
Yes, of course, but you have to take into account with the 8:41 that Sami Silvantonian was just lapped, so he had to move over and slow a bit down. But still, this is a really huge gap. We're talking right now about 20 seconds, 8:21, more or less what Pure Racing and Core Motorsports are doing, and 8:41 the lap time of Sami Silventoinen. So this is, again, we're talking in the same class. So
Yeah, we are talking.
Pure Racing and Core Motorsports are doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, most certainly they are. They're Seb, and well, you got to remember, Pure Racing team has stayed out yet another lap here. They're looking to try and cut down that pit stop, I think, from this time by, looking to think that in that final stop they can maybe take some lighter fuel, maybe take less tyres even, if they wanted to. You can see the gap across the line down to 1 minute 19 seconds right now. Pure Racing team did an 8:24.3 that time by. Let's just look at Core Motorsports, number 33, see what time they did. That's an 8:21.412. So Neil Koch right now is really putting the hammer down here, Cam. He's really looking to try and close in that gap, but it just seems at the moment that it might just start to be a little bit too late.
Well, I mean, he's running an 8:21. The PRT car is running an 8:24. So, I mean, of course, they're trading these back and forth between lapped cars. But, you know, just depending on how everything goes in this stint, we'll see. Perhaps with this stint, they're just getting Neil's last laps in, or perhaps Kei Kashubi might be coming back in. You don't know. But either way, though, Neil's Koch, he's driving that Core Motorsports car fairly well. He's putting in some good lap times. And it's not necessarily to say that Kei Kashubi was going necessarily that much faster. I mean, he had a string of a couple of 8:19s. But for the most part, though, everything was is relative between the two cars. You know, Neil so far has run an 8:20 and an 8:21, and those are very, very good laps in a GT3 car here around the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit with traffic aloof.
Yeah, most certainly right now, and you can really see exactly what's going on here, because actually things aren't quite over and done with in your second division right now. We're looking here at this battle going on. It's a slow burner, as we've been saying for quite a bit here, but it's the Roof RT12 RC spec cars here who are having a scrap, and Pure Racing Team RUFC spec here. Of course, two Pure Racing cars up inside the top one of two different classes. That pretty much says exactly all you need to know. But Celestial DNF, they're about 3 minutes down on track here at the moment, Scott. So it's not over by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a lot closer than some of the other battles further down the field.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's kind of, you know, Celestial DNF have got all the time to make up over Pure Race Team. I mean, Pure Race Team are already on the Grand Prix loop at the Schumacher S, whereas Celestial DNF have got all the time to make up as they're halfway down the Dossing and Hurst Straight. So, but I think the fact that the Celestial car hasn't got that much, you know, traffic to deal with is probably helping it in terms of pumping the clean laps. I mean, looking at what they've done so far, the last lap was an 8:46.235 for the Pure Team. The Celestial car doesn't show me a last lap, so I'm guessing it must have been an out lap. They must have hit pit road recently to make a stop, so they don't show me a lap time last time around. But I wonder now, with a fresh set of boots possibly and the fuel back in, that possibly it's helped them to try and push on and just close that gap a little bit more as they continue on into the last sort of hour and a half that's coming up.
Yes, most certainly. You're going to see him come across the line right now. Does an 8:44.915 in that respect there. Does a very okay job there with that lap. Compare that to the RUFC spec. Does an 8:46. So that is actually time that has just been gained a couple of seconds in that respect. Has done a very good job. There has Celestial DNF, but at the moment it just seems that Tom Valentini behind the wheel here, Seb, he's doing everything he needs to do. He's just got to stay calm, cool, collected, and stay out of trouble.
Yeah, that's right. And he does just that. And just bring the car home with, you said it out, well, not 3 minutes, I would say 2:30 maybe is the lead. Just stay calm, bring the car home, do nothing unprecedented, watch out for every car you lap, and every time you have lapped a car, feel a bit safer, feel a bit better, and get calm again.
Yes, most certainly here. And well, Cam, we're going to look at your Kias, your third class category right now here, because the 24-hour Kia team in the number 25 car, they have done everything they've needed to do so far in this race. They have put themselves out and ahead. They overtook Alpine Eagle Racing about 2 or 3 hours ago, and since then they haven't looked back. They have a big gap here of about 30 to 45 seconds right now, and it's just showing here that the 24-hour Kia team is really putting in a fantastic shift.
Well, absolutely. Johan Chayar currently piloting that car. He's been swapping with Guillermo Rakodon, and actually their last stint from Guillermo, he ran an 8:58.019. Rakodon did, and that is the fastest that Kia has gone all race long. So when you think just less than 10 laps ago you're running your fastest laps, that really just goes to show you what your car is able to do. Whereas the Alpine Eagle Racing car, they've been running fairly well themselves, but the split difference between the two, it's been about 5 seconds-ish a lap. But to say traffic influences the Kias would certainly be true. I almost would think that sometimes the Kias get influenced the most because they're not really fast enough to overtake much. They're constantly looking in those mirrors, and when they come up on an MX-5, it's not like they can really blow past. So for these Kia cars, it is so very vital and important to have smooth, consistent laps, and I think we've seen from both the 24H and the Alpine Eagle Racing car, both of the cars, that they're having just a good day, to say the very least.
Yes, very much so, and of course you've got to remember there are 4 categories, and it seems the one that we don't really get to talk much about is the MX-5s, because that one is basically starting to fall away from everyone right now. Team RSO 397 right now, they're leading the category. They've got themselves a 3-lap lead over Thrustmaster Movano MX-5, and they have kept themselves out of trouble. That has been the most crucial fact, but for the time being, they will hold on to that lead in that category. But there is something we do need to talk about right now, and that certain thing we need to talk about is Race Spot Prime Time, of course, here. We're streaming live on iRacing Live here with RaceSpot TV, and RaceSpot Prime Time is something that is so crucial because it gives you, the viewers, the chance to vote. Of course, 2 series, Wednesday nights and Friday nights, 1 closed wheel, 1 open wheel. We are going to show official races of whatever you choose to be that, and if you want to see that, you got to head yourself over to RaceSpot TV /Prime Time and select your vote there. But you can always get social with us here during this race as well. RaceSpot TV's Facebook is always available, and so is the Twitter page as well. Make sure that you keep sure that you make your comments there clean and precise, and well, you're seeing exactly why everyone wants to do everything right now. As Maximilian Benecke right now heads himself through the final stage of the corners, and well, we're going to see if he comes down onto pit road this time by. If he does, well, we're going to see him looking to run 2 45-minute stints potentially, or even a half an hour stint. He comes down to pit road, so now's the time to see whether Core Motorsports has really started to catch it, Scott.
Yep, this is the crucial stage, and of course we knew, of course, with the number 33 with Niels Koch at the wheel of that car, that he was starting to close as much as he could. Now currently the Core Motorsport car just exited the mini carousel, up towards Galgenkopf and then the Dottinger Her. So the question is now going to be just how quick can this pit stop take. It's obviously the Pure Race car hasn't even stopped just yet. It stops with its box now. And I think they're only just, looks like they're only just taking fuel at the moment, of course. They haven't gone to the tyres just yet. As per proper endurance racing rules, fuel goes in first, then the tyres get done at that point in time. The Core Motorsports car is currently halfway down the Dottinger Her.
Yeah, you can see them halfway down the Dottinger Her at the moment there, Scott, as you can see right now. They're straight past the car of Yoni Mastampa. They're in the rookie racing team at the moment, doing everything he needs to do in that respect. And you can see right now exactly how Niels Koch is pushing that car to the absolute limits here. You just got to look at pit lane here, because still Maximilian Benecke sits there patiently waiting on pit road, waiting for the opportunity to arise, and it just seems at the moment that it's not going to happen here. Gotta look back, Where's Core Motorsports? Down the front straightaway.
Near the front straight.
And there you can see Maximilian Benecke still on pit road. So it's not working out. And Pure Racing Team now seemingly have troubles. They've lost the lead. They've lost the pit. It's all gone wrong for Pure. And they're still sat there waiting. And surely now, it has all gone wrong for the Pure Racing Team, who finally get themselves out and away there, Cam.
Well, it's a strange issue to say the very least. Their pit stop was 1 minute and 10 seconds, whereas the pit stop, the entirety of the lane was from core was 1 minute and 10 seconds. So the exact same time, but one was the entire time they traversed pit lane. The other one was the time they traversed, stopped, and left pit lane. So very interesting, very exciting to see here. Niels College now leading the 24 hours of the Nürburgring here, and it is just going to be an exciting thing to see here what Maximilian Benecke can do to counter against Core Motorsports. It's been a long while since he has been in second.
Yes, it certainly has. You can see exactly what has gone. We've seen Maximilian Benecke. I think this might be a strategy call. He came in, of course, with 1 hour, 27 minutes to go on the clock. And I think that is just the strategy call that's needed here, which is going to be, I think he might just try and run this one to the very end of your motor race, and that's going to be crucial to cut out that one stop. If Core need to stop again, which I think they do, then the time that is going to be made, I think Pure Racing Team might have just got themselves a strategic race win. Seb, what are your thoughts on it?
I don't see Pure Racing Team going 1 hour and 20 minutes without another pit stop. I don't think they can pull that off. If they can, they deserve to win. But I don't see that. So they still have a chance though. With 1 hour and 20 minutes or a bit more, they have to pit one more time. Maybe they took with them a bit more of gas to now go 1 hour and a bit more, and then go to the pits one last time for 1 or 2 laps. Just take with you as few gas as possible, and then you can pull off some race times, and you almost lose nothing in the pits, and you can pull off that victory.
Yes, most certainly there. And well, you've got to look at this, Scott, because you've got to remember Pure Racing Team were losing time all throughout the early hours of the morning. They seemingly kept losing time in pit stops, 10 seconds here, 10 seconds there. And it's what brought Core Motorsports back into the party. And now we're still getting into the final few hours. And I think they've tried to cut the one stop. I think it's going to be a bold decision if they do get that one correct. But you do have to remember here, Pure Racing Team might have been carrying a few extra gallons anyway. So if they do have those few extra gallons, it's going to be so crucial come the end of the race.
Yeah, I feel there's going to be a point that also, but also you've got to consider as well. We've talked about the fact that Core Motorsport have 2 extra drivers. I'm starting to wonder if maybe fatigue is starting to set in for Maximilian Benecke here, because he's been racing quite a lot, and I think he's been pretty much in the car ever since I joined the broadcast. So I think also quite a while before that as well. So it does maybe occur to me it's one of those points in time in the race where we are coming towards the last sort of hour and a half, or inside it, in fact. And I think fatigue is really starting to set in here for Pure Racing Team. He still seems to be running fairly decent lap times, but I'm just going to think, when it comes to the last pit stop, is he going to he's going to relinquish that number 111 car, or is he going to carry? And if he can do that without too much signs of fatigue and tiredness, that's going to be quite a Leviathan effort. But now the question is going to be here, how much time can Pure Racing gain before Core Motorsports has to stop again? Of course, the question is, if they have to stop again, they have to make at least one more stop. This is where it's going to be won and lost here, in this stint here as well, but also if these guys have to pit one more time.
Yes, most certainly here. We've just seen Andreas Galante then for the Alpine Eagle Racing Team there, the 127 machine. He's just come out of pit road then in the Kia Optima here in a battle with the 24-hour Kia team in the number 25. And it's just been seemingly so that Andreas Galante has just been losing time here, losing time there, hasn't been able to stop the tide right now. You can see exactly how the stints have been going here, been doing 906, 907s. It's not quite quick enough here, Seb, as you look at it. Well, actually, Cam, I'm going to come to you first. It's not quite quick enough, Cam, in this Kia Optima for Alpine Eagle. I think they're residing for second.
Well, to say second is not necessarily the worst thing in the world. I mean, this Kia class has been, it was a rather studded field here. We've got Blackadder Motorsport, you've got Torque Freak Racing. I mean, you even had a Pure Racing Team effort and another Blackadder Motorsport effort, so it's not like it's a horrible thing to come in second place, especially when you're running along here at the Nürburgring.
Yes, most certainly right now you can see the lap times that have done in from everyone at Pure Racing Team. Maximilian Beneke is on his 95th lap of the motor race. The whole team has done 159 laps overall, so it's just showing what Maximilian Beneke is really wanting to do. Of course, at the VLN, he has the potential to run these long hour stints, and he will be very pleased to do it, but you saw earlier on in the race, he got tangled up with one of the C-Spec cars, heading down into one of the right-handers, leading itself off. Heading up just after Flugplatz as well, so it was really something to behold here. And Seb, kind of come to you. I think there's no damage on that Pure Racing car. I think they've shrugged it off and really romped off into the distance.
Yeah, it seems like that, and this right now is an open race between Pure Racing Team and Core Motorsports. We will just have to see what the future brings.
Yeah, most certainly we will have to see what the future brings in the very near future as well. And actually, we're going to head over to your MX5 category here and look at Team RSO, the 397 machine right now, leading class and simply leading themselves in a way which we haven't really seen otherwise. Tobias Scherney right now is in behind the wheel. And Scott, you have to say that these MX-5s, he is the cleanest of the three MX-5s going on. Of course, we lost pretty much all of our MX-5 field in the opening 12 hours of the race. And it just seems that it hasn't really worked out for most of the MX-5s. But RSO have really put their pedal to the metal and have shown exactly what they're made of.
Yeah, it's all about that adage of to finish first you have to finish. And as we mentioned earlier on with these guys, they are, as you said, the cleanest of the three MX-5s that are still running. And that just shows that they've been the most aware in terms of traffic. They've been able to keep themselves out of trouble. They've kept to their own strategy, and they just let it play out and just let the race run as it's come to them. So kudos to where Team RSO have done. Granted, they may not have been exactly the fastest MX-5 out there, but they were one of the cars that are still running that didn't get involved in the first half of the race in the incidents. It is a shame that we don't have more MX-5s in the field, but of course, it's a good test for this new Mark IV Cup, Global Cup car, which has done plenty of races in the European MX-5 Cup. Now, of course, it's part of the VLN. Great to see it's getting a long test here in the 24 hours to see exactly how it works as an endurance car. And actually, for the first time it's actually run a race as long as this for 24 hours, for guys like RSO, for Thrustmaster Movano X5, and also for the Rookie Racing Team, they've managed to get this car towards pretty much the end of the race. So credit where credit's due, this car can run in long stints just as it can in a sprint race. So it's a pretty capable car, which some guys may start to look for should they wish to try and get to the end of a race, possibly in a slower class car that isn't a GT3.
Yes, most certainly here. Just looking at Dennis Heinz then in the number 7 Trimates car here as he makes his way past the backmark traffic of John M. King behind that number 66 Black Adam Motorsports number 69 car. They're a bit confusing, we know. But you can see right now, Dennis Heinz there behind the Trimates car. He's really done a fantastic job with this one. And Seb, I'm going to come to you with this because he's done a good job. He's third in class at the moment for what is the C-Specs right now. And he's really just running his own race. He's not really worried about the cars that are behind him. He's just keeping to his own pace, just minding his own business, and doing everything, really, that he needs to do.
Yeah, exactly. And right in front of him in the overall ranking is an Audi car. Right behind him are two Audi cars. So he might get into some kind of easy-going battle with those three cars. But in this class, he's set. He's third. He can go just easy to the finish line, and I think that's what you want to do at the end of such a race. Just drive for that last hour and 15 minutes, and don't have to worry about any battles. Don't have to care about being in the worst case, being pushed off or something like that, or being crashed into. You don't want that. You just want to end the race.
Well, as you say that, I'm going to stop you there because we have had an incident with your leader in the Kia class here. That's Johan Charret in the 24-hour Kia team. Let's get a replay of what's happened. It's heading up towards the Dottinger Ho into the right-hander, and he just overcooks it. Taps the barrier around, one tap, two tap, red tap, blue tap, and he's gone and lost himself there. Had to stop in the middle of the track, make sure he got himself out of the way of everyone on the racing line. He is back up and running again, but that is a scare. That is a huge scare cam that he really, really didn't need.
No, not at all. It looks like he turned the wheel and just nothing happened. It was just going way too fast into that right-hander. Just looking behind here, I kind of want to see what the speed of the Alpine Eagles car is in that corner. And ultimately, though, he just pulled such a bigger gap. Well, there's...
Alpine has come into pit already, and 24-hour has not. I think that's the only thing that you can say is going to be a benefiting factor at the moment. You can see heading themselves down in. Sorry to cut you off like that, Cam, here, but you can see just how much slower he is, and yet down onto pit lane.
Yeah, well, I was just saying, I think I'm at the right spot here between the Alpine car and the other car. And, well, it doesn't necessarily look like the speed was necessarily that different. It's just for whatever reason, when that 24H Kia started working on it, started turning the car just didn't respond, perhaps hit a bump at the wrong time and threw the speed off.
Yeah, that seems to be one of the problems, and Scott, I'm going to come to you. I think this might just, if the damage is efficient and a lot, you have to say that the 127 has literally, through just sheer class, through sheer just driving the car and not the track, well, driving the track and not the car, I think he has found himself in a position where there is a potential where he might just steal a race win.
Yeah, the Alpine Eagle Racing car is currently at the mini carousel, so he's kept himself relatively out of trouble, as you mentioned. So now all eyes are going to be on the pit lane to see exactly just how quickly the 24-hour Kia team can turn this number 25 car around. Johan Charret is going to be sat there kind of almost with head in his hands, possibly thinking, what have I done possibly to ruin the chance of winning here? One of the leading MX-5, the Team RSO car, just exiting out of pit lane as well after one of its scheduled stops. The Alpine Eagle Racing car, as we speak, is now currently about halfway down the Dottingerhurst Straight at full throttle, 150 miles an hour. The Team Kia car still at 0 miles now, stuck in the pit lane. Waiting to see how this repair turns out at this point in time. We're still waiting to see what happens. And it's possible that we could see a change here imminently in these points in time. So it's going to be interesting. In fact, we might have to possibly find out after the break in a moment, because this is tense time here with almost about an hour and a half to go.
Yes, we're going to head to a quick commercial. We're going to go RaceBot TV side by side. But when we come back, the final few echelons of this race is going to be something to remember. Don't go away.
Here at iRacing, we pride ourselves on interacting with our community and getting into the forums. And
This is Imola. Once part of the Formula One World Championship calendar, this historical track, named after Enzo and Dino Ferrari, hails from north central Italy and has been subject to numerous revisions since it was founded in 1953. From 1953 to 1972, the track went uninterrupted from Ravazza all the way to the infamous Tamburello corner, notorious for its bumpy surface and having a dangerously small amount of room between the track and the concrete wall, as the Santerno River runs directly behind it. From 1972 to 1974, 2 chicanes were added in an effort to slow drivers down: the Variante Bassa, lower chicane, and Variante Alta, higher chicane, situated at the top of the hill leading down to Ravazza, creating the hardest braking point on the track. In 1980, Imola made its debut in the Formula One Grand Prix, after organizers were engaged in a dispute with Monza. In 1981, Imola remained in the F1 circuit as the San Marino Grand Prix. The circuit was subject to constant safety concerns even after adding numerous chicanes. Tamburello Corner was especially dangerous, where a car crashed into the wall in 1987 and another in 1989. The tragic weekend of the 1994 San Marino Grand Prix shocked the motor racing world. Rubens Barrichello would survive a serious crash at Variante Bassa, but sadly, both Roland Ratzenberger and Ayrton Senna lost their lives that weekend. So in 1995, major revisions were made to the track layout. Tamburello Corner, previously taken flat out, was converted into a fourth gear left-right sweeper, and a gravel trap was added outside the corner. Villeneuve Corner was also made a fourth gear sweeper with a gravel trap. In an attempt to retain some of the quickness and character of the old circuit, the chicane at Acqua Minerale was eliminated. Variante Bassa was also eventually removed to make way for a more modernized, longer pit lane. After 2006, Imola was dropped from the Formula One World Championship due to lack of funds. Whether Imola will once again be a part of the Formula One World Championship is unknown. Today, Imola is home to the annual 4 Hours of Imola, part of the European Le Mans series. It remains a popular bike racing circuit and has implemented minor changes over the years to be used solely for motorbike events. Imola is an important track in motor racing history. It's a track that yearns to be back in the spotlight.
While we were away, high drama has just ensued. Not only is the 24-hour Kia team pretty much out of the race from the Kia lead, but Maximilian Benecke feels the fears of the VLN. They've struck again. He's out. Replay. Up. Incident. He loses the back end. He clips the barrier once, and that is him on pit road. And that is pretty much it. We were talking about this one here, Scott. We were talking about he maybe was a bit too fatigued. He maybe had a bit too much. It has thrown the race straight to core. And in the final hours, Benecke has felt the pressure once again.
Well, that's what happens when you don't take regular breaks. And of course, the fact they've only got 2 drivers in the field, that's what's really hurt them now. So you have to say at this point in time that as long as they keep it on the road, Core Motorsports, of course, with their 4-strong squad in this number 33 Audi, looks as though initially they've got this wrapped up, of course, because they've got such a large gap now on Pure Racing Team. That car is still stuck in the pits with major dramas. Talk about a dramatic twist in this race with just about an hour to go. It's now all kicked off in the space of about, 5 minutes, and all since we went to break. That's quite ironic. You wait for something to happen, and then just like that, 2 lead changes in classes happen just like that in consecutive fashion.
Yeah, it's not really something that you really try to prepare for, but as soon as we knew it, we were exactly thinking, this has completely changed the landscape. This will promote everybody up a position, and Pure Racing have got to be kicking themselves, Seb.
Yeah, they definitely do. And, well, from what I see, we also had another change right here. With the Kias, the Blackadder Motorsport number 69 is in the pits, and the team GTRS 1 just passed them for 3rd place.
Oh, very interesting indeed. John M. King has just come into pit lane then. It'll be interesting to see when he comes out of his stop right now. It's very interesting right now. Everything is just starting to pick up here in business terms, and you can see exactly just how everyone is trying to push themselves to be the best that they can possibly be. The 57 machine right now, we'll focus on Team GTRS number 1, Michael Lamoureux at the field. Of course, you normally hear Michael Lamoureux in the Skip Barber or the Formula Renault, but no, he's going to run this GT for the time being. And Cam, well, it just seems that everyone's just starting to get into that final hour, and it's just starting to be that tiredness factor that's coming in. It's all turning against everyone who seemingly is leading this race.
Well, you know, it's one of those things where it's the evolution of the race. You're gonna get more and more fatigued. It doesn't matter if you've had a little break or a little bit bigger than a little break. You're always going to get fatigued, and when those reserves start to drop off in these types of cars, as we're looking at the number 66 car of Blackadder Motorsport, they are going very, very slow. It looks like somebody might have, you know what? They might be testing the car or something, but he has stopped, and there goes the Celestial DNF car around in the number 88, and so that Blackadder Motorsports car, something's gone terribly awry with that, just as the Clan AOD car is leaving pit lane.
Yes, most certainly there. That's a tow back to pit lane. That has not worked out for Blackadder, and they will drop further positions with that. It has all gone horribly wrong then for everyone so far who seemingly thought they had a fantastic chance. Nobody wants to see 23 hours of work go to waste, but at the moment, it's just seemingly being the one factor that is coming into effect right now. Just looking here at Peter Koch of the Pure Racing C-Spec car here in the number 24. He hopefully is still leading class at the moment as he heads himself now in towards the left-hander here, heading onto the Nordschleife part of the section. And well, he's got Lucas Dolzer there behind of the 797 SimRC.de team right now, who is officially 3 laps down in that respect. So, got 3 laps down right now. It's just nice to tag on to the leader. It just means that you have that surefire margin that you know that you're with the quickest guy in the field.
Yeah, and that's a good confidence boost for those guys around them in terms of it means they know they've got some ultimate pace even at this late stage in the race and that side of things. But man, we weren't prepared for all these changes in the leads and in the podium places for certain, but I think that one team that's pretty much relaxed at this point in time is going to be Core Motorsports. Well, relaxed to a certain extent because, of course, the race is not over by any means necessary. But this is the point where, effectively, you can start to try and find your own pace. You can start to try and gap things a little bit. And once that's all said and done, it hopefully should start to work out for these guys in a much smoother form by the time we get to the end of this race and the checkered flag. So you can never prepare for stuff like all these sorts of different retirements and mechanical issues. But, like I said, anything can happen in sim racing. For the most part, it usually does.
Yeah, most usually it does, and where you can see right now everyone is just seemingly starting to struggle here. Everyone just feeling the effects, everyone just getting a little bit tired. It's all about staying in. Enzo Cantor back behind the wheel then of the Thrustmaster Movano MX-5 number 12 machine right now. He is 2 laps down on the class leader, which is the 397 of the Team RSO. Now, about an hour and a half ago, we saw an incident with them and Core Motorsports right now here, Seb. We saw Thrustmaster tangle and a lack of communication, which meant that we saw just falling back down the field a little bit, Core Motorsports. But now they've got that 2-lap gap to Trinity Motorsports. You can see everything is just lining in their favour, and Thrustmaster second in class.
Yeah, they're just going. They are 2 laps behind of Team RSO. They're 1 lap in front of the Rookie Racing team number 55. They just want to end that race on the 2nd place and just, you know, drive it home.
Yeah, they do really want to drive it home. They do want to get the best they can possibly be. Let's just look at your leader right now. This is Neil Koch behind the Core Motorsports machine. We said that it wouldn't be a case of them just being a one-trick pony. Of course, you remember they took the win at the Blancpain GT Series opening race at Monza. You got to remember they forced the mistake on Benecke at the VLN Endurance Series, and now they forced the mistake again on him down at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. And Core Motorsports, who were relatively nobodies here, Cam, just about 6 months ago, have just turned into the forefront of what is endurance racing.
Well, not only that, they have done so very well in the GT3 category here, and it is just so exciting to see a new team arrive on the scene. These guys are doing absolutely fantastic in the Blank Pane series. They do good in VLN. They do good pretty much in whatever effort they put themselves in. They've been getting better and better, and it's always good to see new teams come in and new colors, mind you, not necessarily just white and black, as Niels Kolch brings in that Core Motorsports car with just 1 hour and 1 minute to go. So Niels Kolch, perhaps the very final pit stop for this Core Motorsports team, that number 33 purple, black, and yellow car, which I've been watching come up through all of the STC Cups and all the way through as they are coming on through. They will put a full entire lap on the Pure Racing team just now. That Pure Racing team car, I believe, done for the day.
Yes, very much so. Well, what is very interesting here to note about the car of John M. King there of the Black Adder Motorsports, it seems he couldn't get off of his pit limiter. That seemingly seemed to be the problem, and that is why he is back on pit road right now. But you can see there, Kei Kashube will come in for the final hour stint, and I think that was the crucial thing. They switched driver with just an hour and a half to go, let him run that stint, made sure that Kei Kashube had a little bit more freshness for this final hour, and now he can run that hour in pretty much fashionable style because he has himself a while to go before Trinity Motorsports will ever get to catch up right now. It's just showing just how important it is to keep your drivers fresh, and it's so important when you've got a 4-car team compared to a 2-car team because, well, Scott, they've really shown it. They've really shown what they're made of.
Yeah, that's the crucial part. When you've got more drivers, when you've got more bodies to kind of share the driving around, it does make things a heck of a lot easier because effectively you can share the responsibility a little bit more. It means you've got more time to have a break, to actually get yourself sorted out, just to settle down a little bit more and to be able to recharge better throughout the stints. The fact that Pure Racing have only had 2 drivers to work with that really has shown its true colours here, because Maximilian Benecke, as leviathan as his effort has been, credit where credit's due, he's put in a fantastic effort, he's just allowed himself to be, you know, to try to take too much advantage of that 2 driver part to try and, you know, reduce the time in changing drivers to pit stops, etc. And while it's worked in the initial part, it just hasn't worked out in this latter part because fatigue has set in, tiredness has really started to take over, and as a result of that, I hate to say it, but in some cases he'll feel he only has himself to blame and that sort of things. But that is unfortunately sim racing, that is endurance racing, that's one of the dangers that can happen.
Yes, most certainly then. So Johan Charette in the 24-hour Kia team, the number 25 car. He's back out on circuit. He has dropped the lap to the Alpine Eagle Racing team. And of course, Seb will come to you on this one. Of course, there was an incident as just before we went to ad break. We saw the 24-hour Kia team hit the wall just before the Dottinger Ho, and that one has completely thrown the Kia race wide open as Alpine Eagle have raced the track and not the car.
Yeah, and when I look at that right, I see that the Alpine Eagle Racing car even lapped the Kia team because they were that long in the pits that they got lapped by the Alpine Eagle Racing team. So that leads to, well, the race decided if Alpine Eagle Racing is able to bring it home. So we have the Alpine Eagle Racing in first, then the Kia team, the 24-hour Kia team having 2 laps in front of, well, Black Adder Motorsport seems to be out, but then we have Team GTRS and the Chrono Sim Racers also 2 laps behind the 24-hour Kia team.
Yes, we do at the moment, and right now I think, Hugo, let's put some music on because we are going to put in for you just about where everyone is, movers and shakers in the field at the moment, and we're going to start off with your GT3 field right now because Core Motorsports now sit alone atop of the pile. Kings of the Castles looking down at the dirty rascals right now because they have themselves a 2-lap lead, theoretically, over Trinity Motorsports. Pure Racing team, for the time being, we're going to classify as out. If they get back going, we will inform you as good as we can. But in third, technically at the moment, is the 193 machine. It's the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home number 1 car. 5 laps off the pace, so he'll have himself about half an hour to get past the Pure Racing team car, with Core Sim Racing Audi also on the same lap. There you can see GT Ross SST Black there, the second. of those, well, the first of those cars at the moment doing themselves a fantastic job with Thrustmaster and Movano TRL there, and the second of the GT Ross SST cars, the orange one this time, the number 16, showing its class. Austria Kajala Racing there is the 107 with the CTC Racing Black 10 laps off the pace. Driving Revolution still going round, they're 35 laps off the pace, and Team GT 68 off of that one as well. And, well, Cam Walsh, take us through your roofs.
Well, right now in our C-Spec category of the roof, it is Pure Racing Team's Peter Koch. He's currently piloting around, and that team, though a healthy contingent of 4 drivers, have been piloting that C-Spec car all day long here. They are doing good. But that's not to say, though, there isn't competition in the C-Spec as well. As right now, looking at Karcel Wojwolski, he is only 31 seconds behind in second place in that Celestial DNF number 88. Tri-Mates are currently in third, with Sim RC in fourth, in the C-Specs with fifth going to Team DFTBA. iRacers.hu is in 6th, Core Sim Racing is in 7th, Mad Cow Morial is in 8th, and GTL Virtual Racing Team is in 9th. And I believe we also have the Not ATK and Friends, they're in 10th, and I believe that is it for running C-Spec cars. So 10 running C-Spec cars still on track, and well, we're still looking to might have a battle for the lead.
Yes, we still do. And we've got Scott Woodwist now standing by. He's with the Kia Optimas.
We are, and of course it's another category which has had a very last minute lead change, of course, recently, because it's now the Alpine Eagle Racing car number 127 that has taken over the Kia lead quite recently. Still in second place is the 24-hour Kia team car after their incident. Of course, they were leading for so long in this race, but unfortunately the cruelty of 24-hour racing, of endurance racing, has reared its ugly head, and that's the problem which has come across proper on that one. The Team GTRS number 1 car, which is car number 57, currently holding in third place, 2 laps adrift on that one. Blackadder Motorsports have fallen off the podium recently. They're down to 4th, car number 66. Then the Kronos Sim Racing's races CSR number 14 car is currently sat in 5th to round out the top 5. In 6th is the Torque Creek Racing Corkscrew car number 451, and then the last car looks that it's still running for the Kias is number 26, Clan AOD.net 24-hour Kia. That's had its troubles as well, as the rest of the field has also run through. So that's that, and I guess we'll move on to the MX-5s, but whoever wants to look after those. And to be fair, even though there are still some running, they've basically borne the brunt of the troubles in this 24-hour race, because there's not many of them left.
Certainly not, Seb. There's only 3 real cars who are looking to try and fight in that respect. Who are they?
Yeah, that is right. Just 3 cars in the lead. We have Team RSO with 29 laps behind the leader of Core Motorsports. With those MX-5s, that's a really good performance. In second, we have the Thrustmaster Mivano. They had a meeting earlier with Core Motorsports. And in third, we have the Rookie Racing Team number 55.
Yes, we do. And well, you can see them right now. They're heading up with Mad Cow Racing Muriel. Moo's in the chat. Moo! We got Mad Cow here. Michael Fabian behind the wheel in that C-Spec roof right now. They're doing exactly everything that they need to do. And well, a big shout out to Hugo Luis behind the cameras here. He's not feeling too well, but he is powering on through regardless, and we give him great credit for that, because without him, we wouldn't have any of this right now. So, Mad Cow Racing Muriel right now, they find themselves a little bit lower down in the class here, Cam. Going to come to you with this one. And they're looking to try and chase down Core Sim Racing C-Spec, but they've got that 5-lap gap, which they're just waiting to try and get back correct.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see here, though, the Pure Racing Team is back on track. Patrick Pittler is currently piloting that one. I believe he might have just left pit lane. And I believe he is testing out that Audi. Yes, he is. So the number 111 trying to see what can be salvaged here. And for all intents and purposes here, I have to say, where is the Trinity Motorsport car in relative let's see here, Patrick Pichler. It shouldn't be relatively close, but according to my live timing, it's 8 minutes and 59 seconds, so still an entire lap between the Trinity car and the Pure Racing Team.
Yeah, at the moment you can see Trinity Racing has Marcel Fassbender there. No relation to Michael Fassbender, of course, as now he heads himself along towards the Schumacher S here on this circuit, and they've run the very lonely race. It's seemingly since I've been in the commentary booth, and I've been here for about 3 hours now here just commentating on this race. It seems that Trinity Motorsports have been out on their own here, Seb, and it just seems that they just need to do exactly what they've been doing, just run their own race.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in that last hour, you just run your own race. You don't care about any other cars unless you have to lap them. Of course, that's when you look out for them. But just trying to go after some car in front of you, it doesn't help at that stage of the race.
No, certainly not, and you can see right now, Pure Racing Team now officially classed as a lap down in your motor race right now. We do have a couple of small little scraps going on right now. You can see Black Adam Motorsport 69, number 66 car back out on circuit there. The problem has been fixed, but they have dropped time to the Team GTRS car. They are behind, in the end, Kronos Sim Racers here, so this is a battle for position out on circuit right now, and this one's going to be interesting to watch here as they head themselves now onto the Nordschleife here. Scott, take us through the action.
Yeah, so my apologies, this is a battle for the... which one, sorry?
This is a battle for the Kias, and this is for 4th place, and actually through will go the car of Black Adam Motorsport as Kronos run wide.
Yes, apologies for that. Yeah, so Kronos have actually made the move, and that was in the... that was towards the first part of a Nordschleife on that part of time there, so it looks as though that Blackadder have managed to slide themselves past. They're back into P4 now at this point, so Kronos have got it all to do once again. And they're going to run nose to tail through the very tricky Hatzenbach section through this point here. It's very sweeping lefts and rights. They'll take them back towards the Kviedelbacher Hoa and then up towards the Floodplatz. Juha Hanhekorpi at the moment in car number 66 at this point in time has the lead currently over the Kronos Sim car, being driven by Rafael Cabrera. And I wonder now if Cabrera is going to have any response at this point in time. It's good to see we have got some position battles going on here, even at this later stage in the race. You also have to remember that the car in front of them, in third place, the Team GTRS number 1 car, well, granted, that's actually quite a way away in front. That's already up at the mini carousel, so they've got quite a substantial gap on them. They need a very large, substantial amount of bad luck in order to fall foul on that one. But these two look like they're going to continue battling at this point in time for quite a while. And at this early stage, Blackadder has the advantage, but we'll have to wait to see if Rafael Cabrera has anything left to try and close back in again for P4.
Yes, most certainly. Right now we're going to take a look somewhere else around the field, and let's take ourselves onto the Nordschleife. Let's take ourselves to the Court Sim Racing C-Spec right now, the number 9 car, of course. They are 11 laps down on the leaders. They are 1 lap down on the number 4 iRacers.hu, which I believe stands for Hungary, if my domains are correct right now in the Team Porsche. So with Thomas Ardennes there behind the wheel, Seb, it just seems that for the time being they're nicely just going to take their dues and take a very solid result there, and a very good effort for 24 hours of work.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Being 7th right now, not too far away actually. 5 laps onto the class leader, the Pure Racing Team Roof C-Spec 24, and 1 lap behind the Hungarian team. And you are right about that domain. It's a good result. The C-Spec class, to me, seems to be the most dense class in terms of good performances, in terms of speed. Having 2 cars in the lead lap, the 3rd car being 1 lap behind, then another 2 cars just being 3 laps behind, another car 4, and another car 5 laps behind. That is very, very dense at the top.
Yes, very much so, and you can see just how important it is to keep yourself calm. But for what could be the final time here in this 24-hour coverage, we are going to take you to a commercial break in the action, and when we come back, we will bring you uninterrupted coverage of the finish to this. It's been fantastic to watch, and certainly it will do so here in the last 45 minutes. Don't go away.
This is Imola. Once part of the Formula One World Championship calendar, this historical track, named after Enzo and Dino Ferrari, hails from north-central Italy and has been subject to numerous revisions since it was founded in 1953. From 1953 to 1972, the track went uninterrupted from Ravazza all the way to the infamous Tamburello corner, notorious for its bumpy surface and having a dangerously small amount of room between the track and the concrete wall, as the Santerno River runs directly behind it. From 1972 to 1974, 2 chicanes were added in an effort to slow drivers down: the Variante Bassa, lower chicane, and Variante Alta, higher chicane, situated at the top of the hill leading down to Ravazza, creating the hardest braking point on the track. In 1980, Imola made its debut in the Formula One Grand Prix, after organizers were engaged in a dispute with Monza. In 1981, Imola remained in the F1 circuit as the San Marino Grand Prix. The circuit was subject to constant safety concerns even after adding numerous chicanes. Tamburello Corner was especially dangerous, where a car crashed into the wall in 1987 and another in 1989. The tragic weekend of the 1994 San Marino Grand Prix shocked the motor racing world. Rubens Barrichello would survive a serious crash at Variante Bassa, but sadly, both Roland Ratzenberger and Ayrton Senna lost their lives that weekend. So in 1995, major revisions were made to the track layout. Tamburello Corner, previously taken flat out, was converted into a 4th gear left-right sweeper, and a gravel trap was added outside the corner. Villeneuve Corner was also made a 4th gear sweeper with a gravel trap. In an attempt to retain some of the quickness and character of the old circuit, the chicane at Acqua Minerale was eliminated. Variante Bassa was also eventually removed to make way for a more modernized, longer pit lane. After 2006, Imola was dropped from the Formula One World Championship due to lack of funds. Whether Imola will once again be a part of the Formula One World Championship is unknown. Today, Imola is home to the annual 4 Hours of Imola, part of the European Le Mans series. It remains a popular bike racing circuit and has implemented minor changes over the years to be used solely for motorbike events. Imola is an important track in motor racing history. It's a track that yearns to be back in the spotlight.
Welcome to the final hour. The long haul is gonna be shortly over. We have gone straight into it. We have ourselves about 40 minutes or so to go before we hit the end of this one, and the story has been one that has been told in the last hour. If you've only just joined us, where have you been in the past 23 hours? Because this one has heated up. Pure Racing Team have held the lead for the majority of the race, but in the last hour, Maximilian Benecke feels the effect of what happened at the VLN. Very similar circumstances. He lost the car on his own, and you had to feel that it was just too much for him to do a stint of a 4-hour long run. But it didn't quite work out. It meant that Core Motorsports now have the lap. Pure Racing's team are still going. They are one lap down as things stand at the moment, but on track, Trinity Motorsports are just 30 seconds behind and a lap. It's not impossible, but it is improbable at the moment. Jake Sperry here, joined alongside with Cam Walsh, Scott Woodward, and Sebastian Qualco as well. And well, you have to say right now, this has been a fantastic race. Not only just for your top split here, Cam, but also down for your second, third, and fourth.
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's racing all throughout on this this racetrack here. I mean, even in the GT3 field still, you've got the 24H MSP drivers home and the Core Sim Racing Audi in 4th and 5th position in the GT3 that are on the same lap and relatively close. And in the C-Spec, you've got Pure Racing Team and Celestial DNF. They're relatively close and on the same lap, as well as the Thrustmaster Movano TRL Audi and the GT Rolls SST Orange Audi. So we've got a lot of cars that are on the same lap as each other, and it's just it's been pointed its way to a very good and exciting finish of this 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
Yes, very much so. You can see here all the battles that are going on. We're going to run you through just right now here all your movers and shakers and how everything has played out. And well, I'll start things off by going to your GT3 category. Core Motorsports then have got the lap that they have worked so tirelessly for over Pure Racing Team, who have felt that it was all an opportunity wasted here as they find themselves second with a lap ahead of Trinity Motorsport, who find themselves in third. 193 at the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home 1 team. They find themselves in fourth here with 5 laps to the leaders here, with Core Sim Racing Audi also on the same leading lap. There you can see the GT Ross SST Black machine there. That finds itself in 6th right now with Thrustmaster Movano TRL behind. GT Ross SST Orange, the other of the SST cars, they find themselves then in the race 11th, but here in class they are going to find themselves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th right now. Oyster Racing as well, they find themselves in a great position also with CTC Racing Black. Driving Revolution, they're a few laps down, same for Team GT, but we do have ourselves standing by Scott Woodward here with the RUFs.
Yeah, I think the only class where we haven't had any major dramas is the Pure Racing Team RUF C-Spec number 24. Hopefully trying to make up for something for the bad fortunes which the Audi R8 of the Pure Racing Team has suffered. They currently lead, still on the same lead lap as Celestial DNF. Looking at the gap between those two, that has been steadily sort of staying pretty static as we watch. The Pure Racing Team cars already up towards the end of the Grand Prix circuit and back onto a Nordschleife loop, whereas the Celestial car is already beginning his lap. Third place still with number 7, the Trimates car. That's a lap down in number 7. Fourth place in the class, number 797, the SimRC.de car is running about 3 laps behind the class leader. The car number 13, unlucky for some, but not so much for Team DFTBA. They've kept it pretty much on the straight and narrow for the most part. They currently sit in 5th in class at this point in time. Then behind them, number 4, iRacers.HU Team Portuguese, the Hungarian team, running pretty strong in car number 4. Then the other Core Sim Racing car, which is the Core car, currently sat in 7th place in class number 9, ahead of the fan favourite, the number 19, the Mad Cow Racing Muriel car, which is currently allowing one of the R8s through at this point in time at Schwedenkreuz. That's currently sat at the moment in 8th position in class, and I think the last car we've got still running in the rough category is the number 27, not ATK and Friends car, at least it was. But that car is not showing on track. It looks as though that has unfortunately dropped down, so that car is out. And in fact, they're still going as well. And the 97 GTL Virtual Racing Team number 1 car with Marcin Gadzinski at the wheel. Let's hand over to the next man who's going to take through the class, which is of course the Kiers, where that's been high drama over there as well.
So Qualky, take us away.
Yeah, we have the Alpine Eagle Racing car right now in the lead, actually going to the pits right now. They took advantage of a crash by the second place 24-hour Kia team with the number 25. Third and already 3 laps behind the leading Alpine Eagle Racing is Team GTRS1, who took the 3rd place from now 4th place Blackadder Motorsport number 69, who are actually racing with the 66, causing a bit of confusion. In 5th we have Chronos Sim Racers. Both of those cars actually just went to the pits a few minutes ago, and they are very close on the track. Then 6 laps behind those we have the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew number 451 in 6th place, and in 7th we have the Clan AOD.net 24-hour Kia, already 12 laps behind the leader.
There you can see that all the cars that have just starting to flip themselves through. Of course, we do have 4 categories here in this as well, and we do have a certain MX-5s, but we only have 3 running after starting off with a massive field of MX-5s in the first half of the race. They all took the brunt, they all took the fight, and in the end they all took each other out and got collected by back markers as well. They find themselves now in a position known as not very good. Team RSO 397, they hold the lead in that class at the moment with Thrustmaster Movano MX-5 and Rookie Racing Team 55. They're the only other cars in that respect. Certainly been a fantastic race. We haven't really seen too many retirements so far in these last few hours. We've seen Pure Racing Team make the mistake, and Cam, it's really one that nobody really expected to happen.
Well, we had inklings that something like this might happen or could happen, but when it did, we were certainly surprised by it. But you know, these things do happen. It's a 24-hour race, not a 22-hour and 50-minute race. But ultimately, though, Patrick Pitchler, he is firmly seated in his Audi, and he is currently piloting that number 111 Pure Racing Team Audi. And you know what? They're going to look at second place, but boy, it is not going to feel like second place at the end of this one. Oh, what could have been? And if they continue to have troubles, perhaps the car misbehaves around traffic and ends up something else. Marcel Fassbender and his Polar Bear Trinity Motorsports number 60 could certainly be ready to make the pass. But as far as pace goes right now, Patrick Pitchler, well, he's running extraordinarily fast laps. Almost very similar times to the Core Motorsports car. Core Motorsports, who has just passed the Christian Thieleau Gecko Vortex car, which is well down. Happy to see them back out for the finishing of the 24-hour race, as is tradition.
Yes, very much so. And well, if you can repair your car, you do want to repair it as much as you can to get out there and drive it to the end. You don't want to be the guy sat on pit lane just watching the cars go by. I don't think anybody really wants to here right now, but you can see just how important it is to keep the car on the island. And Scott, what does have to be said here, it also happened in the Kias as well. You saw the 24-hour Kia team just not long ago clip the barrier down up towards the Dottinger Hogue, and that one just completely threw the Kia race wide open.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy on a circuit like this just how much a small impacts can cause such a big drama between some of the cars, particularly with the Kias. It didn't look a massive impact which the Kia had in the 25, but even so, it was enough to push him into the pits, which caused a very lengthy delay in the pit stops while they got repaired, and that's ultimately what led to the Alpine Eagle Racing car getting through. Those two were on the lead lap anyway, and the Alpine Eagle car was starting to find some more pace towards the end of that stint before the incident happened, but because of all that, the Alpine car now finds itself in the lead by a lap. And this is the thing in terms of, whilst we get to this last point in the race, we've talked about time and time again the concentration levels, the fatigue levels, how having more drivers may be a bit more beneficial in terms of being able to spread the workload a little bit more. It can be beneficial if you've got more than 2 drivers, which effectively is what the Pure Racing Team Audi has. But Pickler's now in the car, has a fresh set of legs, and actually getting himself in there for the last sort of, as he has been now for the sort of last half an hour or so until the end. And you have to give credit to Maximilian Beneckert for running it as hard as he has, but just felt that because of the fact they were lacking drivers, that
I'm going to stop you here because we have a car who has blown his engine down the Dottinger Hoe, and that is Marvin Hanke in the German simracing.de green machine. He was down the order there, he was 101 laps down, but that one is a firm end of his race. You can see he's just cruising along 116 miles an hour. He has revved the engine too hard, and that is going to cause panic for cars behind who are going to be trying to get themselves through. But for the time being, I think there isn't really anyone in sight apart from Peter Koch, who just starts the Dottinger Hoe.
Yep, looks like it, and he's obviously the telltale sign of black smoke down that back straight and just heading up towards it. I think he possibly has just about enough momentum to get the car up to pit lane, I reckon, provided he doesn't have to slow down too much. It seems he heads up through the chicane. Now the question is, can he just cruise it? I think he's got just about enough power in that car left to get it back to pit lane. It's going to be quite a lengthy stop, and as you mentioned, he is quite a way down.
Actually, he's going to go on straight forward. I think he said that the car's still drivable despite the smoke coming out. It must be very, very poorly, but you know, if he can cruise around, I've seen instances where engines have given up like that, but not totally given up the ghost. It just seems for the time being here that that's worked off there for him, but he will just cruise around the laps then in order to get himself home, but you know, he's just trying to finish it off.
I'm not necessarily sure if that's the most polite thing to do, but you know what? The smoke seems to disperse relatively quickly, but yeah, that's not necessarily a nice thing to do. Peter Koch is currently going to be coming up to him in that PRT Roof C-Spec car, as he's going to be coming up to Marvin Hank. But either way, though, it's just, well, it's not, you don't normally see a roof engine go unless you've reared it into something, of course, the engine being in the rear, but, you know, these things happen.
Yeah, they do happen, and Seb, well, it's not always the nicest thing to see here. You can see so far how back it is, and well, you're gonna see just how close things are gonna be. It just seems for the moment that it's just not quite working here for his perspective, and well, just sitting there very comfortably here. We're gonna go to Scott Woodward's right now here. It's not the best thing, but for the Pure Racing team, they've done everything right.
Yeah, they have. It's quite crucial, of course, especially at this point in time for Pure, and what it's worked well for their rough contingent, it hasn't worked well for the Audi in terms of what they've done, but even so, to have a team that's run two cars in two different classes, to try and manage the workload and to manage the kind of attention between the pair of them, has done pretty well. And Peter Koch has done a fantastic job in the 24 to hold on to a lead as much as he has and to have that advantage on the racetrack. I mean, he's got pretty much, looking at lap time difference, we've got the Celestial DNF car coming across the line looking at lap times. The last lap for Peter Koch was 8:45.764. The one for Vorachovsky, 8:46.537. So he's got the measure on the number 88 car at this point in time. He's doing everything he needs to. It's certainly one of the cleaner looking cars out there, we should say, because he's managed to keep it off the barriers for the most part and keep it on the road.
Yes,
but even so, it's been done pretty well.
Yes, even so, it has done pretty well. Right now, we're looking at this one just being a little bit thin there. We just had a little bit of a problem there with Sebastian Qualco. Sebastian, we're just looking right now here at the Kronos Sim Racers car here, down the field here. This is number 14. Of course, they were in a battle with Blackadder Motorsport just a while ago, and it just seems for the moment that that one has just edged out away.
Yeah, I think we actually saw Blackadder Motorsport passing the Kronos Sim Racers car, and then both went to the pits in the same lap at the same time. And now it seems like Blackadder has clinched the 4th place in the class. Kronos Sim Racers, they can't go that pace of the Blackadder Motorsport car. But still, for Blackadder, it's a lost place. They were in 3rd before John M. King had the problem with the pit limiter, which he couldn't switch off, and then they lost about a lap.
Yeah, it's never ideal when things like that come into fruition, but you just have to say that some things just aren't worth fighting over in the end. They couldn't fight over it in the very, very dying minutes that we see right now. We are into what is going to be your final half an hour of your motor race, and this is the time when nobody wants to make a mistake right now. Looking here at Stefan Muschler right now, Cam. He's running in that Thrustmaster Movano TRL machine right now. He is all the way back down stacked in what is 7th in class at the moment there in that number 21 machine. It just seems that his race was all decided earlier on, just couldn't get himself within those laps and just made sure that he had to keep it calm and keep it consistent.
Yeah, well, that car significantly damaged quite a while ago, I imagine. But yeah, the car would have been very quick. I mean, its fastest lap was an 8:18. That was the second lap of the race. Mario Bertolotti did that lap. But for the most part, for this Thrustmaster Movano TRL Audi team, you know, they started 4th. They're back down to 9th. It's not the best day in the world, but you know what? Anytime you can finish a 24-hour endurance event is a good day indeed.
A great day in the office. We'll be certainly heading towards Core Motorsport as they are driving along. Same for Alpine Eagle Racing. Alpine Eagle have done exactly everything they needed to do here so far, Scott. And in the end, it's not a case of they drove the quickest race at all, because they did get overtaken just a couple of hours ago by the 24-hour Kia team. But of course, that incident did happen, and it's just a case of Alpine Eagle Racing driving the track and not the car.
Yeah, in some cases for these guys it's slow and steady wins the race, which effectively might sound a bit counterintuitive in motorsport, but you know, it's all about just making sure you've got to keep it on the road. You've got to do the best you can and just use the drivers you've got around you, use their strengths and kind of capitalise on, you know, anyone who has a weakness to try and pounce on it straight away. And Alpine Eagle Racing have done just that. Yes, there are cars, a lot of cars which are carrying at least a little bit of damage on the front, but it's how you recover from it and how you keep yourself on the road and recover that's the main part here in this point in time. We're coming to the last point we're here. We're you know, eyes are starting to get dreary, sort of fatigue is still starting to set in with some of the drivers, but even so, the guys who are fighting on towards the end, who are just simply keeping the car on the road, on the straight and narrow, and not making too many silly mistakes or pushing too hard at this point in time, unless they're in a battle where they feel they potentially could make up a couple of places. At the end of the day, it's all about getting it to the flag, and as was mentioned, effectively just getting to the end of a 24-hour race is a victory in itself, because you proved that you can do it. So you can then come back next time and think, right, now we know how to finish it, how can we do better next time around? But finishing it is a learning process in itself for all of these teams.
Yes, most certainly it is. Looking here at the Team RSO 397 machine, leading the class in the MX-5s now, Seb. Very important point to come in is that with all of these cars that are dotting themselves around in the first half of the race, it seemingly seemed that the MX-5 category just got wiped off the face of the earth. We only have 3 cars really racing right now, so they will be the ones who will be looking to take the podium at the end of the day. It just really shows you just how you need to be careful, you need to keep your car on the island, and you need to be aware of every other car around you.
Exactly. The thing you have to look out for in those Mazdas is you're the slowest car on the track. Basically, all 3 other classes are faster. So try to not get involved with any other cars who are faster than you, because if you do, that might end your race. I'm pretty sure that happened in the first half of the race a few times. And the second thing is, with a car like that on the Nordschleife, you feel like you don't come forward, like you don't actually move. You're just stationary, because it's, let's say, so slow. 10 minutes lap time. You shouldn't overpace, because if you do, you'll end up in the wall and your race is over as well. So the 3 teams who managed to get that far and hopefully managed to make it to the finish line, they've done just the right thing in keeping it calm, keeping it clean, and making it to the finish line.
Yes, most certainly. Just looking here at the 60 Trinity Motorsports car here in 3rd in the GT category and in the race right now. They are in a position where they've just changed drivers here. Simon Grossman now behind the wheel. And Cam, I think that's interesting. I think they're just looking to save face, just preserve the car, put a new driver in for the final 20 minutes. It's surely going to be fine. It's surely going to be all A-OK and perfect for them, because a podium, especially on this sort of race, is so deserved.
Well, that it absolutely is, as, you know, it's especially just a podium here at the 24 hours. You know, getting a podium in a DLN race is something special, let alone that's only 4 hours. So Grossman's piloting the Trinity Motorsports number 60 car, of course, emblazoned with a polar bear today. We've seen that polar bear, I think, Jake, it be on quite a couple of different paint schemes. That polar bear following along well, now Audi Trinity Motorsport, but yeah, wherever Trinity goes, that polar bear follows. So they'll be carrying that polar bear in it to victory lane, or well, not to victory lane, but to the podium steps, which is a victory ceremony, right?
Yeah, you're correct with that one here, and well, it's just showing them just how good they are. Lucky mascot and all, it certainly helps. And well, for Core Motorsports in the number 33 here, Scott, they have done everything right now. They're just cruising around doing 825s. Kei Kashube behind the wheel does have Christian Thilo Zuch in the Gecko Vortex sim racing car behind him, who is a number of laps down, that number being 84 right now. So really no real threat. They've got a lap. They can basically cruise to the finish.
They can, and I wonder if we'll start to see the sort of the typical, almost traditional sort of, trains falling behind the leader in terms of all the other cars looking to try and finish around the sort of same time after the leader. We see it in so many endurance races. We didn't see it in this year's Nürburgring 24 Hours because, of course, it was such a close finish in real life between the two Mercedes, the closest in history. Sadly, we're not going to get something as close as that on this occasion, at least not as everything stands right now. But even so, it's still going to be a fantastic result for Core. And as we mentioned before, several months ago, they weren't really anyone in terms of racing and iRacing, in terms of endurance racing. But since the VLN's come into play, since Blancpain has come through as well, they really have shot up to the forefront. It really has been a baptism of fire for Core Motorsports, and they're going to hopefully crown off all the ultimate place which they found in VLN and in the Blancpain with what appears to be at this point in time a grand victory that they're on their way to at the moment here at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. It's been a great race for them. They've pretty much kept it for the most part out the barriers and done a sensational job all 24 hours so far.
Yes, they have, and they've certainly done a fantastic job, and who can blame them as well? They have done a great attempt here at putting themselves into the right position. Well, they certainly have got themselves in a fantastic slot right now. Well, we are going to go on board with someone right now. Let's go on board with Guilherme Radicon here in the number 25 24-hour Kia team car here. They are second in class in the Kias. Let's go on board. But there you can see here at the moment, Guilherme Radicon heading himself now down through this right-hander, and well, Seb, you're going to come to you here because, well, it's all about just keeping the car here settled here through this lovely section here. It's all about the sweeping corners here. They get faster and faster before they head up towards the Dottinger Ho in just a few corners time, and you can see just how much they're pushing.
Yeah, you're starting off here with a more technical section, and the closer you get to Dottinger Ho, the more speedy, or the speedier it gets, and you have to adapt to that. You have to get more risky the closer you get to the Dottinger Ho, and you have to start off by taking every corner just at the right angle, and then the more you get ahead, you're starting to push more until we will see in a few seconds until you're up. Now we're at the Galgenkopf and onto the Dottinger Ho, and this is where you just go flat out for a long time.
Yes, most certainly you do. You can see heading himself down the Dottinger Ho now. You can see all the markings here from yesteryear scribbled across the circuit. It's what makes it so beautiful to watch. And well, we're going to just quickly move away from this one and find ourselves another fantastic car to look at so far. Let's look at Patrick Pichler right now in the Pure Racing Team outlet at the moment here, and he looks to me as if he is going very slowly down there. What has happened? Get a replay up. Patrick Pichler is struggling. Well, I don't quite know what that's happened. There seems to be some real...
Yeah, he seems to be going slow down the long straight. Car just seems to be continuing to be slow. I almost wondered, did he blow something, or did he maybe now out of fuel? He was going very slow down the entirety of the Dottinger Ho. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, he might be coasting. I don't...
Oh, you know what? Okay, from what I see, the Team DFTBA car has blown their engine, though. after an incident. They went off track. So this is a lot of stuff going on, actually. So Michael Storm in that Team DFTBA car, he managed to catch a curb and put 2 wheels up into the air, that number 13 car. So he completely wrecked that and blew the engine. And then it looks like
111 stopping. Sorry, 111. I thought it was he was letting someone through one of the keys, but he was almost stopping, coming to a complete halt. Sorry about that, Cam. Can carry on.
Well, it's all right. It just looks like he got about halfway through the lap, and then the GT Ross SST black car absolutely blew through, which he let him go through, and then, well, it just looks like he started to slow down. That's number 111 car just slowing right on down after he passed the wreck of the Team DTFB C-Spec car.
I want to just hear what his engine sounds like right now here as he heads himself now through the Dunlop curve right now, heading himself up towards the Schumacher S. And the car's limping its way around the circuit. Trinity Motorsports, of course, 3 laps down at the moment. And it's a really weird one here. I can't quite work out what's going on. 2 cars going past them right now. It's a really strange one, Seb. I don't know if you have any information that we don't. We're completely clueless up here about why he is driving so slowly.
What I just looked for was why the Team DFTBA was having this engine failure, and what I see is a huge crash as he went too hard over the curb and hit the wall very hard, spinning all over the track and standing in the middle of the track. This is a big crash by Michael Storm, Team DFTBA, and that is, from what I see, what led to the engine failure.
Yeah, they can see there the incident was up on screen. We're going to come back live because they can see Patrick Pichler still just crawling himself down this back straightaway right now, heading towards the chicane, and it's going to be interesting to see whether he is going to go onto pit lane here, turn right, or whether he'll go left onto the Nordschleife, which is going to be very, very difficult for him, because if he does do that, then it's going to be all sorts of problems here for him. And, well, yes, he is going to go onto the Nordschleife, so maybe Patrick Pichler just trying to run down time. I can't quite work out what Pichler's going to be doing here, but it's just really, really odd to see. And maybe, just maybe, it's not worked out. I can't quite work out what's wrong with the car.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what's going on with that PRT car. I'm wondering, perhaps, well, it can't be a fuel issue, because they drove past the start-finish line, and he was going slow before then, so he would have pulled it into the pits. So it's an interesting strategy, to say the very least. But you know what? Going normal highway speed, perhaps he's just respecting standard highway speed limits. But I don't necessarily think that that is a good way to continue to be in second place.
No, I don't think it is really either, and I think it's a really, really odd one to see. Of course, you can see right now Core Motorsports still away with Gecko Vortex Sim Racing, Christian Thilo Zuch there behind the wheel of that one as they come up to lap traffic of Enzo Cantor here in the Thrustmaster Movano MX-5 right now. Patrick Pichler, this is an odd one here, Seb, because he might be trying to save time right now. He might be trying to secure everything. You can see he's just rolling it 49 mile an hour, 50 mile an hour. It almost looks like the pit limiter's stuck on. Very similar circumstances to what happened to, say, Blackadder Motorsports. He's right there on the racing line at the moment, and he's going to be unsighted through a couple of these corners, and it's going to be very difficult to see exactly what's going on.
Yeah, this is dangerous. From what I saw, it started when Patrick Pichler was right behind the Team DFTBA car, which blew their engine, and I don't know, maybe the smoke that came out of the Team DFTBA car has something to do with it. I don't know. It doesn't seem to me like it's a pit limiter thing, because the pit limiter is set to 38 miles per hour, and he's way faster than that. So I don't think that this can be the reason. But the smoke that came out of the Team DFTBA car might have something to do with it, because it started right when the Audi of Pure Racing Team caught that smoke that came out of the Team DFTBA car.
Why is the other PRT car now slow behind them? What are they having a... Oh, you know what? What are they having, a pit party?
Picnic? Oh, well, I don't quite know what's going on. I think they want to take themselves around together. I think they're on the radios here saying...
Oh, he's putting the clutch.
Well, seemingly exactly what's going on right now. There seems to be a lot of problems with Patrick Pichler, and maybe, just maybe, there is going to be a little bit of help there, a little bit of respite, possibly for Patrick Pichler. This is one of the most confusing things I've ever seen in my world of commentating before, and I don't think we'll see anything quite like it ever again right now. But you can see that they're just running incredibly slow here through this section.
I have to say, I have to agree with Jordan Jens in the YouTube chat. Hi, John. That they're probably just waiting for the C-Spec car at this point. I've already been looking where the C-Spec car is. This has got to be one of the strangest things. I mean, with 12 minutes, to go, but I'm just so worried that there's going to be an incident or a crash or something. Somebody's going to come through here, and it's not going to end well.
Well, the C-Spec car right now is heading himself through the chicane here, heading up towards the Nordschleife starting proper. You can see they've already gone through Flugplatz and what have you here at the moment. So maybe it is just trying to get the team collected all together. That's one we've got to look out for in possibly the next few minutes or so. And, well, that is a question here, Cam, we need to ask. Why haven't they gone into the pits? And, Seb, I'll open that one up to you, because it would be so much easier just to wait on pit lane, wait for the car to go by and get through, instead of risking so much drama and the potential of crashing further on in this race.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. This is astonishing to me. I don't get any of this. I'm just speechless right now. I'm sorry. I'm just pretty much speechless. Now they're slowing down to like 12 miles per hour. That is very slow.
No, we're going to move on from them then, because this is just an accident waiting to happen, and hopefully we won't get an opportunity to see that one right now. Looking here at Michael Fabian, Muriel is there in the Mad Cow Racing machine right now. 19 car there in 18th overall, up a full 14 positions overall in position-wise. But you can see just how important it is to keep your car sorted here, Cam, because right now they are behind the Kia, and they are just cruising around in their own respect here as the time starts to tick down.
Well, the time ticking down indeed, though. You got to give it to Core Motorsports. They've now fully secured a lap and a half. Well, now it's going to be like 2 laps on it. Trinity Motorsport, though, it's fairly obvious they aren't going to be able to get it, so our podium seems locked in the GT3 category. In C-Spec, though, it's good running from them. There's, about 1 minute and 30 seconds between the two, so if Peter Koch doesn't have an incident, he will also have it. And I have to almost laugh here, because perhaps I wonder if that PRT car catches his fellow teammates. Is he going to slow down too? And then perhaps we could see Celestial coming up, but I don't necessarily think Peter Koch is going to want that. But, hey, there's all sorts of crazy things that go on in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
Most certainly. So let's stay with Peter Koch then as he heads himself through the lefts and rights right now. Series of rights coming up here. This lovely section of right-handers is so important here.
Sorry, can I just jump across? I'm so sorry to jump across, but just as you cut away from the Muriel car, it has actually just had an incident up at Galgenkopf. It was trying to let the third place Trinity Motorsports Audi through. It was flashing the headlights, got to Galgenkopf, just ran a little bit wide on the first part of the corner, dropped a wheel onto the outside and just spun itself around and tagged the barrier. Got back going again, but it's quite ironic that just as you left it to go towards another car, an incident took place there. So apologies for cutting across, just wanted to fill everyone in on that incident that happened just there. They're back up and running, but possibly with a little bit of damage they may have to pit for.
Yep, that's fair there. Replay was just up on screen just then, and there you could see the incident that's happened, and that is certainly not ideal for Michael Fabian behind the wheel. He'll be feeling a little bit upset that he's lost it in the final couple of laps of this motor race here. And, well, right now you do have to feel, you can see these cars here, Pichler and Wolf, they're both going slow, and there's only one car they have to pass here in order to get to Peter Koch right now here in that Pure Racing Team ROF C-Spec 24. We're just going to continue with this one just for a little bit. You can see heading through the fastest part of the circuit, or one of them, apart from what would be here the Dossinger Ho, even if I get my things a little bit mixy muddled up here. But you can see just running through here, it's just so crucial here to go through the rights, go through the left. Core Motorsports starts the final lap, by the way. Potentially, no. I think it's going to be 2 laps to go in that respect. The last lap will be next time by, but you can see exactly just how important everything is here, and you can see just how the gaps are going here. Just still trying to sort everything out, and, well, Seb, you have to say this one has been a walkaway here in this final hour, 2 hours from Core Motorsports.
Yes, indeed. they were able to capitalize on the Pure Racing team's errors, and now they're just driving it to the end, driving it to the line, and yeah, going away with a victory right here.
Yes, most certainly right now. I'm here looking at the leader in your Kia class right now. That is Andres Galante in the Alpine Eagle Racing 127 machine, doing everything that everyone is trying to do. And of course, there's been a bit of discussion here about what PRT are doing, but we will pay them
the good old victory formation. That's what's going to happen. I have a feeling with everybody being on separate laps, it wouldn't surprise me if people started to just gather up in a one big conga line. I think that happens as far as a Nürburgring tradition, but it'd be a little weird because we've still got some battles on track.
Yeah, we still do, and well, it's certainly going to be interesting to see where other drivers put themselves here. Of course, you're going to see quite a few cars trying to put themselves the best they can possibly be. Lovely three-car train here with Core Motorsports, Trinity Motorsports, and Gecko Vortex Sim Racing here. Trinity looking to break down a lap, and where you can see right now as they head themselves here towards what would be here, heading up towards Flugplatz in just a couple of seconds' time. Core Motorsports, Keiko Shube, well, he did an 8:54 last time by, so that is really cruising, and I think that he just wants to get onto that final lap as quickly as he possibly can.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I was going to say the GTN car is back out. I have a feeling that this is the end here, where everyone is just taking it out of that gear. The racing has happened. Yeah, there's the PRT Kia that's getting ready to also head out onto the track. I think, actually, you know what? I think they missed their opportunity to do that. But yeah, it's going from Core Motorsports right behind. There's the Trinity car and the Gecko Vortex car. The MSP driver's home car is going to be coming up on that relatively soon. But it's an interesting thing to see, just how it all looks and how it's all going. The PRT roof isn't that far away. He's got to get past Rafael Cabrera in that Chrono Sim Racers Kia. He's backed off, though. Peter has. But if he's not careful, though, Celestial might catch on up, though.
Yeah, that could be the one problem here for the number 88 right now. The 88 could put themselves in a position where they could start closing that gap, but I think the gap is just a little bit too far at the moment, seeing as he is quite a bit further back, and he's still not actually near towards the Dottinger Hove in any sort of way, shape, or form. Here is Karol Worochowski of Celestial DNF right now, and Scott, you have to say, this is the beginning of the end. You are looking here to see when the clock is going to strike here with Core Motorsports, and they have just proven to everyone exactly what they can do tonight.
Yeah, just as a case of whilst everyone else around them has lost their heads, they've managed to keep theirs. While they have been involved in one or two incidents, it hasn't been as many as everyone else out there, and they really have done a stellar job to keep themselves in front. And I hate to...
Peter Koch-piloted roof has just came down into pit lane on the final lap of the motor race.
Interesting.
Wow.
Then. We need to go and get ourselves a little bit of a look-see here. He is on pit road. Maybe he has just underfueled that car by 1-2 little laps, and that
He's about to lose the lead.
He could lose the lead, actually. Yeah, that is a crucial fact to be there, but you have to look at Worochowski here, heading himself down the Dottinger Hoe, and, well, you could see high drama in the final few minutes. Well, it certainly does happen here, and for your roof category, it is certainly something that is starting to put itself into effect, but he is away, he is clear, so Karol Worochowski there, just not quite close enough in that respect, so still going on for one more lap will be Peter Koch there in the Pure Racing Team IOFC Spec 24. He holds on at the moment to what is 6th place overall, to what is going to be a fantastic win if things stay the way they should at the moment. But we're going to stay with Core for the time being here. Core Motorsports heading themselves up here through these sections of lefts and rights. And Seb, you see Trinity Motorsport behind. They're going to stay behind on the train because they know that they want to finish right behind as they head up towards the carousel.
Yeah, you don't want to drive one more lap just for the sake of it, because they're not going to win a single position on that lap if they are trying to lap themselves back. So all you do is just stay behind Core Motorsports and end this race as soon as possible. on the place that you are in right now.
Yes, most certainly then. And well, we started off 24 hours ago to this second as everyone gridded up. Now we got to see there is a spin for PRT. No damage, but apparently it's quite funny. Cam, what's your news on it?
Well, I mean, they're all just following each other around, and it was the currently second positioned Audi that spun, not the C-Spec car. As there are a bunch of PRT cars out on the track right now, but yeah, Patrick Pitchler, he has just he's saddled that car out and about, and him and Patrick Wolf are driving it around as they could. Patrick Wolf, he's down in 35th position, but hey, you get the car out, you finish. We see this all the time in Nürburgring racing, where at the very end of a long race, everyone tries and just joins together here.
Yes, most certainly you can see them now running themselves through that respect here. You can see the number 24 heading himself down towards Flugplatz. You can see the Pure Racing Team 111. They're heading themselves down that section, heading towards the Armenberg corner, heading just up. But we are going to have to stay with Core Motorsport because they are heading towards the end of their lap. They are heading towards the lovely, lovely checkered flag very soon. You can see the very quick sections here. Into the right they come along, and well, soon there's the mini carousel, soon there's the Dottinger Ho, and soon for Core Motorsports they could be on the cusp of immortality here at iRacing.com. And well, you have to say that Kei Kashube behind the wheel, he hasn't had to do it alone. He's done everything he has needed to do. You can see who he's been with. Angelo Michel's been with him, Alexander Voss has been with him, and don't count out Niels Koch, who's been in the car as well. They have all done a fantastic job as he heads himself down the Dottinger Ho for what will be, hopefully, his final time right now here, because Kei Kashube is done everything right in that Core Motorsports car. Core Motorsports as a team have done everything correct. There you can see on the right hand side the pit lane there for the tourist thing, and they can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all going to go together down the back straight away, and it all ends up being nice and comfortable here as they head themselves down now in towards the left and now the right. And it certainly has been a race to remember in many, many instances here. Into the right then, with one more corner to go for Core Motorsports, who will take the drive to what is the line and has shown exactly what they are made of. They are now champions here in what is going to be a stellar, stellar race. 24 hours, 28 minutes. Kei Kashube has done it, but we have one more lap to go because white flag is out.
No, that should have been it for the timer, don't we? Isn't it?
No, we've got one more lap there, Cam, and I've called it wrong again.
That was the last racing lap. How about that?
Yeah, there we go. We'll call it that one. We don't mind here. And Scott, you have to say it's been a fantastic race, surely.
It has been.
When did they come across? How much time was on the timer?
24 hours and 28 seconds by my reckoning.
Well, then it should have been over.
Yeah, unless you've been told it's 24 hours and it's 24 hours and plus one lap, which in case we probably weren't told at all. But if that's the case, they've got one more tour of the 16 miles to go, and it has been a sensational race. It's been the first, I think, that we've covered extensively here on Race Spot, and the fact that we've had so many people jumping out of the commentary box and so much great racing and so many drama and so many incidents that we get to this point here where So Core Motorsports are going to come through at the end of this lap, hopefully, as the winners, because we got kind of trolled there by the iRacing server when it was just at 24 hours and went, no, you've got one more lap to go. So I'm sure Core Motorsports were expecting that one as well. But even so, it's been a fantastic race to go on, and it's been a fantastic race to be a part of for everyone involved. I'm sure that everyone's going to come back next year and hopefully look to try and put one over on Core Motorsports, because they'll be the team to beat, and this will also give Core a lot of confidence into both the VLN and also into the Blancpain, because they'll know effectively with this Audi R8 they are really hitting the beat here. They haven't really missed a beat on all 24 hours of this race so far. One more tour, and then hopefully this time that will settle it.
Cars we haven't really talked about here is Alpine Eagle Racing here in the 127. They're heading themselves now around through the final corner and heading themselves down onto the front straightaway right now. I believe they will have one more lap of their own race to go as well. That one's going to be interesting to look at as well. It does a 9:14 that time by, and well, certainly with one more lap to go, you've got to remember there is also MX5s, the Team RSO 397 right now has done a fantastic job in its own respects here because, well, after all the field's gone off here, boys, he's done exactly the right thing. He's gone across the line. He's just stayed out of trouble, and even 30 laps down is an incredible feat for an MX-5. Anyone, it's open for debate.
Well, to survive at an MX-5 here at the Nordschleife is certainly something that is definitely not a rare feat. Obviously, someone has to win this race, but that car is mint. There isn't a scratch on that number 397, and it is a good-looking Rennsport online car at that. So Almar Orlikoti there, he has been doing a very fine job with his team that he is with. Of course, a pilot with Team RSO, Patrick Lankau, Stefan Jan, Alex Zerny, and Tobias Zerny, as they're driving their MX-5 around. And now the parade lap truly underway now, as there's just lines of cars as far as what we can see. And we don't normally get to see this in our endurance racing because it's so attacky, so aggressive, and how they have to do things that it's fun to see. Everyone, nice and respectful.
Yeah, definitely. And well, there's quite a few things that there are talking points. One of the big talking points, of course, will be Maximilian Benecke, who had his incident earlier on with just 2 hours to go. Hit it in, and well, you can see just how important everything is going to be, because there are quite a few things here that have still yet to be resolved right now. There are still quite a few battles out on circuit here. Not really, and actually we got a car off there, and that is Michael Fabian of Mad Cow Racing Muriel, number 19. Has hit himself into the grass, and well, he's going to get himself back out on circuit, but I don't think there's too much speed left in that one, is there? Oh, that looks like a blown engine as well, and at the worst possible time, possibly. Oh, it doesn't look brilliant there, Cam, does it?
No, but he's, they're 6 laps behind Core Sim Racing C-Spec, who's in front of him, and 3 laps ahead of the car behind him, so you know what? Just drive it around. I think he's just trying to be respectful more than anything else, not get anybody's way. Yeah, for the most part, though, everyone just seems to really disengage their gears here. Everyone's just going to drive around and finish up this beautiful 24 hours of Le Mans. Oh, boy. Almost said the 24 hours of the Nürburgring here at the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit.
Well, they are both long circuits. I don't blame you for messing them up, but of course it's been it's a very long race, and well, you can see just how important everything is. You can see Core Motorsports now are heading along the back straightaway right now. Of course, we did call the race one. We were a little bit ill-informed, and we do apologise, viewers, for that one, and we don't really mind it, of course. It's been a fantastic job, and Scott, well, for everyone here, I think it's a privilege to call the Nürburgring 24 hours, and well, I think endurance racing as a whole, this has been a fantastic race to watch.
It has, certainly. I'm actually going to call this my final piece of commentary on this Nürburgring 24 hours, because I need to dash home because we've got the Finnish Sim Racing Championships coming up, so I need enough time to get home and set up for that. But just for my final piece, it's been a privilege to be a part of this fantastic race, and we're going to see Core Motorsports take a very well-deserved victory, a very hard-fought victory after some incredible racing on the Nordschleife and the Grand Prix circuit combined, and all the teams involved should be pleased to at least have been able to make the start. But those who are making the flag, they're going to be fantastic. Also, I want to just, again, all the guys that have been in the booth, again, I'm going to give a personal thanks to the guys like, to Paul, and of course and to everyone else on the team as well, to Randy and everyone else who broadcasted for some 10 hours straight whilst we were all still sleeping in the early hours of the morning. So great job by all of them involved. I'll be back on Race Spot in a little while just to cover the Finnish Sim Racing Championship, but until then, I'll leave you guys in the capable hands of these three here and Hugo, of course, and until then, I shall head off.
Yeah, here we go then. You can see Kei Kashube now heading himself through this lovely right-handed section here, the rights and lefts, heading up towards the end of the lap. It's certainly been fantastic. And Cam, Seb, it's one of these things where you have to do it from the beginning, and well, for Pure Racing Team, they held most of the race and they didn't quite hold off.
Yeah, well, I mean, Core's the survivor here. And sorry, Seb. I actually thought that Core was starting to go to the start-finish line. No, they've still got quite a ways to go at this 170-turn track. But yeah, Core Motorsport, they stuck with it with their damaged car, and Kei Kashube, you really got to give it to them. And you know what? They ended up coming away with it. Yeah, they have, and there you can see here just a few corners to go then, and I'll take things here
from now, boys, because, well, for this time we will finally probably get to see the end this time by, hopefully, we promise, here in towards the mini carousel then for the final time, hopefully, in towards then heading up towards the Dottinger Ho, coming along, and well, it's certainly been a fantastic race to call here. I've only been here for the last 4 hours, but I haven't minded. There's been drama beyond belief, and well, for the first 12 hours to V8s Online and to GSRC, a massive thanks to them as well for the effort they put in onto it. Of course, big thanks to Paul and Randy and Mr. Scaramuccia as well for exactly what has gone on through them through the night shift. And well, now you can see heading themselves down this back straightaway for the final time. Kei Kashube of Cool Motorsports, you gotta think, a team of so much dominance right now in the world of sim racing, and they are doing exactly what they need to. The Team GT car is out as well as we head ourselves down for the final time, into the left, on the brakes, into the right, into the left again, one more right, one more left-hander, because Core Motorsports, being Kashube, Voss, Michelle, and also Neil Koch, have come across the line, have taken the win at the Nordschleife, and it is thoroughly well deserved. Absolutely fantastic, Cam. There you can see the cars fighting themselves through, and well, you've got to remember here, there are cars that we do need to look out for here. The next one up is going to be, surely, if I can scroll back enough, it is the Alpine Eagle Racing Team, Cam. They're heading themselves here through this next left-hander, and that is for the Kia race win.
Yes, that absolutely is. We saw the Team RSO car cross the start-finish line just as the leaders in the GT3 class crossed. Pure Racing Team, they're working their way through as well with their own little trolley train. But the Pure Racing Team C-Spec, whereabouts is he? He's going to be coming through. So it's just one of those things we watch the Audi light them up. The rear is getting absolutely split apart as they are ground into the dirt. But yeah, great racing as the 24H Kia team. They will cross the start-finish line. They're going to come home in second position. Oh, what could have been.
Yes, most certainly. We have just seen the Team RSO cross the line and take what is a fantastic win in the MX-5s. This has been a sensational race, and Seb, you have to say, this one here in your Kia class, it was all about the 24-hour Kia team making that one mistake.
Yeah, that's right. They were going for the win all the time, and then they had that one crucial mistake they made. They lost the lead. They lost more than a lap, over 10 minutes in the pits on repairing. And now they're in second place, and yeah, it's a lost opportunity for them.
Yes, most certainly it is, but you got to look at this Alpine Eagle Racing Team now, heading themselves down the Dottinger Ho for the final time. It's not just Andres Galante behind the wheel, it's Eric Hafner, it's Robert Klotz, and also at the very beginning, it is Hannes Thaler as well, who has been the heart and soul of this Kia team, this Alpine Eagle Racing outfit, here as they head themselves under the Bilstein Bridge right now, and with just a few corners to go, you have to say it has been thoroughly deserved here in the latter hours. It has been one where the early morning paid its dividends, and now Alpine Eagle Racing can call themselves Kia winners, and they can call themselves the best of the best in the field that they look at. A fantastic result for Galante, a fantastic result for Alpine Eagle Racing. Fantastic result, but we do now look back here to the number 24 car, Cam. Pure Racing Team still yet to come across the line just now, and this is one where we do need to keep our lookout, keep ourselves eyes peeled, because we might see on the front straightaway a wait from Wolf and Pichler, who are there going slow down this next section of track.
Yeah, well, all four of them are out. The Kia's out from PRT, both of their Audi GT3 efforts and the C-Spec. So you've got your two, yeah, pretty much everybody there is out and about for the PRT crew. Between them is a GTL virtual racing team. That's a C-Spec car. So a lot of cars out there still trying to come across. But for the most part, though, definitely got to say it's been an exciting race, to say the very least. I know I only covered the last 3.5 hours from it, but even then it was action-packed. And as such, huge congratulations to Core and Pure Racing Team and Trinity Motorsports.
Yeah, very much so. Huge congratulations to Core for a fantastic race win. You got to remember, you got to thank Alpine Eagle Racing. You got to thank Team RSO as well. They're the 397 machine. They have done a fantastic job. Well, now you can see heading through what is that mini carousel once again. You can see Peter Koch behind that Pure Racing RUFC spec. And you know what? He hasn't done it alone here. Peter Koch has had Tom Valentini, has had Florian Voigt, has also had Lauren Heinrich there, who has been so helpful, and this has been a team effort. This has been one where they've done everything they have needed to do, and well, now you can see down the Dottinger Ho, you can see the Pure Racing boys are going to wait up. You're going to see them now run down here. Peter Koch traveling at over 160 miles an hour here just to chase up to his teammates here, just so they can slow down and have their moment in the sunshine, because they do have a driver that's won in Peter Koch in Pure Racing Team. The other Pure Racing car there of Patrick Pichler, who's had help from Maximilian Benecke as well, who's done so much work and lost the race win, does have that second place to his name. And well, you can see right now as they're gonna let him through potentially here in towards the final corner they come along. And well, let's get the victory train out. It was done a little bit too early, which some people wouldn't have liked, that we wouldn't have thought would have happened, but now you can see finally Pure Racing Team, all four of them will come across the line almost in unison right now, because Peter Koch has won it for the roof spec. And well, you can see in second place there a fantastic finish for Patrick Pichler as well. But with everything sorted, Cam, Seb, let's run you through all your classified results, starting off with your Audi R8 field. In one of the most prolonged endings we'll ever see in the Nürburgring 24 hours. You can see Core Motorsports will take the 2-lap victory over the Pure Racing Team 111 machine. There's Trinity Motorsports finishing third in that Audi R8 there, with the 24-hour MSP Drivers home number 1 machine coming home in fourth. Of course, Sim Racing Audi there will finish fifth, with the first of those important C-Spec cars coming home sixth. Pure Racing Team RUF C-Spec 24, 6 laps down, with Celestial DNF just behind. They can see the GT Ross SST Black car there finishing off in place, with the Trimates third in its class, with the GT Ross SST Orange. And of course, on the second page, Oisberg Kajala Racing there. Also there, you've got to remember, iRacers .hu Team Porsche. They did a fantastic job with their respect as well. CTC Racing Black had a fantastic job there also. And there you can see Macau Muriel struggling towards the end of the race. And also there you can see in your Kia series there, or your Kia class as it is, Alpine Eagle Racing taking it over the 24-hour Kia team. There with, of course, GTL, Not Attack and Friends there, GTRS1, Blackadder, Kronos, Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, and there you can see the 3 MX-5s that finish with ClanAOD.net as well. Team RSO, Toastmaster Movano, and the Rookie Racing team there. Quite a few DNFs, and well, I've gone through it all there, Hugo. Don't worry about it. I've talked about quite a few drivers. Pure Team Racing RUF there did take the race win. Very important in that respect. And well, there are quite a few cars that crashed, and a few will be looking to try and get better times next year. You look at the likes of Trinity in the 61. You look at Orion needing a better result. Radicals Online didn't have the best of things, nor did the Potato Car, nor did Glacier Racing, nor did Sharp Motorsport, nor did Oceanic Sim Racing. It's all a learning curve, but we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, post-race coverage of the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Truex on the outside, contact made. 56 slides it at a 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
What a fantastic 24 hours we have just seen, and over the line it has been a sensational one to watch from first minute to last. And well, we do have your winners in, and your winners are Core Motorsports right now. Standing by with us right now is Florian Voigt and Kay Kashube here. And well, it's certainly been a fantastic race for you two. You couldn't have imagined this one to be a victory after all that had gone on before you.
Yeah, we had a very unfortunate incident at the beginning of the race, and we never gave up and tried to make pressure all the time, and yeah, it really paid out in the end. We are really happy, I have to say.
Apologies there, Florian. I've just got your team a little bit wrong there. I do apologise.
No problem.
No, you know, it's 24 hours, you get a little bit tired, and well, I've only done 4 hours of the broadcast, but still, you make your mistakes here, you make your mistakes there, but you know, things happen here, and well, it certainly has been a fantastic race to watch in quite a few respects. Of course, you yourself, they're part of the Pure Racing RUF spec there, taking a win in your own respects. Your teammates were slowing down for you in the final stages of the race, Florian, and well, what has to be said is that you really stayed unscathed throughout the majority of that race.
Yeah, it was a really tough race. First of all, I want to thank to all my teammates and all our sponsors here. At Fry and Usher Racing, and also Autohaus Waldmeier. And I just can say it was a really tough race. Everybody is tired, everybody's down now. Yeah, we get on from the beginning on. We tried to how do I say lift and coast. And it was an outraging race. It was really fun to race here, and everybody was really calm with each other, really fun. And congrats also to the front podium here. Really nice. Thank you.
Really nice indeed there, Florian. Thank you for joining us. Hey, I'll go back to you because I rudely moved away when I worked out I got the wrong guy there, Kay. Really, it was just a case of trying to stay behind that Pure Racing team, of course, for hour after hour. We saw the times come down and down. It came down to 30 seconds. And then the mistakes came from Maximilian Benecke, and did you think that that was the strategy you were going for, just mirroring the VLN?
Yeah, I mean, first I have to say that was my first race for Core Motorsports, and I'm very happy to be with these guys. And yeah, it was exactly what we tried to do all the time. We had a lot of damage to the car and lost top speed, and had to push all the 24 hours to stay with Pure Racing. And we wanted to apply pressure, and in the end it worked out by not changing tires, and yeah, we got much closer, and then the race was on. It was really a fantastic race, I have to say.
Yes, fantastic racing for you. You're part of a team now who has got a blank pan victory under their belt, has also got that victory in the VLN Endurance as well, now a Nürburgring 24 hour to boot. Is the sky the limit then for Core Motorsports?
Yeah, I hope so. We will see. I hope we have a lot of good races in front of us together.
Yes, most certainly there. Is there anyone you'd like to dedicate the victory to as part of Core Motorsport then?
Yeah, we have to dedicate it to the whole team. I mean, it was fantastic in the team speak. Everyone was cheering for us and was thinking about how to get this around. And I think everyone made a fantastic job. And yeah, thanks to Core Motorsports, the whole team.
Yes, very definitely much there. Thank you. That's Kate Kashube, then part of your winning team there to do with Core Motorsports. And one more question to Florian before I hand over to Cam. Florian, you did a fantastic job there in the car. Of course, you put in a fantastic stint in with just a few hours to go. You were always there and you were always up there fighting at the top. Just for you, is it a great platform for you to boost up into the next few series that you're going to go into?
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting series. The roof series, yeah, it's a lot more, driving, yeah, and not too much setup, I would say. The roof is really tricky to drive. No ABS, no traction control. So it's a very interesting series, and we will see what we're gonna do. We have set up a completely new team with new colleagues, with Lauren and with Peter, and I think they made a really good job, extremely good. How quick they went into our driving style and made it work. So we will see. Maybe we can see a new series and get some wins in there.
Yes, most certainly. Thank you for joining us, Florian. A race win then for you in the Pure Racing Team RUF C-Spec 24, number 24 car. Cam Walsh now standing by, and he has the MX5 winners, and that is Team RSO.
Yes, and we have, of course, when you always get into the lower classes, they always seem to party that much harder. We've got pretty much the entirety of the RSO team here in the booth with us. Let's see, who can we start with for Team RSO? What the heck? We'll go with Stefan Jean. Stefan, we'll start with you. Just it's an MX5. It's Nurburgring. It's 24 hours. Just a couple of thoughts before we get too much into it on the whole experience here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for your superb broadcast. Our team really enjoyed it. Second, of course, we are really happy to win this class, and I'm really proud of my team. We all did a great job, consistent laps. We knew up from the beginning that we have no chance to hunt Rookie Racing Team or Radicals Online because they had a better pace than us. But we said, okay, keep out of trouble, let the car in one piece, and it worked well. And so, yeah, we are really happy.
Well, really happy indeed. So we'll head over to Tobias Zerny, of course, one of the pilots for the RSO car and the MX-5. I know the MX-5 field thinned out real quick, real early, but just as time went on, those GT3 cars, the C-Specs, the Kias, even all a unique challenge. How hard is it to play with multi-lap traffic here at the Nordschleife?
Yeah, actually it's really difficult, but I have to say it was easier with these 4 classes compared to the VLN series, because yeah, in the VLN series it can happen that suddenly there are like 30 GT3s packed together blasting through the MX-5 class. Here it was better distributed, so the cars lapping us were not coming so often, and they spread out a bit as well, so it was actually really nice. And towards the end of the first half, we already noticed a more careful driving behavior by nearly all participants, I would say.
Well, very good indeed. And I mean, you guys all ran a pretty fair number of laps, actually, between the Team RSO car. I mean, Stefan, Alex, and Tobias, you guys each ran 30 laps each, which is impressive, and also with your teammates Patrick Lankow and Almar Erlicolti. So, Alex, why don't we just ask you real quick here? Going throughout the whole of the 24-hour race, you guys, the pit strategy kind of didn't change that much, but still, the car evolving, did the track seem to evolve at all? Did rubber get laid down, or the track become more difficult or easier to drive as time went on?
Yes, so we have a good strategy, like doing 10 laps, so until the fuel is empty, and that worked quite good. And
Yeah, as you said, the track changed a little bit. The rubber, yeah, it makes the track a little bit faster in the mid part of the race, but overall we had a great setup and the car was really easy to drive. It was a fluid work for us, so it's a fantastic race. And I also want to give a shout out to our GT3 team, which they landed in the second split, but they won this GT3 class there, and also a fantastic race for them.
Yes, very good indeed. So, Stefan, we'll just go to you just for the final thing. Anybody else you'd like to give a shout out to or thank before we let you guys loose to celebrate?
Yeah, of course. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks to all our teammates. As Alex said, our second team won the second grid, and also to our supporters who we are watching your stream. So thanks to all. Let's celebrate now and have fun.
All right, well, Team RSO, thank you very much for hopping in the booth with us, the winners in the MX5 category and in Split 2 GT3.
Yeah, very much so. Fantastic result. I believe we do not have any representatives from Alpine Eagle Racing, which is a shame. We did want to talk about our third lot, our Kia Split as well, but it just seems for us that they have not turned up, which is a shame. But what this does mean is that that is all we have time for today, right now, as we've had a fantastic 24 hours. Massive thank you then to GSRC and also V8s Online for taking the first 12 hours of this 24-hour Nürburgring going on. You've got to remember, you've got to thank everyone who has been involved in the commentary booths, everyone behind the cameras, especially Hugo Luis, feeling as poorly as he does right now. I've been Jake Sperry, that's been Cam Walsh, and you have to remember right now that your day will come in the sun, and your day has come for not only Core Motorsports, not only Pure Racing Team, not only Alpine Eagle Racing, but also for the Team RSO. This has been a RaceBot TV broadcast, and we will see you next time.